Hello everyone, and welcome back to Kevin Audiobook TV. I'm so glad you're here to continue our journey through the incredible world of complete martial arts attributes. Together, we'll follow Wang Teng as he grows stronger, unlocks extraordinary abilities, faces powerful enemies, and uncovers the countless mysteries hidden throughout the universe. Every chapter brings new challenges, unexpected twists, and exciting battles that make this adventure unforgettable. Whether you've been here since the beginning, or you're just joining us today, thank you for being part of this amazing journey. If you're enjoying the series, don't forget to subscribe, leave a like, and share your thoughts in the comments. Your support helps bring more chapters to life. Now sit back, relax, and let's continue the adventure. Enjoy today's chapter, Chapter 2349, The Overlap of Two Figures. 1. To deal with the eternal stage viscera, Wang Teng had withdrawn the 5 basic constellation forces from his clone, leaving him with only the poison force. The perfected 9th level cosmos stage constellation poison force erupted instantly. The Demon Lotus Poison Body activated in the clone's body. An eerie black lotus appeared at the center of his brow. With a step forward, Wang Teng's clone suddenly reached towards the sky above. An eerie black lotus condensed and hovered above his head. First rank origin of poison, domain. At this moment, he held nothing back, integrating everything into the abyssal hell devil lotus. The black lotus immediately bloomed with a sinister green light, becoming even more eerie and terrifying. Behind him, Hengzang Mo, Yizang Sinuo, and the others' expressions changed. Such formidable power, such eerie fluctuations. Being so close to Wang Teng at this moment, they keenly felt the terrifying aura emanating from the black lotus, leaving them inexplicably shaken. Move? A calm voice came from Wang Teng's clone. Hengzang Mo and the others exchanged glances and retreated without any hesitation. They knew that they couldn't be of any help in front of a universe stage martial warrior. Brother Han, Yizang Shinuo gritted her teeth, her gaze falling upon Wang Teng's clone, her heart throbbing with unease. How could he possibly withstand the attack of a universe stage powerhouse? At this moment, memories of the time she had spent with him flashed through her mind, especially the day he had looked at her body, leaving her feeling different towards him. With each encounter, her gratitude and affection towards him had grown, so when Han Zhu received recognition from several family heads and was given the complete 5 burial token, she was genuinely happy. But now Han Zhu was about to die. For some reason, she felt uneasy, as if something was being taken away from her. Gizang Zhu's face turned pale, her gaze fixed tightly on Wang Teng's clone. She wanted to call out his name, but she couldn't. Wang Teng's clone didn't have much thought at this moment. Unaware that his perilous situation was causing distress to the two beauties, his gaze remained resolute as he pointed directly at the universe stage entity charging toward them. Go! The next moment, the black lotus above his head immediately transformed into a stream of light, bursting forth. This attack was his all-or-nothing move, a desperate gamble. If that universe stage powerhouse wanted to capture him, he would have to pay a price. The fire element universe stage martial warrior looked at the speeding black light with a hint of disdain, not taking it seriously at all. He extended his hand to grab it directly. A claw imprint condensed and fiercely reached out toward the black stream of light. However, at this moment, his expression suddenly changed. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying explosion erupted from within the black light, turning into endless forces that swept out, directly engulfing the fire element universe stage martial warrior. Huh? Far away, Duke Yaheng and the others showed a hint of astonishment in their eyes, unable to help but exclaim softly. It seems like he blocked the attack. The universe stage martial warriors were surprised. They had thought that Han Zhu was bound to die, but who would have thought that he would actually withstand the strike of a universe stage powerhouse? This was unbelievable. A cosmos stage martial warrior was able to block a universe stage martial warrior's attack. Normal people wouldn't be able to do it, at least in their eyes, their juniors wouldn't be able to do it. Of course, this referred to relying on one's strength, not external forces. This attack is quite interesting. Pearson's face showed surprise as he spoke. A Cosmos stage martial warrior actually can unleash such a powerful attack. This kid's strength is indeed as strong as the juniors said, Shearer exclaimed in surprise. He should have some kind of poison talent, and it's extremely remarkable. If that fire element universe stage martial warrior doesn't take him seriously, he might suffer a big loss. Jin Hongcai suddenly chuckled. I wonder what kind of talent it is. Truly unexpected. Everyone speculated. How's that possible? How is that possible? Zhuogu, Qi Yi, and others' pupils suddenly contracted. Within the 5 burial ancestral land, the opponent displayed an earth talent and did not use any poison talent. Moreover, relying solely on the earth talent, he suppressed that young man from the Black Skull Universe pirates. Now, the poison talent he displayed was even stronger than the earth talent, refreshing their understanding of Hanju's strength once again. The young man from the Haishan royal clan's expression turned ugly. The stronger Hanju was, the more jealous and hateful he became. A fierce expression gradually appeared on his face. How could this bastard's talent be so strong? If he could obtain the talent of the eternal stage viscera, no matter how strong this bastard's talent was, it would be impossible for him to compete with him. But he didn't get it, and it was because of this bastard. All of this intensified his hatred towards Hanju. Brother Han, Yizang Xin Nuo, and the others were delighted. They did know that Hanju possessed poison talent, and it was with this talent that he defeated that black-horned youth. However, they didn't expect this talent to be able to withstand a strike from a universe stage powerhouse. But even if he blocks a strike, it's far from enough. Duke Yaheng and others shook their heads and sighed. The stronger the talent displayed by Wang Teng's clone, the more they lamented. Chapter 2350, The Overlap of Two Figures. 2. After all, he would inevitably meet his demise at the hands of a paramount figure in the realm sooner or later. This was an unalterable truth. Unless the 5 major families could dispatch a paramount figure of their own to intercept that fire element universe stage martial warrior, however, was this possible? They gazed towards the distant, intense battlefield, shaking their heads once more. The Black Skull Universe pirates seemed to have anticipated this, as they deployed not just 5 paramount figures, but others joined the fray as well. Many warriors from the 5 major families were held back, utterly unable to intervene. This Hanzu was destined to fall in the end. Indeed, as if to affirm their suspicions, the radiant burst of the Black Lotus, seemingly held back by an unseen force, abruptly ceased its expansion, then violently contracted, vanishing into thin air amidst the stunned onlookers. The fire element universe stage martial warrior reappeared before them, his countenance grim. He was careless. He had nearly fallen for the ploy of this youngster before him. That Black Lotus harbored a potent venom, not the ordinary kind, but one that swiftly seeped into his body along his force, catching him unawares and poisoning him deeply. And this poison, try as he might to purge it, coiled around his force like an unyielding shackle, even spreading towards his flesh and blood. Given time and certain methods, he might have been able to expel it completely. But such a feat was impossible at this moment. Young man, what kind of venom is this? The fire element universe stage martial warrior's gaze turned icy as he stared at Wang Teng's clone. Take a guess. Wang Teng's clone looked at him fearlessly and said calmly, Seeking death. The fire element universe stage martial warrior's eye twitched, and in an instant, his body transformed into a remnant shadow, viciously reaching out towards Wang Teng. Meet your end. The force condensed into a massive claw, descending upon Wang Teng. All eyes turned towards them, faces taut with tension. Could Hanzu still hold his ground? I think only my main body can fight with a universe stage martial warrior. Wang Teng's clone raised his head and muttered to himself. He made no move, only watching as the claw descended, seemingly resigned to no longer resist. Accepting his fate? Duke Yaheng and the others shook their heads. Within the younger generation of warriors like Zhuogu and Qi Yi, emotions grew exceedingly complex. They neither wished for Hanzu to beg for mercy, nor for him to exhibit even greater talent. If Han Zu were to plead with a paramount figure, it would signify complete submission, implying that their younger generation of warriors had no resistance whatsoever before such figures, leaving them disheartened. But Han Zu's talent had already made them feel powerless. If he could truly contend with a universe stage figure, it would be too extraordinary. The emergence of such a prodigy among their peers would lead to despair. The fire element universe stage martial warrior sneered had he given up. He had merely struggled for a moment before recognizing reality. Truly, he was nothing more than a slightly stronger ant. Boom. The colossal claw descended entirely, seizing Wang Teng's clone within its grasp and squeezing mercilessly. Feel the despair. The fire element universe stage martial warrior did not immediately kill Wang Teng's clone. Instead, he looked upon him with scorn. Brother Han. Yizang Jinuo covered her mouth, despair evident in her eyes. From astonishment to despair, the transition was but a brief moment, and her heart plummeted to the depths. And this time, she feared. There might be no climbing back up. Release him. Hengzang Chuan's expression soured as he witnessed the scene, his voice ringing out. If the person they wanted to protect was captured just like that, where would they put their face? The Haitian royal clan utterly disregarded them, trampling their pride into the ground. You'd better look after yourselves. The fire element universe stage martial warrior scoffed. If that Counselor Wang Teng doesn't show up, you'll be facing the stellar academies. Ha ha ha, boom, boom, boom. The 5 universe stage martial warriors from the Black Skull Universe Pirates launched relentless attacks, leaving the 5 family heads struggling to keep up. Hengzang Chuan and the others had ugly expressions. They could not spare any time to save Han Zhu. Under the assault of those 5 universe stage figures, even the tokens in their hands showed signs of instability. The 5 tokens were originally connected by some special runic form, requiring their force to activate and maintain. Now, with the need to fend off the attacks from the 5 paramount figures, their forces naturally couldn't remain stable, resulting in an extremely fragile connection between the 5 tokens. The dimensional rift at the center of the 5 burial stars began to fluctuate. Ripples radiated out. Under such chaotic spatial fluctuations, the entrance to the 5 burials' ancestral land could no longer be sustained and began to shrink slowly. The dimensional rift is closing. Duke Yaheng and the others looked towards the entrance of the 5 burials' ancestral land, their expressions turning grave. The counselor hadn't come out. Even if they didn't need to worry too much about him, the weight of a counselor's presence was considerable. Now, with so many eyes upon them, the news of his entrapment couldn't be contained. If word reached the stellar academies, it would surely cause a major uproar. For these major powers, many matters only held weight with evidence. Otherwise, they would merely remain as disputes left on the table. But with evidence, they would have no defense and would have to face the consequences before. The deaths of those counselors were shrouded in mystery, leaving the Academy Arbitration Association powerless. But now, things were different. With so many witnesses, the 5 major families couldn't escape responsibility. Chapter 2351, The Overlap of 2 Figures. 3. Undoubtedly, the stellar academies would seize upon this incident to carry out a major overhaul of the 5 major families, and perhaps even the entire Phantom Drift territorial domain. Damn it! Hengzang Chuan and the family heads' faces darkened as they desperately tried to stabilize the energy within their tokens. Unfortunately, they found themselves torn between fending off attacks from universe stage figures and maintaining the energy flow within the tokens. It was inevitable that they would falter. Soon enough, the entrance to the 5 burials' ancestral land had shrunk to accommodate only 1 person passing through, and it continued to diminish. All eyes were drawn to the shrinking crack, their gazes fixed upon it. It's too late. By Chunro sighed. Alas, the 5 major families have truly fallen into a pit this time. Jin Hongtai shook his head. While the Academy Arbitration Association primarily oversaw the younger generation, certain matters transcended boundaries, and would draw the attention of the Stellar Arbitration Council. It was evident that the current situation could very well invoke the intervention of that formidable authority. The crack grew smaller and smaller, from the size of a person to barely larger than a head. The speed of its contraction was uncontrollable. A dimensional rift of such size could no longer accommodate even one person passing through. While a Heaven Stage martial warrior might have the ability to tear through space with their strength, a Cosmos Stage martial warrior would never be able to come out. The young man from the Haishan royal clan furrowed his brow, then sneered. "I thought you would be a worthy opponent, but it seems you're just a hapless fool, unable to come out at all. In 1,000 years, I'll have dominated the universe." Elder Hui's efforts were in vain. Heng Zhangchuan and the other family heads finally gave up. They were filled with frustration as they cast fierce glares at the 5 universe stage figures before them. They prepared for a final stand, ready to put down their tokens and engage in battle. "Family heads, I've taken care of the counselor. Shouldn't you be thanking me?" The Fire Element Universe Stage martial warrior suddenly chuckled. Heng Zhangchuan and the others looked at him coldly, wishing they could kill this person here. "It's too early for you to be happy." A calm voice suddenly sounded. The Fire Element Universe Stage martial warrior frowned and looked up. The person who spoke was Han Zhu, who was gripped by his force claw. He realized that Han Zhu's expression was unexpectedly calm, not at all like that of a captive. This displeased him greatly. How dare a Cosmos Stage martial warrior put on airs in front of him? It was truly audacious. "Kid, you're about to die but still have the audacity to talk back." The Fire Element Universe Stage martial warrior snorted. "About to die? That's not necessarily true." Wang Teng's clone suddenly revealed a sly smile. "You?" The Fire Element Universe Stage martial warrior was about to say something when his pupils suddenly constricted. In his eyes, Han Zhu began to dissipate, drifting out from his force claw and transforming into strange energy wisps, dispersing into the starry sky. What's going on? Duke Yaheng and the others were utterly bewildered. Even the 5 family heads were dumbfounded, their minds struggling to grasp the situation. What was going on? How did Han Zhu suddenly turn into a ball of energy? Countless question marks hovered over their heads. On the other side, Hengzang Mo, Yizang Xinduo, and the others also widened their eyes in confusion. How did Han Zhu turn into a ball of energy? Could he be of some special race? Questions swirled in their minds, countless thoughts whirling, yet none could ascertain the situation before them. Slash. Just then, a piercing sound echoed through the starry sky, reaching the ears of all present. Involuntarily, everyone turned to look, their gazes falling upon the former entrance to the 5 Burials' ancestral land. The dimensional rift that had vanished had reappeared. 2 hands reached out from the crevice, slowly tearing it apart. Under the tearing force of those hands, the dimensional rift widened, and then a figure stepped out. Simultaneously, the energy that had once been Han Zhu suddenly stirred, swiftly converging towards this figure and melding into his body under the incredulous gazes of all present. A gleam flickered in the eyes of this figure, his black hair moving in the void without wind. In an instant, he became the focal point of the entire battlefield. The onlookers stood dumbfounded as if witnessing a ghostly apparition. A deathly silence enveloped the surroundings. There was dead silence. Counselor Wang Teng. The next moment, a cry of astonishment erupted from someone's lips. At this moment, the images of Wang Teng and Han Zhu, 2 entirely distinct figures, merged in their minds. Chapter 203-52, Explosion of Space Techniques. 1. Counselor Wang Teng. A voice shattered the silence and stillness of the starry sky, bringing everyone back to awareness. The figure before them was none other than Counselor Wang Teng. The dimensional rift in the 5 Burial ancestral land closed, but Wang Teng managed to walk out safely. Also, he absorbed the energy form that Han Zhu had manifested. At that moment, even those with sluggish minds comprehended fully Han Zhu was nothing but a Counselor Wang Teng's clone. This was a special cloning technique. Among the audience were universe stage figures who were familiar with clone techniques. However, in recent events, they had not considered such a possibility. It was utterly unexpected. Many had attributed it to some inherent racial gift. Now it became clear that Han Zhu was merely a clone. With the return of the main form, the clone naturally reverted to its source. Everything inexplicable suddenly fell into place. Gasp. Universe stage martial warriors like Duke Yaheng gasped, their hearts tinged with astonishment. Though Counselor Wang Teng was only a cosmos stage martial warrior, he had truly surprised and astounded him. A clone, and he tore through space to emerge from the Five Burials' ancestral land, didn't he? Jin Hongkai's eyes betrayed his astonishment. Suddenly, he exclaimed with profound shock, "What does this imply?" "It implies he possesses space talent." Space talent! Duke Yaheng and the others were momentarily stunned, but soon they grasped the situation. Indeed, without space talents, it would have been impossible for anyone to emerge from the closed Five Burials' ancestral land. What astonishing talent! Bi Chunro's eyes flickered with admiration as she expressed her astonishment. So Han Zhu is just Wang Teng's clone. Doesn't that mean the five major families handed their tokens to this Counselor Wang Teng? Jin Hongcai suddenly chuckled at his words. A strange expression crossed the faces of those present. Meanwhile, Hengzhang Chuan and his companions stood transfixed, their expressions a mixture of incredulity and absurdity. Han Zhu is Wang Teng? Yizhang Bai couldn't help but ask. Hengzhang Chuan and the others were at a loss for words, thunderstruck by the revelation. This was absurd. They had just treated Han Zhu as an esteemed guest of their families, only to be told that he was actually their arch-enemy. What a joke. It felt like someone had played the biggest joke of the era on them. On the other side, Hengzhang Mo and the others widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Han Zhu was Counselor Wang Teng? None of them could accept it. One was someone they were quite familiar with, and the other was a member of the Academy Arbitration Association whom they had been waiting for. How could they possibly be the same person? Yizhang Jinuo's beautiful face underwent a series of transformations at this moment. First, there was astonishment, followed by disbelief. Then a sense of anger at being deceived welled up within her, ultimately giving way to a complex mix of emotions. Perhaps she herself wouldn't believe how drastically her expression changed in just a few fleeting moments. Beside her, Gizang Ju had covered her mouth in disbelief as she gazed at Wang Teng in the distance. Her feelings toward Wang Teng were not as complex. In fact, they could be described as relatively simple. Initially, she harbored a sense of aversion towards Wang Teng. After all, he was a member of the Academy Arbitration Association, perceived as an enemy by the warriors of the five major families. However, the strength displayed by the other party was indeed extremely powerful, causing her to be shocked. It was difficult for any young girl to have any ill feelings toward such a powerful young prodigy. In summary, looks were justice. Now that she knew he was the one who had saved her, she couldn't help feeling a hint of pleasant surprise. Gizang Yan, seeing her expression, felt like he had been slapped in the face. He felt nauseous and almost wanted to vomit, disgusting. This bastard must be doing it on purpose. He had finally come to accept Han Zhu, only for him to transform into someone he despised even more, who could understand such a feeling. Zuo Gu Chi Yi and the others were utterly stunned by the massive reversal of events, which was truly unexpected. Their gaze then fell upon Wang Teng. Deep emotions stirred within them. Han Zhu had already proven to be formidable, but now they discovered that he was merely a Counselor Wang Teng's clone. This revelation left them wondering just how powerful Counselor Wang Teng truly was. Not only did they ponder this, but the young man of the Haishan royal clan in the distance also had such thoughts. From initial shock to his current state, his expressions had turned thoroughly grim, as dark as the bottom of a pot. Wang Teng Han Zhu. Whoever it was, they had inflicted suffering upon him. Now these two individuals were somehow the same person. This fact was something he found difficult to accept, leaving his head spinning from the impact of it all, and just moments ago, he had been certain that the other party wouldn't emerge again, and Elder Hui's efforts to keep this person as his opponent were in vain. Now here he was, appearing before him unscathed, a blatant slap in the face. Moreover, the most important question lingered. Did his appearance signify that he had successfully assimilated those 5 eternal stage viscera? The Fire Element Universe stage martial warrior's gaze remained fixed on Wang Teng, his heart shaken. However, he quickly regained his composure, feeling a mix of annoyance and humiliation. Hanju turned out to be nothing more than Counselor Wang Teng's clone. If he were to lay hands on a counselor now, even the Haishan royal clan would have to weigh the consequences carefully. Chapter 2353, Explosion of Space Techniques. 2. A Counselor. I wonder if the Black Skull Universe pirates dare to make a move now. Cher chuckled somewhat maliciously. The Black Skull Universe pirates were too arrogant, making them, the White Knight Universe pirates, seem overshadowed. In truth, none of the 3 major universe pirate gangs respected each other. Now the Black Skull Universe pirates suddenly attacked the 5 burial stars, something none of them dared to do. If word got out, the Black Skull Universe pirates' reputation would inevitably soar, surpassing the other 2 universe pirate gangs. So he didn't want to see the Black Skull Universe pirates succeed too easily. At this moment, however, Wang Teng paid no heed to the others. A token appeared in his hand. He examined it carefully, a smile curling his lips. When Hengzhang Chuan and the others saw this scene in the distance, their faces darkened. The 5 burial token. This kid's first move was to look at the 5 burial token. The 5 family heads immediately felt a lump in their throats, almost choking. How infuriating. In such a situation, he had the audacity to pay attention to the 5 burial token. He was purely trying to annoy them. Cough, cough. Wang Teng sensed the somewhat eerie atmosphere around him and cleared his throat, hastily stowing away the 5 burial token. Then, with a cold gaze, he looked at the Fire Element Universe stage martial warrior and the young man of the Haishan royal clan, speaking indifferently. Do you want to capture me? Are you ready to face the wrath of the Stellar Arbitration Council? The Fire Element Universe stage martial warrior's expression changed and his gaze flickered. He was actually intimidated by Wang Teng's words and was momentarily caught in a dilemma. In truth, Wang Teng was just pulling the tiger's tail of the Stellar Arbitration Council. They wouldn't bother to intervene for the sake of a mere member of the Academy Arbitration Association. But at that moment, the Fire Element Universe stage martial warrior's expression suddenly changed, looking somewhat horrified at the young man of the Haishan royal clan. The young member of the Haishan royal clan had a cold, stern expression, staring back at him impassively. Damn it! The Fire Element Universe stage martial warrior cursed inwardly, then turned his gaze back to Wang Teng. The hesitation in his eyes had completely disappeared, replaced by a chilling resolve. Wang Teng immediately sensed that something was amiss. The Fire Element Universe stage martial warrior remained silent, transforming into a blur of motion and charging straight at Wang Teng. He attacked. Duke, Yeheng, Jin, Hongcai, and others showed surprise on their faces. Faced with a member of the Academy Arbitration Association, even they would hesitate to act. The Fire Element Universe stage martial warrior of the Black Skull Universe Pirates, however, didn't hesitate to strike. Quite courageous indeed. He made a move. Shear was equally astonished, frowning as he looked at the Fire Element Universe stage martial warrior. This person always gave him a strange feeling. Be careful. Yizang Xinyuo's face changed, unable to refrain from shouting aloud. Wang Teng narrowed his eyes. He activated his space physique and used his space flash. You can't run away. The Fire Element Universe stage martial warrior's voice rang out abruptly. A tremendous force permeated from all directions, sealing the space around Wang Teng. When Wang Teng emerged from the dimensional rift in the 5 burial ancestral land earlier, he had already anticipated that Wang Teng might possess space talents. How could he not be prepared for Wang Teng's space abilities? Although spatial fluctuations had already appeared around Wang Teng's body, the invisible force now pinned him in place. Heng Zhangchuan and the others cursed in their hearts. This was bad. Even if Counselor Wang Teng possessed the space talent, he wouldn't be able to break through the spatial blockade of a universe stage powerhouse. That kid was too conceited. He shouldn't have exposed his clone from the beginning. He should have waited for the Black Skull Universe pirates to leave, allowing the crisis to resolve itself. Although they had been resisting the counselors of the Academy Arbitration Association all along, Wang Teng now bore the identity of Han Zu and had obtained their most important token, the 5 burial token, making their attitude extremely complicated. But now it was too late. Can your spatial techniques contend with those of a universe stage warrior? The fire element universe stage martial warrior appeared not far from Wang Teng, charging straight toward him with a hint of disdain on his face. You'll find out when you try. Wang Teng's voice rang out, his expression calm but his heart extremely heavy. He hadn't become so arrogant as to underestimate a universe stage martial warrior. Boom. As his words fell, the spatial power within him erupted without reservation. The immense power of space, intangible yet real, swept through the void, colliding with the fire element universe stage martial warrior's spatial blockade. Crack, amidst the thunderous roar, cracks resembling strains under pressure suddenly resounded. The fire element universe stage martial warrior's face instantly showed disbelief. Could this kid shake his spatial blockade? It seemed incredulous. His expression changed, and without further thought, he reached out to grab Wang Teng. This time, he didn't employ the claw imprint condensed with force, but reached out with his physical body, intending to personally restrain Wang Teng to prevent him from escaping again. Boom. The next moment, the fire element universe stage martial warrior's spatial blockade shattered instantaneously. Countless dimensional rifts appeared and spread around Wang Teng. A 5th-rank space physique could break through the spatial blockade of a universe stage being. With Wang Teng's explosive power, he finally shattered the restraint. Space flash, immediately. Wang Teng's space flash skill activated. Spatial fluctuations appeared and his figure vanished from the spot. Bang! The fire element universe stage martial warrior's claw grasped empty air, his hand gripping into nothingness, releasing a booming sound echoing in the void. His expression turned extremely ugly. Thousands of meters away, Wang Teng's figure reappeared with a sword in his hand. His expression was stern as he struck a sword strike. Boom! Suddenly, a silver-white sword light erupted. The power of space converged on it, making the light more intense as it slashed out. In just a brief breath, the sword light expanded from a few meters to hundreds of feet. The God-Slayer sword, scripture, slaying God. This strike was none other than the first move of the God-Slayer sword scripture, slaying God. The 5th-rank space domain was integrated within it, an invisible field emanating from the sword light enveloping its surroundings. Wherever it passed, it was completely covered by Wang Teng's space domain, space battle technique. The fire element universe stage martial warrior's expression finally changed drastically. He never expected that this mere cosmos stage martial warrior would wield such a rare space battle technique. Moreover, this space battle technique was extremely terrifying, even causing palpitations and a tingling sensation on his scalp. An invisible threat of death instantly crawled into his mind. If struck by this sword light, he would undoubtedly perish. The fact that a cosmos stage martial warrior could threaten the life of a universe stage powerhouse shook the fire element universe stage martial warrior to his core. This was unbelievable. But the reality was right before his eyes, and he had no choice but to face it. His expression became extremely solemn, unable to think too much, only able to dodge immediately. However, the unexpected happened. The sword light suddenly appeared in front of him, just meters away from where it had been thousands of meters away a moment ago. What? The fire element universe stage martial warrior exclaimed in shock, his pupils contracting. The force within him surged madly, forming a towering wall of fire hundreds of feet high. At the same time, the surrounding space solidified under the effect of this majestic force blocking the sword light. Boom. The next moment, the sword light arrived. Its speed slowed for a moment as if it had fallen into a swamp, but it was only a momentary delay. Then came the sound of cracking. The space around shattered under the pressure. The momentum of the sword light remained undiminished, fiercely striking against the firewall. There was a loud swoosh. The entire wall of fire, hundreds of feet high, split open before the astonished gaze of onlookers, cleaved neatly in two. The fire element universe stage martial warrior's expression shook with astonishment. Seizing the moment when the two defenses blocked the attack, he immediately retreated. As the sword light cut through the two defenses, it suddenly erupted with even greater force, crazily descending upon the fire element universe stage martial warrior who had retreated to the rear. Power of origin. The fire element universe stage martial warrior's complexion changed drastically. At such close range, he finally felt a trace of the mysterious power of laws of origin within the sword light. Damn it. Not only did this kid master the space domain, but he also mastered the power of laws of origin. Freak. Where did this freak come from? Meanwhile, Duke Yaheng and others were dumbfounded. Counselor Wang Teng had pushed a universe stage martial warrior to such an extent. Chapter 2354. Your flame is nothing in front of my divine flame. 1. Boom, the sword light, imbued with the power of laws of space origin, descended from the heavens, leaving everyone present in awe. The fire element universe stage martial warrior's face was filled with unwillingness, coupled with an indescribable rage. To be pushed to such an extent by a cosmos stage martial warrior was simply an unbearable disgrace. With so many universe stage powerhouses around, seeing him in such a sorry state would surely invite ridicule. Get lost. The fire element universe stage martial warrior's eyes turned icy, and he let out a furious roar as he swung his warblade with ferocity. Boom. A terrifying blade aura instantly condensed, infused with powerful domain power, reaching the level of the 9th rank upon eruption. 9th rank domain. Moreover, there was an extremely special transformation within it. It was the actualization phase. The fire element universe stage martial warrior's comprehension of the fire domain had reached an extremely profound level, but he felt it wasn't enough. At the same time, a surge of fire's essence erupted from within him, converging onto the blade light. Take this. A shout came from the fire element universe stage martial warrior. In the blink of an eye, before the sword light could reach, the blade light had already surged forward, meeting the sword light head-on. In an instant, the two attacks collided, unleashing a deafening roar. Counselor Wang Teng is really powerful. Jin Hongtai was utterly astonished. He stared dumbfounded at the scene unfolding before him. Anyone witnessing a cosmos stage martial warrior engaging in a direct confrontation with a universe stage powerhouse would likely feel as incredulous as he did. Not just him, but everyone present was now plunged into a state of disbelief. Crack. The two attacks didn't stalemate for long before clear sounds of fragmentation echoed. The crowd's gaze sharpened following the source of the noise. Upon the blade light, cracks suddenly appeared, glaringly visible beneath the radiance. Red-hued light emanated from the fissures as if on the verge of bursting open at any moment. Meanwhile, the sword light facing it seemed unable to withstand the formidable assault either, displaying cracks that rapidly spread. The onlookers held their breath, their eyes fixed on the two attacks. Who would give way first? Boom! In a split second, a terrifying explosion erupted between the two attacks, sending waves of formidable force in all directions. A dazzling burst of light enveloped the area, engulfing both the fire element universe stage martial warrior and Wang Teng within. Damn it, we can't see anything. Jin Hongtai couldn't help but curse. Duke Yaheng, Bi Chunro, and others furrowed their brows, concentrating their force to peer into the radiant area. However, the brilliance was too blinding. This is shocking, Bi Chunro said with a solemn expression. Yes, indeed. A cosmos stage martial warrior possessing such power, even if unable to claim victory, can still hold his head high with pride. Duke Yeheng nodded in agreement. Heng Zhangchuan, Yi Zhangbai, and the other family heads all wore expressions of extreme surprise. The power of Counselor Wang Teng was beyond belief. In the past, the strength of the arriving counselors was formidable, but none reached such monstrous levels. Though Shear and Pearson remained silent, the seriousness on their faces spoke volumes about their profound shock at Wang Teng's strength. Even universe stage martial warriors were shocked. What more about the younger generations? Zuo Gu, Qi Yi, Shelley, and the others all wore expressions of disbelief, unable to fathom what they were witnessing. This was too abnormal. They felt like they were dreaming. Although they had anticipated his strength, they never imagined it would reach such heights. The lady from the Azure Sky Island stared at the battlefield ahead with her large, shiny eyes, a hint of strangeness in her gaze. As a prodigy of Azure Sky Island, few could match her. They were all prodigies of various major forces which shaped her proud and self-assured character. Yet today, she witnessed a peer far surpassing her, feeling not only shock but also admiration. Yes, admiration. Someone of the same generation who could contend with a universe-level powerhouse deserved her respect. This situation has never occurred to her before. No peer has ever truly earned her admiration. Not even Zuo Gu and Qi Yi, those prodigies, could compare. If anyone who knew her saw her current expression, their jaws would probably hit the floor. This strong-minded young lady actually admired someone. This was simply unprecedented. So impressive. On the other side, Jin Yubao widened his small eyes in awe, unable to suppress his sigh of amazement. Hengzang, Mo, Gizang Yan, and the others were shocked. Their minds were completely consumed by the sword light from earlier. Initially, they wanted to defeat Counselor Wang Teng, make him retreat in defeat, or even step on him to make a name for themselves. But now, thinking about it, how ridiculous it was. They couldn't even defend against that one sword. At that moment, the prodigies of the 5 major families all flushed red, inexplicably feeling a sense of shame. This guy is just too abnormal. Shozang Kaiyun swallowed hard, speaking softly. Yizang Xinnuo had a complicated expression. His eyes were filled with shock and worry. As formidable as that guy was, he was yet facing a universe-level existence. He wouldn't be his match. One strike didn't mean anything. How could his power be so strong? The young man from the Haishan royal clan had an extremely unpleasant expression. He was unable to accept it. Chapter 2355, Your flame is nothing in front of my divine flame. 2, even he couldn't contend with a universe stage martial warrior. Ah, the sudden jarring sound of a scream pierced the dissipating glow where the 2 attacks collided. The crowd's spirits shook as they strained to see into the light. Simultaneously, 2 figures were sent flying out from the radiance. It was none other than the Fire Element Universe Stage martial warrior and Wang Teng. Even more incredulously, the Fire Element Universe Stage martial warrior's arm was severed. How is that possible? Duke Yaheng and others instantly discerned the situation, sucking in a sharp breath. The Fire Element Universe Stage martial warrior had lost an arm. Blood splattered into the starry sky, making him look rather miserable. Though Wang Teng appeared quite disheveled, he seemed relatively unscathed. This was the result of the collision between the 2. Everyone was in disbelief. The young man from the Haishan royal clan's pupils contracted violently, overwhelmed by uncontrollable jealousy. Wang Teng's strength filled him with an intense envy. In his eyes, as a member of the Haishan royal clan, he was the ultimate prodigy, yet now someone was even stronger than him, and significantly so. He must have obtained the talents of the 5 major families, otherwise he wouldn't be this strong. It should have been mine. The young man from the Haishan royal clan was on the brink of madness. He couldn't believe Wang Teng's strength could be this formidable. It must be the talents of the 5 major families that transformed his strength. Pant, pant. The Fire Element Universe Stage martial warrior panted heavily, pain flashing across his face as he glanced at his severed left arm. A trace of fear flickered in his eyes. If he had been even a bit slower just now, he might have been cleaved in half. Taking a deep breath to calm his nerves, he shot a resentful look towards Wang Teng in the distance. He had been too careless. If he had taken the situation seriously from the beginning, he wouldn't have ended up with such serious injuries. But Wang Teng's strength indeed exceeded his expectations. The space technique capable of breaking through a universe-stage spatial blockade was truly unbelievable. And that space battle technique was unexpectedly powerful. What level of technique was it? If it weren't for this series of accidents, his attacks wouldn't have caught him off guard, resulting in the loss of an arm. Universe stage strength is nothing special after all, Wang Teng said calmly, as he faced the murderous gaze of the universe stage martial warrior without any change in expression. Everyone. This guy was underestimating universe stage strength. Although severing his opponent's arm was a remarkable feat, being this arrogant seemed a bit inappropriate. "You're seeking death, kid." The fire element universe stage martial warrior gritted his teeth, his voice cold. "Then come and kill me, old dog." Wang Teng taunted fearlessly, beckoning with his finger. Old dog, Heng Zhang Mo, Gizang Yan, and others were astonished. This guy was too amazing. He called a universe stage powerhouse an old dog. He had some nerve. Yizhang Xinwo and Shozhang Kaiyun were speechless. Was this guy really Hanju? They felt that the two didn't quite match. The universe stage powerhouses in the distance all wore strange expressions. Being called an old dog by a Cosmos Stage Junior was a serious blow to the fire element universe stage martial warrior's dignity. "What did you say?" The fire element universe stage martial warrior roared, his gaze filled with malice. He was on the verge of losing his temper. He was already so angry that he was about to lose his rationality. A universe stage martial warrior should be composed, but faced with the insolent face before him, he couldn't contain himself any longer. "I said you're an old dog. What else could you be? Serving as someone's dog?" Wang Teng sneered disdainfully. "Damn it! Die!" The fire element universe stage martial warrior's eyes reddened. He had finally reached his limit. He erupted in fury and charged madly at Wang Teng. "Oh, damn! He's gone mad." Wang Teng was startled. He didn't dare to delay and immediately unfolded the wings of holy light behind him, combining them with space flash and light bolt to swiftly move through the starry sky. When a universe stage powerhouse went berserk, it was truly terrifying. The first time he used that space battle technique, it worked out okay because it caught the opponent off guard, resulting in the severing of an arm. But it probably wouldn't have the same effect the second time. To inflict further harm, he'd need to find another opportunity. Engaging head-on was definitely not advisable. He wasn't confident enough to confront a universe stage powerhouse head-on, with 3 techniques in action simultaneously. Wang Teng moved through the starry sky like a fish in water. His speed was unbelievable, so fast. Duke Yaheng and the others were surprised again. This speed, even against a universe stage powerhouse, was not to be underestimated. Wang Teng truly surprised them. Not only did he possess formidable talent and techniques, but he also had such incredible speed. Were all the genius warriors groomed by the stellar academies this monstrous? No. That couldn't be right. Wang Teng must be an extremely exceptional presence even within the academy. It couldn't be that everyone was like him. Boom, boom, boom. The fire element universe stage martial warrior launched attacks furiously. His sword slashed fiercely, transforming into waves of blade energy that blocked every escape route for Wang Teng. The surrounding planets exploded in the light of the blades, turning into cosmic dust in an instant. But surprisingly, Wang Teng always managed to slip through the gaps in the blades, not receiving a scratch. "Old dog, haven't you eaten? Your blade isn't fast enough? Faster. This blade is too soft to cut anyone. Faster, faster, faster. You're too slow. Old dog, aren't you going to catch me? Come on, catch me." Wang Teng dodged and taunted at the same time, aiming to provoke the fire element universe stage martial warrior and expose his weaknesses. The expressions of the onlookers grew increasingly strange. This guy was too much, driving even a universe stage powerhouse to the brink of madness. Now, Wang Teng found an opportunity. A sharp glint flashed across his eyes and he slashed out with his sword, slaying God. The Fire Element Universe stage martial warrior was still charging forward and was unable to evade in time. He was forced to confront the attack head-on. However, he had learned from being tricked once before, and this time he acted wisely, directly using the power of origin to block the sword. Boom! A resounding explosion reverberated as the Fire Element Universe stage martial warrior in his haste was still sent flying. You really can't keep up, old dog. You can't even handle one of my strikes. Are you truly a universe stage martial warrior? Wang Teng continued to shout. Ah! The Fire Element Universe stage martial warrior roared, and behind him, the phantom of a world emerged. Tendrils of world power spread out, enveloping the surrounding hundreds of thousands of miles of space. Many Heaven stage martial warriors and Cosmos stage martial warriors were drawn into it, unable to even scream before being engulfed by the raging flames. This was the Fire Element Universe stage martial warrior's small world, and he had released it at this moment. Flames engulfed everything containing the power of the laws of origin within. It was not something that martial warriors below the universe stage could resist. The other party has truly gone mad. Duke Yaheng and the others' expressions shifted slightly. Universe stage martial warriors seldom released their small worlds, because if anything went wrong with their small world, they would be directly crippled. Therefore, the small world was always their sanctuary, and they wouldn't drag enemies into it. It was too dangerous, but the Fire Element Universe stage martial warrior was clearly driven mad by anger. He didn't care about anything else but capturing Wang Teng. Wang Teng's expression changed slightly. He hadn't expected the opponent to be so ruthless, directly unleashing his small world and pulling him into it. The terrifying flames surged and engulfed him. The onlookers' gazes shook. Was it all over like this? To see such a prodigy fall here was truly regrettable. Die. The Fire Element Universe stage martial warrior's face contorted with ferocity. Boom, however. Before he could revel in his victory, a thunderous roar suddenly emanated from within that small world. In the midst of the blazing red flames, a dazzlingly bright blue flame suddenly rose, coalescing into the form of a giant green dragon. The dragon's body coiled and twisted, stretching thousands of feet. Every scale on its body seemed alive, exuding majesty and divinity. Yet at this moment, its proud head lowered slightly, protecting a figure within. The surrounding red flames involuntarily receded, as if they dared not approach the green flames. At this moment, the figure within the fiery dragon seemed to be the true master of this sea of flames. He was the king of fire. This is a divine flame. The Fire Element Universe stage martial warrior's pupils constricted in disbelief. I'm sorry, your flame is nothing in front of my divine flame. Wang Teng raised his head and grinned. Chapter 2356. All the divine flames killing the universe lord. Is this what you rely on? Wang Teng's figure flickered in the sea of flames, surrounded by ethereal green flames that stood guard over him, mystic and resplendent, rendering one unable to gaze directly upon him. But amidst the fiery red sea, that singular green flame stood out prominently. It was too conspicuous. No one could ignore it, especially as that flame coalesced into a towering azure dragon poised amidst the starry expanse. It appeared as though a true dragon had descended. Its majesty and splendor were undeniable. A dragon formed of flames, yet seeming so alive, was beyond belief. At that moment, all were struck with awe. Is that a divine flame? The other martial warriors murmured, their eyes gleaming with wonder. They were not unfamiliar with the divine flames, yet few had truly seen it, with many having encountered it only in tales or written accounts. Now, a genuine divine flame lay before them. What a sight to behold. To wield a divine flame, Counselor Wang Teng is surely no ordinary man. Bichunro whispered, her voice tinged with undisguised astonishment. Indeed, to withstand the power of the opponent's fire power of laws in such a manner, Duke Yaheng remarked. The divine flame's divine nature indeed allows it to resist the power of laws, but not indefinitely, Pearson interjected. Wang Teng is still in great danger after being dragged into the small world. Zuo Gu frowned and said, "With such talent, such strength, I am inclined to intervene and aid him." Duke Yaheng's countenance shifted subtly as he spoke. Everyone was shocked when they heard that. For Duke Yaheng to consider involvement in this conflict would draw the Empire of Longlapa into the fray, a weighty decision indeed. In the future, the Longlapa Empire would undoubtedly face retaliation from the Black Skull Universe pirates. "Are you serious?" Bi Chunro couldn't help but ask. "Let's see how things unfold," Duke Yaheng replied. His demeanor unchanged. Bi Chunru and the others immediately exchanged glances. It was apparent to them that Duke Yaheng recognized the talent and potential of Counselor Wang Teng, deeming him worth the risk. This forced them to consider whether they should intervene in the matter, honestly. Counselor Wang Teng's talent and potential were astonishingly remarkable, stirring within them a sense of admiration. Such a young prodigy, if allowed to mature, would undoubtedly become an extraordinary force. Perhaps it was worth their while to lend a hand, even if it involved their respective factions. To gain something, one must inevitably sacrifice. Taking on a certain level of risk was inevitable. On the other side, the family heads of the 5 major families also found themselves in awe. Though they had received intelligence regarding Counselor Wang Teng's control over a divine flame, they hadn't paid much heed to it until now. It wasn't until they witnessed the divine flame firsthand that they grasped its terrifying nature. The fact that it could resist even the laws of fire origin of a universe stage powerhouse warranted their attention. Wang Teng's strength once again reshaped their perceptions. Their initial reluctance toward a counselor of his caliber began to wane. Of course, the most crucial aspect remained his other identity, Han Zhu. Without this foundation, without everything Wang Teng had done for 5 major families under the guise of Han Zhu, even witnessing his astounding strength and talent wouldn't win their acceptance. Hengzhang Mo, Guizhang Yan, and the others gazed at the figure within the flames, their emotions unusually complex. The stronger Wang Teng became, the more powerless they felt. Faced with such a counselor, they found themselves devoid of any desire to compete against him. In the eyes of Yizhang Xinhuo, a strange light flickered, her heart shaken beyond measure. His strength grew increasingly unexpected, leaving indelible marks within her, like a carving knife etching the figures of both Han Zhu and Wang Teng, gradually merging them into one. Crack. The youth from the Haitian royal clan stared wide-eyed, fists clenched, bones emitting a grating sound. A divine flame. How could he subdue a divine flame? Disbelief echoed incessantly within him, nearly driving him to madness. He was consumed by envy. Whether space talent or the divine flame, both were exceedingly rare gifts and marvels. For all such fortunes to converge upon a single individual was truly staggering. Envy, jealousy, and resentment stirred within him. For a prodigy like him, nothing was more intolerable than being outshone by others. He was too conceited. Believing his talent unparalleled, he now found himself bruised and battered, his pride shaken to its core. He refused to admit inferiority to Counselor Wang Teng, yet reality constantly disappointed him. "Kill him," the youth from the Haitian royal clan roared at the Fire Element Universe stage martial warrior through voice transmission. The Fire Element Universe stage martial warrior was consumed by rage. When he witnessed Wang Teng still surviving in his small world and heard his mocking words, his countenance grew even darker. Without a word, he vigorously exerted the power of the world, engulfing his small world in the origin of flame, intensifying the horror of the fiery sea within the small world. The entire expanse of the cosmos was set ablaze. Space contorted, and some celestial bodies, unable to withstand the heat, melted into terrifying magma flowing through the heavens like rivers of molten rock, radiating unbearable heat that kept all at bay. Chapter 2357. All the divine flames, killing the universe, Lord, is this what you rely on? 2. Many martial warriors recoiled in horror, continually retreating from the intensely scorching sea of flames, fearing being drawn into its midst. The Fire Element Universe stage martial warrior's small world was fully manifested, melding with the starry expanse. Should these martial warriors draw too close, they risked immediate suction into its depths within the fiery sea. Endless flames surged once more, converging toward Wang Teng at the center. Wang Teng's gaze hardened as he vigorously released his emerald-glazed flame. Roar? The lifelike azure flame dragon roared in the sky, countless azure flames surging forth to contend with the surrounding crimson inferno. Boom. As the two flames collided, Wang Teng's emerald-glazed flame was relentlessly compressed. So what if it's a divine flame? You think you can contend with me through external forces alone? The Fire Element Universe stage martial warrior sneered when he saw this scene. Is that so? Wang Teng's expression remained unchanged, a trace of mocking curvature appearing at the corner of his mouth. What if I do this? Boom! A thunderous roar erupted. Another flame suddenly permeated from within Wang Teng. Crimson flames enveloped the starry sky, swiftly coalescing into a massive vermilion tortoise, its terrifying form on par with the azure dragon formed by the emerald-glazed flame, hovered alongside the dragon above Wang Teng's head, both awe-inspiring and soul-stirring. This sight was truly astonishing. Two monstrous beasts formed of flames hovered above Wang Teng's head like divine beasts, guarding him on either side, leaving all who beheld it spellbound. The once repressed azure flames, finding sudden reinforcement with the emergence of the crimson flames, surged with newfound vigor. The combined might of the two flames permeated the starry expanse, challenging the Fire Element Universe stage martial warrior's terrifying sea of fire. Two divine flames. The Fire Element Universe stage martial warrior, unable to believe his eyes, stared wide-eyed as if seeing a ghost. One divine flame was shocking enough, but this kid had two. That is, others stood dumbfounded, their expressions akin to witnessing the inconceivable. Two divine flames. Jin Hongcai took a deep breath and finally uttered those words after a long pause. Duke Yeheng, Bi Chunro, and the rest were all engulfed in disbelief. Subduing a single divine flame was already an immensely daunting task, yet Counselor Wang Teng had managed to subdue two. How was such a feat possible? The younger generation of martial warriors, too, were utterly stunned, their minds unable to keep pace. Two divine flames. This guy was defying the heavens. The youth from the Heishan royal clan, standing at a distance, wore a look of utter confusion, unable to comprehend. Two divine flames. Boom. The power of the two divine flames clashed with the surrounding sea of flames, erupting with resounding booms that reverberated through the void. I refuse to believe I can't handle a mere cosmos stage martial warrior like you. The Fire Element Universe stage martial warrior finally regained his senses, his expression ferocious and teeth-gnashing break. With a fierce roar, he exerted all the power of laws of origin, relentlessly assaulting Wang Teng. Boom. The power of laws of fire origin and the constellation fire force merged within his small world, undergoing a special transformation into the power of the world. Its might was unimaginable, capable of erasing the two divine flames. Wang Teng's expression turned grave. This was the force of the world, rumored to be wielded by universe stage entities. It was far beyond the reach of ordinary martial warriors. It transcended elemental forces and domains, representing a more potent form of power capable of erasing all other forms. The brief advantage held by the two divine infernos quickly dwindled as they found themselves once again at a disadvantage. The onlookers grew somber, their gazes fixed on the unfolding battle. The duel between the two had stirred the emotions of all present. The clash between the cosmos stage and universe stage powers captivated the attention of the masses. Who would arise victorious in the end? Everyone was immensely curious, given the vast disparity in strength between the two. If Wang Teng were to emerge victorious, it would be truly astonishing. In truth, Wang Teng didn't need to defeat the Fire Element Universe stage martial warrior outright. Merely withstanding his attacks would constitute a victory. This was a tacit understanding shared by all given Wang Teng's status as a Cosmos stage martial warrior. The expectations placed upon him were naturally lower. To be able to withstand the assaults of a universe stage martial warrior was already commendable. Even in the distant battles between the 5 major families and the Black Skull Universe pirates, all universe stage combatants paused, mutually constrained, unable to intervene on Wang Teng's behalf. Therefore, even if Heng Zhangquan and the others wanted to help Wang Teng, they could not free themselves. On the other hand, Duke Yaheng, Bi Chunro, and the others were ready to attack at any time. If Wang Teng couldn't hold on, they would save him. With 2 divine flames, Wang Teng's potential had earned their acknowledgement. Boom! The starry expanse had become a battlefield of flames. The 2 divine flames dominated the sky. Their sheer magnitude elevated the temperature of the void manifold, causing many planets to vanish and completely altering the structure and layout of the celestial realm. If anyone familiar were to arrive here in the future, they would likely struggle to recognize this as the outer space of the 5 burial stars. As he beheld the relentless suppression of the 2 divine flames, the Fire Element Universe stage martial warrior's face once again contorted into a savage grin. "Kid, prepare to meet your end." He expanded his hands wide as if he was a god who controlled the inferno in the cosmos. The phantom of the world behind him enveloped the void, incinerating everything in its wake. The youth from the Haitian royal clan also exhibited a sense of satisfaction, his eyes gleaming with triumph. Chapter 2358, All the Divine Flames. Killing the Universe Lord. Is this what you rely on? 3. No matter how monstrous you are today, you will meet your end. The counselor was nothing compared to the Haitian royal clan. With just a word from him, a universe stage powerhouse could snuff out his life. Could the counselor do the same? In this universe, high talent alone didn't signify everything. Since birth, he had stood at the pinnacle of the universe. Who could compare to him? Is he unable to resist any longer? Bi Chunro and others couldn't help but shake their heads, a hint of disappointment flashing in their eyes. In truth, they all hoped for a miracle. It was an expectation to witness an extraordinary genius. Unfortunately, such prodigies were too rare. Even over millions of years, not a single one might emerge. At least in their long lives, they had never encountered such a prodigy. There were rumors of geniuses who ascended the star rankings achieving such feats, but they had never witnessed such prodigies firsthand, only heard of them in legends. Yizang Xinnuo and others couldn't help but clench their fists. Their gazes locked on Wang Teng in the distance. Was this the end? Indeed, the gap between Cosmos stage and Universe stage powers was insurmountable, offering no chance of victory. They shouldn't have harbored any illusions. Universe stage powerhouses are indeed formidable, Wang Teng sighed. It seems that 2 divine flames are not enough. His voice reverberated, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. 2 divine flames were not enough. Why did those words sound peculiar? Especially the tone. It was not one of despair, but rather one of disappointment, as if he had attempted something only to fail, resulting in disappointment. Yes, it was disappointment. He was disappointed, but why did he express himself in such a manner? Faced with such a dire situation, shouldn't he be despondent? Boom. Just as everyone was puzzled, another immaculate white flame erupted from Wang Teng's body, engulfing the starry expanse and transforming into a sacred white beast. The creature was covered in scales, adorned with horns on its head, resembling a deer, yet not quite, resembling a tiger, yet not quite, resembling a lion, yet not quite, a peculiar amalgamation reminiscent of the legendary Qilin roar. The white beast roared to the heavens, white flames sweeping forth, joining the other 2 divine flames in combating the sea of flames from all directions. Everyone at this moment, no one knew how to express their feelings anymore. What in the world? 3 divine flames. Was this guy running a wholesale divine flame market? The last divine flame was clearly a light element divine flame. This type of divine flame was too mystical and rare, even more precious than the other two. It was practically the bane of darkness. The appearance of such an extremely rare divine flame in the hands of a cosmos stage martial warrior left everyone feeling surreal. The youth from the Haitian royal clan stared fixedly at the white sacred flames appearing in the void, his eyes trembling, his heart shaken. Even when he saw the two previous divine flames, he didn't show such an expression, but now a hint of fear seemed to appear in his eyes. He was afraid. It must be fake, right? It must be fake. How could that guy possess so many kinds of divine flames? And this last one is even a light element divine flame. Light. The fire element universe stage martial warrior's expression turned pale as he witnessed the light element divine flame. He couldn't help but take several steps back in the void, his pupils shrinking dramatically. Are you afraid? A hint of a smile played at the corner of Wang Teng's lips, his eyes filled with deep meaning. His gaze swept over to the youth from the Haitian royal clan in the distance before settling on the fire element universe stage martial warrior. You? The fire element universe stage martial warrior's complexion changed drastically at Wang Teng's words, looking at him with incredulity. He felt as though the other party's words held a deeper meaning, as if he already knew something. Can you suppress 3 divine flames? Wang Teng's voice reverberated. 2 forces erupted from within him in an instant boom, boom, first rank origin of light, second rank origin of flame. At that moment, Wang Teng infused the power of 2 power of laws of origin into the 3 divine flames. In an instant, strange patterns of light and flame condensed within the 3 fires, intertwining and entwining with each other, forming chains of light and fire that traversed through the flames, eventually appearing on the 3 beasts above Wang Teng's head. Swoosh! A series of resounding booms echoed, causing the complexion of the fire element universe stage martial warrior to change once again. Go! Wang Teng suddenly pointed his finger. Roar, roar, howl. The 3 beasts roared instantly as if receiving a command. They charged fiercely toward the direction where the fire element universe stage martial warrior was located. Boom! The small world behind the fire element universe stage martial warrior's back began to tremble violently. Under the impact of the 3 fiery beasts, the surrounding sea of flames surged instantly. Even the void trembled, and rifts in space appeared. The fire element universe stage martial warrior's small world became unstable. It emitted a teeth-gritting cracking sound and was on the verge of collapse. Damn it. The fire element universe stage martial warrior's heart pounded with fear and anger. At this moment, he could only frantically mobilize the power of his world, desperately repairing the cracks, appearing in his small world. He had never imagined that a cosmos stage martial warrior would pose a threat to his small world, let alone push him to such a desperate situation. Explode! Wang Teng didn't give the other party a chance at all. He shouted and detonated the 3 fiery beasts. Boom! The 3 fiery beasts exploded instantly, generating a terrifying and unparalleled shockwave that slammed onto the fire element universe stage martial warrior small world, chapter 2359. All the divine flames killing the universe. Lord, is this what you rely on? 4. The fire element universe stage martial warrior frantically wielded the power of the world to resist the impact, but when he was struck by the attack of the pure white sacred flame, it seemed as though the power of the world had met its nemesis, involuntarily recoiling for a moment. Then, the shockwaves from the explosions of the other 2 flames followed closely behind, all slamming into the small world. All. A desperate scream erupted from the fire element universe stage martial warrior's mouth as if he had suffered some severe injury, and his body suddenly spewed out a large amount of blood. The next moment, the world phantom behind him began to collapse, the scene within it appearing as if it were the end of the world itself. Terrifying cracks appeared on the boundary of the small world, flames raging within, consuming everything in their path. These flames were no longer the force sustaining the operation of the small world, but had become the source of its destruction. Within the small world, various structures and some weaker martial warriors, presumably the Fire Element Universe stage martial warriors' servants, all turned to ashes under the flames, perishing amidst agonizing screams. No one was spared. It was a scene of utmost misery. Watching this unfold, Wang Teng also felt shaken. Last time, when he defeated the high-tier Devil Emperor on the No-20 defense planet of the Great Qian Empire, there was no such collapse of a small world. It was unclear whether it was because the opponent was a dark apparition from the Devil Mind race, a rather special race, or because the opponent occupied the body of the Solar Dragon race. So the manifestation of the small world was impossible. After all, the body of the Solar Dragon race had already perished. The collapse of a small world was both spectacular and terrifying. Wang Teng suddenly felt fortunate. If the Fire Element Universe stage martial warrior hadn't dragged him into the small world, it might not have been so easy for him to defeat him. Of course, part of the reason was that Wang Teng knew the opponent's weaknesses, a weakness only he had identified. The Haishan royal clan deceived everyone. At this moment, the void fell into silence. All the universe stage martial warriors fell into a long period of stunned silence when they saw this scene. Everything happened too quickly. Just moments ago, Wang Teng was struggling to resist the Fire Element Universe stage martial warriors' attacks. How, in the blink of an eye, had the Fire Element Universe stage martial warriors' small world been shattered? Absurd. Shocked, it was hard to believe. Various chaotic thoughts flashed through their minds, ultimately condensed into 3 words: Wang Teng won. A Cosmos stage martial warrior had shattered the small world of a universe stage powerhouse. The result was beyond doubt. The Fire Element Universe stage martial warrior was utterly defeated. It was unbelievable. No one had anticipated this outcome. They had originally thought that Wang Teng could barely hold off the Fire Element Universe stage martial warrior's attacks. Who would have expected him to turn the tables and defeat the Fire Element Universe stage martial warrior instead? This couldn't just be described as extraordinary. It was almost defying the heavens. No, it was practically defying the very essence of existence. Ridiculous. The universe stage martial warriors wanted to curse. Their worldviews had been completely overturned. A wave of profound shock swept through the crowd as they stared fixedly at the collapsing phantom of the small world in the void. The younger generation of martial warriors had lost all ability to think. All of them gazed at the crumbling small world, their necks moving mechanically to look at the young figure surrounded by the 3 divine flames. An indescribable emotion surged within them. They felt as though the person before them was no longer their contemporary peer but a monstrous being who had cultivated for countless years. Yet they knew deep down that the person before them was indeed their peer. This stark contrast left them feeling incredibly conflicted, their emotions turbulent and unable to settle. Wang Teng stood in the void, his expression calm and indifferent, his gaze suddenly shifting towards the distant figure of the Haishan royal clan's youth. Is this what you rely on? You, faced with Wang Teng's indifferent gaze, the youth of the Haishan royal clan panicked completely. Unable to maintain composure any longer, all his pride vanished into thin air, replaced by an extreme horror. He could only stutter out 3 U's before involuntarily stepping back. Chapter 2360. Your unyieldingness is only enough to withstand 2 lightning slaps. Molest. 1. The youth of the Haishan royal clan at this moment looked at Wang Teng as if he saw the most terrifying thing in the world. Under normal circumstances, even if the other party's talent was strong, he wouldn't lose his composure like this. But now, with the Fire Element Universe stage martial warrior killed by Wang Teng and his small world still crumbling, everything felt so shocking. Moreover, Wang Teng's holy flame and his display of the origin of light shook him to the core, leaving his heart unable to settle. His expression was no longer one of superiority, but resembled that of a mouse encountering a cat. Last time, I let you escape. You could have stayed hidden, but you dare to come out and bark in front of me again. If I don't teach you a lesson, I won't make sense." Wang Teng expressed his extreme disdain for the youth of the Haishan royal clan. This kid was too arrogant, and he even sent universe stage powerhouses to kill him, which was simply intolerable. If he didn't give the other party a lesson, they would think that he was easy to bully. "What do you want?" The youth of the Haishan royal clan's face changed drastically, his pupils shrinking rapidly as he stepped back quickly. The next moment, Wang Teng had disappeared from his original position, leaving only a dissipating afterimage. "Now you want to run. It's too late." Wang Teng's voice echoed behind the youth of the Haishan royal clan. "How dare you!" The youth from the Haishan royal clan felt his scalp go numb and immediately stopped his retreat, rushing forward instead. His face contorted with displeasure as he shouted, "I dare?" Wang Teng sneered. Boom. A piercing sonic boom suddenly reverberated in the ears of the youth of the Haishan royal clan. He tried to evade, but no matter what, he couldn't shake off the forceful wind attacking him from behind. Bang! Swoop! Boom! A dull thud suddenly echoed, followed by the reverberation of thunderous explosions. The youth of the Haishan royal clan felt a sharp pain at the back of his head. His vision blurred momentarily, and before he could process it all, his body convulsed uncontrollably once again. Even with his physical resilience, the lightning onslaught inflicted excruciating pain upon him, leaving him bewildered and incredulous. What kind of lightning power was this? It was unbelievably strong. Unfortunately, he had no time to contemplate as another jolt of pain shot through his skull. Bang, 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 boom, boom. One heavy thud followed another in rapid succession, leaving him no chance to react. Coupled with the electric shocks from the lightning, his cognitive functions dulled and his reactions slowed. With his head and body both under assault, he was overwhelmed, his whole being writhed in agony, his screams piercing the starry sky. Ah, damn it. His cries reverberated through the void as his head visibly swelled before the onlooker's eyes. How tragic. Silence. When Hengzang Mo, Guizhang Yan, and the others saw this scene from the distance, the muscles on their faces could not help but twitch. A strange sense of relief washed over them. Thankfully, they hadn't challenged this guy. Seeing even the youth of the Haishan royal clan battered so miserably, it was clear that the opponent had no scruples. He didn't even mind about the Haishan royal clan, let alone the 5 burial stars. On second thought, Counselor Wang Teng even killed a universe stage figure. So why would he dread a mere cosmos stage martial warrior? This incident gave them a profound understanding of Wang Teng's character. He was absolutely ruthless and not someone to be trifled with. Not only them, but figures like the young lady of the Azure Sky Island, Jin Yubao of the Golden Peak City, and Shelley of the Longlapa Empire, and the prodigies of various major powers were also filled with disbelief. They never expected Wang Teng to be so brutal. Yes, brutal. In their eyes, Wang Teng was more brutal than anyone they had ever seen. Even figures like Qi Yi and Zuo Gu, prodigies from universe pirate groups, felt that the most savage person they had encountered within the group paled in comparison to Wang Teng. As for them, they were nothing compared to him. Vicious. Zuo Gu looked at the swelling visage and cranium of the youth from the Haishan royal clan and swallowed hard. Thank goodness we didn't provoke him in the 5 Burials' ancestral land. Qi Yi stated with immense relief. He was utterly convinced. That guy was simply not someone he could mess with. It wasn't just about strength, it was about how ruthlessly he acted. This kind of person was not to be trifled with. Not at all. Counselor Wang Teng really doesn't mind about his reputation, Shelley stated, incredulously. The others nodded in agreement. If it were them, they would have maintained their image in front of so many people, but Counselor Wang Teng seemed completely indifferent, caring little about what others thought. Such people were the most terrifying. Nothing could bind him. If they wanted revenge, they would exact it without reservation. As his enemies, they would undoubtedly suffer greatly. The youth from the Black Skull Universe Pirates was an example. On the other side, Duke Yaheng and the others finally regained their senses from the earlier shock. They had been prepared to intervene, but now they could only smile bitterly. How unexpected. They wanted to do him a favor, but it turned out he didn't need their help at all. At this moment, their regard for Wang Teng had reached an unprecedented height. If before they had only seen him as a young prodigy with immense potential, now they had to regard him on equal footing. After all, he had just slain a universe stage figure before their very eyes. Such power demanded their utmost attention. Chapter 2361. Your unyieldingness is only enough to withstand 2 lightning slaps. Molest. 2. They could tell that Wang Teng was able to defeat the fire element universe stage martial warrior mainly because he was dragged into the small world. However, victory is victory, and who could be sure that Wang Teng does not possess other stronger means? To defeat a universe stage martial warrior with cosmos stage strength, regardless of reason or coincidence, demands attention. But at this moment, as these universe stage martial warriors gazed at Wang Teng in the distance, their eyebrows couldn't help but raise slightly. Only at this moment would they feel that Wang Teng was a young man who hadn't done something reckless when they were young. Though what Wang Teng did far surpasses their own folly by many times. Damn it. The universe stage of the Black Skull Universe Pirates wore extremely unpleasant expressions at this moment, even tinged with a hint of fear. This Wang Teng actually dared to treat that esteemed figure in such a manner. He must be tired of living. They wanted to go over and rescue the youth of the Haishan royal clan, but where do you think you're going? Hengzang Chuan and the others flashed their figures, directly blocking their path with a disdainful smirk. Move. The universe stage martial warriors of the Black Skull Universe Pirates frowned and coldly rebuked. You guys stopped us just now. Don't even think about going over now, Hengzang Chuan said calmly. You, the universe stage martial warriors, were furious, but they ultimately restrained themselves. They communicated through voice transmission. You should know who he is. Aren't you afraid of causing big trouble by humiliating him like this? He was beaten by Counselor Wang Teng. What does it have to do with us? Hengzang Chuan adopted an indifferent demeanor. If anything happens to him, you won't escape responsibility either. A fire element universe stage martial warrior said, feeling extremely aggrieved. So what? You've long looked down upon us, and the situation has escalated. What's the use of saying these things? Yizang Bai sneered. You, the universe stage martial warriors, hadn't anticipated that the family heads of the 5 burial stars would be so stubborn and unyielding at this moment. They even seemed prepared to confront the Haishan royal clan head-on, leaving the universe stage martial warriors feeling utterly frustrated and speechless. The current situation bore striking similarities to their previous interception of the opposing party, making it entirely impossible for them to allow passage now. Yizang Bai was right. Since they had already shed all pretense of cordiality, there was no point in saying this now. Hengzang Chuan and the others couldn't help but smirk with satisfaction as they beheld the opposing side's vexed countenances. Somehow, a sense of gratification welled up within them. That Counselor Wang Teng had, in a way, vented their frustrations for them. You will pay for this. The universe stage martial warriors from the Black Skull Universe Pirates warned, their expressions dark and ominous. Unable to do anything else, they could only leave behind such menacing words. Hengzang Chuan and the others' gazes slightly hardened. They still dreaded the threat posed by the Haishan royal clan, even though they had prepared themselves for a confrontation. They couldn't help but feel a bit unsettled deep down. Nevertheless, they had been pushed to this extent, and any further action seemed futile. Upon reflection, they seemed to have inadvertently become intertwined with Wang Teng. Bang, bang, boom, boom! Wang Teng himself lost track of how long he had been beating him. It was only when his hands began to ache that he slowly ceased, exhaling a breath of relief. Phew, that felt good! The youth from the Haishan royal clan swayed, his eyes so swollen he could barely open them. He glared at Wang Teng with resentment seeping through the narrow slits. What are you looking at? Haven't had enough beating yet? Wang Teng chuckled, raising the lightning slap in his hand, ready to continue the onslaught. No. The young man's heart skipped a beat. He wanted to say something, but he was knocked back by Wang Teng's lightning slap. Bang, bang, boom, boom. The chilling sound of impact echoed incessantly through the void, causing discomfort to all who witnessed it, making it unbearable to watch. How tragic. How could this youth from the Black Skull Universe pirates be so stubborn? Despite being beaten to such a state, he still dared to talk back. He was asking for trouble. The onlookers didn't hear the final agonizing scream from the Haishan royal clan youth. Otherwise, they might not have perceived him as so defiant. Wang Teng struck him several dozen times more before slowly halting his actions, inquiring, "Do you have any more requests? Speak up, and I'll do my best to fulfill them." "Stop, please stop." The Haishan royal clan youth's voice was hoarse, barely audible through his swollen lips. The corners of his mouth throbbed with pain, rendering him unable to articulate clearly. "What? Now you want me to stop?" Wang Teng seemed surprised, shaking his head in disappointment. "Weren't you full of bravado? How come you're backing down so quickly? Turns out your bravado could only withstand 2 rounds of my lightning slap." The youth from the Haishan royal clan, everyone, what does only withstand 2 rounds of lightning slap mean? Wasn't 2 rounds enough? His head was almost triple its normal size. And what's with that disappointed expression? He's begging for mercy, and you're not happy about it. Everyone felt utterly speechless. They couldn't help but feel that Wang Teng's heart must be as dark as ink to utter such words. "Sigh, I thought with your pride, you could last a few more rounds. You've truly disappointed me." Wang Teng continued to shake his head. "I've encountered many prodigies in the past. Some could withstand 3 to 4 rounds, even 5. That's real resilience now." Thinking back, "I do miss those times," he added nostalgically, the youth from the Haishan royal clan. Everyone, all of a sudden, everyone became intensely curious about those who could endure 5 rounds of such punishment. What kind of pride and resilience did they possess? It was beyond imagination. "Enough. Since you're unable to continue, I'll spare you this time," Wang Teng declared. A glimmer of hope flickered in the eyes of the Haishan royal clan youth. Finally, was he spared from further beating? It hurt so much. But Wang Teng rubbed his chin, then continued. The heart of the Haishan royal clan youth sank at once. The glimmer of hope extinguished before his eyes. This bastard must be doing it on purpose. He must be toying with him, allowing a glimmer of hope only to crush it. It was outrageous. This jerk wasn't human. "Don't worry, I just want some compensation." Wang Teng surveyed the Haishan royal clan youth from head to toe, mindful of the various means the youth had employed in the 5 burial ancestral grounds, methods that could save his life, ones that couldn't be wasted. "You." The Haishan royal clan youth saw the greedy look in Wang Teng's eyes and a sense of foreboding stirring within him. Damn it, this jerk was going to rob him. He used to do this to others. Now it was happening to him. Fortunes change, and today was his turn. The young man from the Haishan royal clan felt unjust and wanted to vomit blood. Wang Teng's eyes suddenly gleamed as he spotted the ring on the Haishan royal clan youth's hand. With his spatial sensitivity, it was easy for him to discern that the ring was a Space 1, with a rather capacious interior. Without hesitation, he reached out and snatched the space ring from the youth's hand. "Don't touch my things." The Haishan royal clan youth couldn't resist, only struggling futilely in Wang Teng's grasp. His words slurred and it was barely coherent. "Kid, it's not your turn to speak. Is the lesson not enough for you?" Wang Teng said, raising the lightning slap in his hand once more. The Haishan royal clan youth reluctantly closed his mouth, his eyes betraying a mixture of resentment, anger, and a hint of unwillingness utterly complex. In the end, he dared not move. Wang Teng nodded in satisfaction, then slowly scanned the Haishan royal clan youth, sending shivers down his spine. "That's it. Everything's in the space ring. Don't bother searching." "There's nothing left," the Haishan royal clan youth hastily explained. Whether it's there or not, your word doesn't count. Only mine does, Wang Teng sneered, his gaze falling on the youth's waist belt. He wasn't wearing armor at the moment, otherwise Wang Teng wouldn't have captured him so easily. His arrogance led him to believe that relying on the fire element universe stage martial warrior would suffice to deal with Wang Teng, eliminating any danger. The outcome naturally exceeded his expectations, even shaking his resolve, preventing him from immediately donning his armor. Yet even if he had worn it, it would have been futile. Wang Teng had ways to deal with him at this moment. The Haishan royal clan youth saw Wang Teng's gaze and immediately changed his expression. However, a glimmer of hope still lingered in his heart, hoping he hadn't been discovered until Wang Teng reached for his waist belt. Mollusk. The Haishan royal clan youth finally couldn't care less about his face anymore and cried out in a shrill voice. Chapter 2362, Elder Hui won silence. Wang Teng was speechless, with so many beautiful women around. Why would he molest a stinky man? Bang, swoop, boom. He raised the lightning slap, which he hadn't put away yet, and delivered a blow to the Haishan royal clan youth. If you dare to shout again, be careful of my brick, Wang Teng said fiercely. Everyone, ignoring the odd looks from the crowd, Wang Teng kept his gaze fixed on the belt. In his perception, the space contained within the belt was even larger than that of the space ring. This was definitely a treasure. Hand it over to me, Wang Teng exclaimed with excitement, reaching out and yanking the belt from the Haishan royal clan youth. The young man's pants loosened, nearly sliding off. The scene was indeed a bit unsightly. Yizang Xinnuo, Gizang Zhu, and the other girls couldn't bear to look and averted their gaze. Why couldn't this guy be decent? On the other hand, Zuo Gu Chi Yi and others looked quite peculiar. Could it be that Wang Teng had some peculiar fetish? Perhaps they should keep their distance to avoid being targeted. How dare you? Just then, a voice, ancient and icy, reverberated through the starry sky. To others, the voice was like a raging storm, causing their expressions to change drastically. For Wang Teng, however, he felt as if he were at the epicenter of the sound, with thunderous waves crashing through his mind, shaking his spirit and threatening to split his head open. This voice carried a spiritual attack. Damn it. Wang Teng's expression darkened and he shouted inwardly. 9 Treasures Pagoda. Within his mini-universe, a 9-story pagoda radiating brilliant golden light surged forth from the center of the black hole. Boom! Wave after wave of spiritual fluctuation swept out from the 9 Treasures Pagoda. Wang Teng, with his near-peak cosmos stage spiritual power, instantly mobilized all his strength to withstand the onslaught of the voice. Wang Teng's complexion turned pale, and he involuntarily stepped back, but he still held on to the Haishan royal clan youth without releasing him. At that moment, the space above Wang Teng's head suddenly fluctuated, and a terrifying giant palm print emerged, covering an area even larger than a planet, looming over the entire starry sky. As it pressed down toward Wang Teng, the surrounding stars erupted, bursting into fragments. Having just experienced the battle of universe stage martial warriors, the space here was already in chaos, with magma flowing and meteorites drifting everywhere. Now, under the pressure of this giant hand, it turned into complete ruins. With only the 5 burial stars barely holding on under the protection of the protective array, at the same time, 5 figures suddenly appeared on the array, and with a wave of their hands, they blocked the terrifying palm print before Wang Teng could even breathe a sigh of relief. A cold snort echoed from the void, and the giant hand pressed down again, causing continuous explosions. Isn't it shameless to attack a junior? A loud shout resounded. The opponent completely disregarded the protest and continued to press down with the giant hand. Elder Hui, save me, the youth shouted, as if he had seen his savior. He ignored the pain on his face. Wang Teng's expression became extremely solemn. Despite facing a life-threatening crisis at the moment, The pause just now had given him an opportunity to act. Dark Shadow Sword. He disregarded the Haishan royal clan youth's cry, and his spiritual power instantly transformed into a giant hand, reaching into his small universe to summon the Dark Shadow Sword. This giant hand was too terrifying. If he wasn't mistaken, it should be the action of an eternal stage existence. Damn it. Do these strong ones have no shame? A universe stage presence wasn't enough, and now even an eternal stage being had come. They had completely lost all sense of shame. Wang Teng wanted to curse, but he didn't have the luxury of time for hesitation or contemplation. He could only utilize his strongest methods. Hiss, hiss. As Wang Teng's spiritual power swept over, a shadowy serpent appeared atop the Dark Shadow Sword, emitting a hissing sound, appearing lazy and showing no intention of acting. You little thing, if you don't act now, don't expect me to feed you with shadow power in the future, Wang Teng urged anxiously, grinding his teeth. Hiss! The shadow serpent's eyes flickered with intelligence, as if contemplating. Hurry up. There's no time. Wang Teng was extremely impatient, wishing he could grab the shadow serpent and teach it a lesson. Damn it, this snake. Unfortunately, he couldn't do anything about it. This shadow serpent was the soul of a semi-divine artifact. He hadn't fully subdued it yet, so he could only feed it shadow power and provide it with food and lodging free of charge. He had intended to use sincerity and love to move it, but it seemed to have no effect. This shadow serpent was too cunning, always asking for food and drink, but avoiding any real work. Hiss. The shadow serpent hissed again, transmitting a thought. What? You want 10 days' worth of shadow power? Wang Teng immediately understood, his eyes lighting up. He nodded immediately, saying, Okay, whatever you want, just help me through this crisis, and I'll make sure you're well fed. Hiss, hiss. The shadow serpent didn't waste any time and immediately entered the Dark Shadow Sword. It then turned into a streak of light, bursting out of Wang Teng's small universe at a speed even faster than his spiritual power, and in the outside world not even a second had passed. Great, Wang Teng exclaimed in joy, reaching out and grasping the Dark Shadow Sword as it immediately fell into his hands. Chapter 2363, Elder Hui, 2. The Dark Shadow Sword appeared in the starry sky. It seemed to flash with a dazzling light, tearing through the void. Wang Teng's expression froze. Power of time. Boom! In the next moment, the power of time surged out from within him, injected into the Dark Shadow Sword buzz. The Dark Shadow Sword began to tremble violently. The shadow serpent emitted a painful hissing sound. It felt bewildered. This power was causing it actual pain. Don't resist, you can't die, Wang Teng's mind commanded sternly. The reason he had to use the Dark Shadow Sword was that only this semi-god weapon could withstand his power of time and fully unleash that technique. Boom! A rumble emanated from within the Dark Shadow Sword. Shaking the void, terrifying fluctuations emanated from this semi-god weapon. Dimensional rifts appeared around the Dark Shadow Sword. Unable to withstand the power, even within those dimensional rifts, there seemed to be another, more mysterious force quietly spreading. Outsiders might not sense it, but it posed an unimaginable threat within the dimensional rifts. The elder's voice from before sounded again, seeming somewhat surprised. Reverse slash with a furious shout in his mind, Wang Teng didn't hesitate, fiercely slashing the Dark Shadow Sword from bottom to top. In an instant, a terrifying bright white sword light burst out, tearing through the void wherever it passed. Space couldn't bear it, and dimensional rifts appeared. The sword light hit the huge palm print above his head in an instant. There was no immense sound, no terrifying momentum, only silence. The palm print froze instantly in midair, then disintegrated abruptly to the shock of everyone present. Without warning, it just collapsed suddenly. The sword light, compared to the colossal palm print, seemed like a mere wrinkle in the palm, capable of leaving only a small wound. However, at this moment, the colossal palm print collapsed uncontrollably outward from the center of the sword light, wreaking havoc in all directions. The formidable figures from the 5 major families, who had just appeared in the distance, couldn't help but show signs of astonishment. Even the serene and ancient faces of the elders revealed a hint of emotion, as if witnessing something unbelievable. Many onlookers couldn't comprehend the profound nature of the sword light, but they witnessed the collapse of the palm print under Wang Teng's blade. Their faces reflected astonishment. Wang Teng didn't pause for a moment, his expression devoid of joy. With a grave countenance, he immediately activated his space flash technique, darting out of the coverage area of the palm print. The palm print was too immense. Even with the space flash, he couldn't have escaped its range. That was why he had to resort to the Dark Shadow Sword and the time technique, reverse slash, to shatter the terrifying palm print. Fortunately, as he anticipated, although reverse slash was only a heaven stage technique, it was incredibly potent and enigmatic as a time technique. Coupled with the Dark Shadow Sword, a semi-divine weapon, it could barely crush the palm print. As the palm print crumbled, a venerable figure emerged from the void. He was an elderly man, the exact age of whom was indeterminate. His hair was snow-white and his face creased with wrinkles. His frame was hunched, but his eyes were profound, resembling two black holes that could absorb all gazes. His appearance immediately became the focal point of the entire starry sky. All sounds vanished. All eyes turned towards the old man. Everything seemed frozen, as if the entire space were under his control, giving the impression that life and death rested in his hands. Wang Teng's expression turned extremely grim. He too sensed that he was like a puppet in the hands of this elder, as if a mere flick of the elder's fingers could end his life. Even when the formidable figures from the 5 major families appeared, they didn't evoke such a feeling. Wang Teng could feel that they were also at the eternal stage, but the gap between the two sides was staggering. This was an eternal stage ruler. The most terrifying existence among eternal stage experts was only one step away from becoming a God stage expert. The Haishan royal clan sent such a powerhouse. This was beyond belief. Wang Teng had encountered eternal stage rulers before, and he had even seen true gods, but none of them had ever shown malice toward him. Therefore, he had never truly felt the terrifying power they possessed. This was the first time an eternal stage ruler had shown his malice towards him. Wang Teng truly felt how terrifying it was. The disparity was too vast. He had no way to resist an eternal stage ruler. Even Duke Yeheng, Bichunro, Pearson, Sher, and the others held their breaths and looked at the old man in disbelief. The existence of such a powerful figure within the Black Skull Universe pirates was inconceivable. They found it difficult to believe. While the Black Skull Universe pirates were formidable, they had never heard of the existence of such a powerhouse among them. The appearance of this individual had far exceeded their understanding. Something was definitely amiss with this Black Skull Universe pirates. Also, what was that young man shouting just now? Elder Hui. Such a title was impossible for a mere universe pirate group. They evidently had another identity. Elder Hui, are you truly intent on wiping us out? At this moment, the 5 eternal stage figures from the 5 burial stars arrived, confronting the ancient figure with grim expressions. The elderly man paid no attention to the others, nor did he respond to the inquiries of the 5 burial stars' powerhouses. His glance fell directly on Wang Teng, and he asked, "Who are you, little one?" His hand was hidden within his sleeve, but if anyone had noticed, they would have seen his hand trembling slightly, with a wound seeping blood. However, the blood remained controlled on his palm by some unseen force, preventing it from dripping. No matter how the wound was treated, it refused to heal. It appeared incredibly eerie. The expressions of the everlasting stage powerhouses from the 5 major families turned even uglier as the other party completely ignored them. Was this the chasm between the eternal stage Marquis and the eternal stage rulers? "And who are you?" Wang Teng asked in a cold voice. At this point, it wasn't about backing down anymore, even if he retreated. The other party wouldn't give him any chance to live. So he could only hold the Dark Shadow Sword against the neck of the Haishan royal clan youth. In just an instant, he could take the other's life. He didn't believe the other party could remain indifferent. If they truly didn't care, the elder wouldn't have appeared. And who am I? The elder let out a hoarse laugh and said, It has been a long time since someone dared to ask me about my status so directly, especially a mere cosmos stage warrior like you. You're the first in many years, and then, Wang Teng asked indifferently, is living for so long something to be proud of? You have quite the courage, little one, the elder said, squinting at Wang Teng. You're right, I do have quite the courage. Those who praise my courage, you're not the first, and your strength isn't the greatest. Are you threatening me? The elder's eyes flickered slightly as he looked at Wang Teng for a while, then suddenly smiled. The everlasting stage powerhouses from the 5 major families couldn't help but glance sideways. This kid indeed had remarkable courage. However, his status was also quite special, perhaps enough to make Elder Hui wary. The younger generation of martial warriors in the distance had completely lost their voices. There was no chance for them to speak in such a situation, and they didn't dare to speak, fearing they might be slapped to death. They looked at Wang Teng with complex expressions, feeling not only shock, but also an involuntary sense of admiration. Amazing. Faced with such an immensely powerful everlasting stage powerhouse, the other could take his life with just a word, yet he dared to respond so boldly as if he didn't regard the other at all. This kind of courage was beyond ordinary. They couldn't help but feel inferior. Duke Yaheng, Bi Chunro, and the others exchanged a glance, took a deep breath, and could only smile bitterly as they watched the situation unfold. Wang Teng calmly looked at the elder and said, "If that's what you think, then so be it." With that said, complete silence enveloped the surroundings. Chapter 2364, Be Good, Don't Be Afraid, Let Your Elder Save You. 1. Was Wang Teng threatening Elder Hui? Undoubtedly, yes. There was no other way. He was also panicking. Facing an eternal stage ruler, what else could he do but resort to words to threaten? He hoped the other party would be wary of his identity as a member of the Academy Arbitration Association, but others don't see it that way. They were astonished to see Wang Teng daring to threaten an eternal stage entity. His courage was simply beyond comprehension. His audacity was at least 10 times theirs. Ha 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 ha! Elder Hui suddenly burst into laughter as if he found something extremely amusing. He laughed uncontrollably. Many people looked at the eternal stage presence. They didn't hear any mockery in the laughter, as if the elder found something genuinely funny. However, the more genuine it seemed, the more humiliating it felt for the person involved, making their face burn with embarrassment. People couldn't help but turn their heads to Wang Teng, only to find him remarkably calm, simply watching Elder Hui's laughter with a bystander's expression. Silence. Everyone felt a bit speechless. Well, they underestimated this guy's nerve. He didn't feel ashamed at all, but in a way, it was also a testament to his confidence. Without confidence, could one remain so composed? Elder Hui found himself unable to laugh anymore, feeling inexplicably embarrassed. This kid before him was too composed. His calmness made Elder Hui feel like he was putting on a one-man show. As an eternal stage powerhouse, he had long transcended the influence of external factors. However, he had to admit that he was a bit rattled by the young man before him. Why stop laughing? If you don't mind, keep laughing for a while longer. We're all doing our best to accommodate you, Wang Teng said. Elder Hui couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye. His gaze subtly swept around, and indeed he noticed the strange expressions on the faces of those around him. This kid, Elder Hui, suddenly felt the urge to slap Wang Teng to death. As he looked at Wang Teng, his eyes brimmed with killing intent. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed suddenly in Wang Teng's mind, causing his expression to change slightly. This was the aura of an eternal stage ruler, vast, majestic. With just a glance, it rendered people breathless, and their spiritual essence trembled uncontrollably, as if on the verge of collapse. Wang Teng felt a heavy weight in his heart, and he immediately erupted, his unyielding lighting battle-conscious and primordial consciousness. Boom! The thunderous sound erupted, and a sense of indomitability and majesty surged forth. At the same time, there was an ancient and vast aura, as if descending from ancient times, overwhelming the void. These two distinct auras intertwined completely at this moment, fiercely colliding with the aura of the eternal stage powerhouse across from him. A crisp sound echoed in his ears, and Wang Teng felt the restraints that bound him to disappear in an instant. His body regained control, but he staggered backward several steps. Although his aura was not as powerful as the opponent's, it was still an eternal stage aura, coupled with the unique primordial consciousness, barely resisting the opponent's indescribable vast aura, yet the terrifying aura still left him pale-faced and trembling with lingering fear. Huh! Elder Hui uttered a light exclamation. Eternal stage aura. You truly continue to surprise me, little one. The nearby eternal stage powerhouses from the 5 major families couldn't help but look over, their eyes showing a hint of surprise. Though Wang Teng's aura was not enough to contend with Elder Hui's, it was not inferior to theirs and even seemed to surpass them slightly. This young man was indeed extraordinary. At this moment, Wang Teng locked his gaze on Elder Hui. The sword in his hand suddenly moved, slicing the neck of the Haishan royal clan youth. He said, "Don't forget, this kid is still in my hands. You can see if your speed is faster or if my sword is quicker." A large amount of blood gushed from the youth's neck as his major artery was cut. If he weren't a martial warrior, he would have been in dire straits. "Elder Hui, save me." The Haishan royal clan youth cried out in terror. Never before had death felt so close to him. He finally felt fear. The young man realized that Wang Teng was truly a malignant star. He acted without hesitation, and if not for Elder Hui's sudden appearance, he might already be dead. The youth was still alive because he was useful to Wang Teng. He didn't want to die. He was the pride of the Haishan royal clan. He hadn't risen to prominence yet, and his future was bright. How could he die here? Be good. Don't be afraid. Let your family elder save you, Wang Teng said. The Haishan royal clan youth. Everyone, second time. Elder Hui's mouth twitched slightly, his expression emotionless as he said, "This is the second time you've threatened me. Today, I will teach you a lesson. Eternal stage rulers cannot tolerate threats from the weak. Even an eternal stage Marcus is nothing but an ant in my presence. The threat of a cosmos stage martial warrior is laughable to me." As he spoke, he pointed slowly at Wang Teng, almost as if he were an elderly man in his twilight years. However, boom. With this single finger, the surrounding space suddenly and violently fluctuated. The void trembled, and countless cracks emerged. Countless immense powers converged from all directions, manifesting in the void as an enormously colossal finger pointing down at Wang Teng. The fingerprint on it seemed to transform into intricate runes of law, mystical and profound. Chapter 2365. Be good, don't be afraid, let your elder save you. 2. Boom. Wang Teng found himself completely trapped within a spatial blockade, rendering him utterly unable to break free. This was the eternal stage ruler's mastery over space. Wang Teng's current spatial manipulation abilities could only free him from the constraints of a universe stage martial warrior at best. The fire element universe stage martial warrior he encountered earlier was a first-level universe stage martial warrior, but his strength was formidable, surpassing many martial warriors at the 3rd level. His only shortcoming lay in his control over space, which couldn't be achieved through simple means. Understanding and mastering space without talent was extremely difficult. Ordinary warriors needed to invest a considerable amount of time in comprehension and practice to manipulate space. Some resorted to brute force to break through space, or to imprison it, using relatively rudimentary spatial intervention methods. However, Wang Teng was a gifted space warrior, which allowed him to resist the spatial constraints imposed by the fire element universe stage martial warrior. But now, facing an eternal stage powerhouse, particularly the most formidable ruler among them, the gap between Wang Teng and his opponent was insurmountable. Even if he exhausted all his spatial abilities, he couldn't bridge this chasm. At this moment, Wang Teng couldn't move a muscle. His expression was extremely grim. He felt utterly powerless in front of an eternal stage ruler, unable to even twitch a finger. The dark shadow sword in his hand emitted a mournful cry, rendered motionless. "That sword of yours isn't bad. Why don't you give it to me?" Elder Hui had long taken notice of the dark shadow sword, his eyes revealing a rare greed. A semi-divine weapon. He hadn't expected this young man to possess a semi-divine weapon, something even he didn't have, but now it belonged to him. He who possesses the jewel is guilty of its preservation. A semi-divine weapon was not something a Cosmos stage warrior should possess. "You old dog, you dare covet my semi-divine weapon." Wang Teng seethed with anger. Damn it, he hadn't even warmed up his dark shadow sword, yet this old guy was already eyeing it. This was outrageous. "Elder Hui, this is too much." The formidable martial warriors from the 5 major families couldn't pretend that they didn't see anything. They rushed over with rumbling sounds. Boom, boom, rumble. A terrifying surge of energy erupted from within them. Faced with the presence of an eternal stage ruler, they dared not hold back in the slightest. It was already good enough that they were able to save Wang Teng. They had no chance of winning. 5 eternal stage marquises dare to be insolent in front of me. I merely chose to ignore you before. Do you think I wouldn't dare to kill you? Elder Hui snorted coldly. Suddenly his other hand struck towards the 5 eternal stage powerhouses of the 5 major families. Another terrifying palm print reappeared, even more horrifying than the previous one, covering the starry sky, and pressing down on the 5 eternal stage powerhouses of the 5 major families, causing their expressions to change slightly. The 5 powerhouses of the 5 major families no longer paid attention to Wang Teng. Their expressions were extremely solemn as they jointly launched their strongest attacks toward the palm print overhead. Boom. They all displayed the strongest techniques of the 5 major families. The techniques reached the eternal stage and were incredibly powerful, as it was infused with eternal power. Behind them, it seemed as if a divine kingdom emerged, radiating intense light that illuminated the starry sky. Palm prints, fist prints, sword lights, blade radiance at the same time, attacks in 5 different forms crisscrossed the starry sky, bombarding the palm print. Hengzang Mo, Gizang Yan, Yizang Xinwo, and others widened their eyes, filled with astonishment and shock. Even they, the prodigies of the 5 major families, had never seen their eternal stage ancestors attacking. Unfortunately, it was under these circumstances, faced with the terrifying palm print of the eternal stage ruler, even the combined efforts of the 5 eternal stage powerhouses of the 5 major families fell into a disadvantage. Meanwhile, Hengzang Chuan, Yizang Bai, and other universe stage powerhouses of the 5 major families witnessed this scene, their expressions extremely solemn and filled with worry. Their clan's eternal stage powerhouses were ultimately only at the Marquess level, while the opponent was a ruler, otherwise they wouldn't have been so apprehensive from the start. Now forced to engage, they only hoped that their clan's eternal stage Marquess could withstand this attack. Boom. The 5 powerful attacks landed on the palm print, causing a violent explosion that swept across the starry sky with residual force. The 5 eternal stage powerhouses of the 5 major families were forced back, coughing up blood and sustaining considerable injuries. Their concern for Wang Teng was forgotten at that moment. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Teng witnessed the scene with a tinge of regret in his eyes. However, he didn't have the luxury of time to dwell on that matter. The finger overhead descended with a resounding crash, crushing the void. An endless pressure swept over him, causing cracks to appear on Wang Teng's body. Blood streamed out. Wang Teng's eyes were bloodshot. He roared in his heart. Ancient God's body activated. True Dragon Battle Physique activate. 5-element Divine Physique activate. One by one, incredibly powerful physiques were instantly activated by him. The ancient God's physique was activated, and a profound golden pattern appeared at his brow. Blood surged within him, emitting a thunderous roar. A powerful force accompanied the activation, sweeping over Wang Teng's entire body, reaching the 6th realm power. The true Dragon Battle Physique was activated. 3 types of divine flame swept out, then abruptly contracted, condensing into scales of flame on his body. It was a peculiar sight. Under the activation of these physiques, Wang Teng's strength underwent a tremendous leap. Building upon the foundation of the ancient god's physique, he broke through the shackles of the 9th realm power. Then came the activation of the 5-element divine physique. This newly acquired constitution suddenly proved its worth. Within Wang Teng's body, 5 organs emitted divine radiance as forces flowed into them, forming 5 swirling vortexes within the organs. This resulted in unimaginable changes as terrifying power spread throughout his entire flesh. These 5 organs resembled 5 electric motors, continuously generating strange power. Boom! Wang Teng suddenly felt a tremor coursing through his body. He underwent an unimaginable transformation, 10th realm power. For the first time, he shattered the limits of the cosmos stage and reached the 10th realm power. This was incredibly terrifying. Throughout history, very few individuals managed to break through this threshold and achieve true 10th realm power. Yet Wang Teng had accomplished it. If he was facing a 9th-level heaven stage martial warrior right now, he could even contend with them solely through his physical strength. Unfortunately, he was facing an eternal stage existence. Wang Teng sensed his flesh becoming exceptionally robust, the pressure above his head diminishing significantly, and the wounds on his body even healing rapidly. Elder Hui furrowed his brow once again, his eyes revealing surprise. What powerful physical strength! The methods of this young man were truly beyond imagination. First, he had 3 types of divine flames, and there was even a light element divine flame among them. This was an intolerable existence for the Haitian royal clan. Then an extremely rare space talent, something even he had never encountered before. Such talent was truly heaven-defying. If nurtured, he would become an eternal stage ruler in the future, an invincible one that he wouldn't dare confront head-on. Following that was a particularly eerie attack that managed to injure his palm, preventing the wound from healing. He couldn't even discern what kind of technique it was. Furthermore, there was the presence of a semi-divine weapon. This wasn't something a cosmos stage martial warrior should have. Subsequently, there was the eternal stage aura. This young man was clearly a cosmos stage martial warrior. How did he cultivate now? He displayed such formidable physical strength. Each of these aspects was truly unbelievable. He had never seen a genius possessing so many exceedingly rare methods and talents. This was unreal. With such talent and strength, even their Haitian royal clan's prodigy, Haitian Gan, couldn't compare. No, it should be said that in any aspect, Haitian Gan was incomparable. This was deeply unsettling, but he had to admit it was the truth. However, the more extraordinary Wang Teng's talents and abilities were, the stronger his intent to kill him became. This kid must die. He could not be left alive initially. He had considered keeping Wang Teng around as Haishan Gan's opponent, but now he felt compelled to eliminate Wang Teng. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly become a nightmare for the Haishan royal clan. Chapter 2366, Wang Teng's Madness. Elder Hui surrenders. 1. Elder Hui had the thought of killing Wang Teng. Many eternal stage powerhouses failed to instill such trepidation in him. Yet this cosmos stage martial warrior made his heart tremble involuntarily. He couldn't conceal his murderous intent. Boom. Elder Hui pressed down with a single gesture, increasing the pressure in the void. The colossal finger descended even faster, looming directly over Wang Teng's head. Splurt, splurt. The wounds on Wang Teng's body, still in the process of healing, split open once more, blood flowing freely. His flesh, ultimately, could not withstand such a formidable assault. Old dog Wang Teng's jet-black hair billowed in the air as he roared defiantly, refusing to accept his fate. His entire being erupted with force, attempting to shatter the constraints that bound him. Yet he underestimated the significance of the cosmos stage limit. It was a standard gleaned from countless formidable figures throughout history. So many exceptionally gifted individuals had failed to breach this limit, indicating its inviolability as the cosmos stage threshold. Wang Teng had believed that with the empowerment of the five-element divine physique, he could break this boundary, but now he realized it was far from simple. Even with his five-element divine physique, his strength merely reached the pinnacle of the 10th realm power, struggling to breach that threshold. However, move filled with reluctance in the face of death's imminent threat. Wang Teng descended into madness. With a thunderous bellow, various attributes of his constitution surged to their utmost limits. Swoosh! Wang Teng's blood coursed through his veins like mercury, flowing and surging through every fiber of his being. Perhaps it was the looming threat of life and death that unleashed the unprecedented potential of the ancient god's body. Or perhaps it was the amalgamation of various attributes, catalyzing a peculiar and unknown transformation, causing his ancient god's body to metamorphose. Suddenly, radiant golden lines erupted from the center of Wang Teng's brow, casting forth a brilliant column of light that pierced through the void. Boom! The golden column of light seemed to tear through space itself, unveiling a colossal silhouette that materialized from the emptiness. This figure stood tall and imposing, larger than any celestial body, towering in the void like a giant who had split the heavens and the earth. The only regrettable aspect was the figure's extreme indistinctness, rendering its features inscrutable to the onlookers. The crowd gasped in awe, gaping at the spectacle before them. At this moment, Elder Hui could no longer maintain his composed countenance. His pupils constricted as he stared at the enormous silhouette, incredulously uttering two words, Ancient God. As an eternal stage ruler, his knowledge was extensive, allowing him to instantly recognize the true nature of the colossal figure before him. Yet precisely because of this, his inner turmoil deepened. This was the shadow of the long-lost ancient gods race. In the vast cosmos across endless epochs, the ancient gods race was undeniably a profoundly powerful ancient race, yet it vanished into the annals of history, leaving no trace behind. Even the Haishan royal clan had very few records of the ancient gods, and now this lad had managed to summon the shadow of the ancient gods. What manner of physique did he possess? Roar, howl, before Elder Hui could ponder further, the resonant roar of dragons suddenly echoed through the air. The dragon scales covering Wang Teng's body emitted scorching tri-colored flames, swirling around him. Boom! Once more the void trembled, and another colossal shadow emerged, a true dragon. It was a terrifying true dragon shadow that appeared and circled the shadow of the ancient god before coiling around its form. Once again the onlookers were stunned, their mouths agape as if they could fit a sandbag-sized fist inside. A true dragon shadow. Elder Hui's expression shifted rapidly, his mind unable to grasp the incredulity of the situation. One shadow of an ancient god wasn't enough. Now a true dragon shadow had appeared. Was this lad attempting to summon the most powerful ancient races? Undoubtedly, true dragons were also exceedingly powerful ancient beings. Simultaneously, the five-element divine physique within Wang Teng erupted with dazzling radiance, illuminating the surroundings. The energy within his unrefined organs, which had not been completely harnessed, was once again partially refined. Boom! A thunderous roar resonated from within Wang Teng's five organs, resembling five stars, shining brilliantly. Astonishingly, Wang Teng's power surged once again. Above Wang Teng's head, five enormous vortexes suddenly materialized, each displaying a different hue and radiating boundless brilliance as they encircled the shadow of the ancient god. All the warriors of the five major families felt a stirring in their blood at this moment. Five-element divine physique. Several eternal stage martial warriors from the five major families couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. They couldn't contain themselves anymore. Their expressions changed entirely compared to the shock of witnessing the two preceding phenomena. The appearance of these five vortexes intensified their amazement. No one understood better than them that these were unmistakably the five-element divine physique. That was the most formidable talent of the ancestor who established the five major families. Every generation of warriors from their families had exhausted their lifetime's efforts, striving to restore the glory of their ancestor, hoping to see this talent manifest once again. Unfortunately, throughout all these years, no one had succeeded. And now the five-element divine physique unexpectedly appeared in the body of an outsider. It was utterly absurd. The eternal stage experts from the five major families found it difficult to accept this reality. Not to mention them, even Hengzang Chuan, Gizang Feng, Yizang Bai, and the other family heads also reacted. They looked at the five vortexes behind Wang Teng, their hearts filled with complex emotions to the extreme. Chapter 2367, Wang Teng's Madness. Elder Hui surrenders. 2. Hengzang Mo, Gizang Yan, and the other young martial warriors were also shocked. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Five-element divine physique. The five ancestors were talking about the five-element divine physique. Wasn't that the strongest talent of their families? Such a talent actually existed. Previously, they had regarded it as mere legend. It wasn't until they saw the five eternal stage viscera within their ancestral grounds that they began to believe it somewhat. Unfortunately, they never obtained those five eternal stage viscera, and the rumor remained unconfirmed. Now that this scene had appeared, coupled with the evidence of the ancestors, they had no choice but to believe that the five-element divine physique truly existed. Now that Wang Teng was displaying this talent, could he have truly inherited their family's talent from those five immortal organs? This was unbelievable. Hengzang Mo and the others were shocked and envious. This was the most potent talent of their family, yet it was acquired by an outsider. How could they possibly accept this in their hearts? Five-element divine physique. Elder Hui's gaze flickered with disbelief. How is this possible? Even if this lad obtained those five eternal stage viscera, he shouldn't possess this kind of talent. Why does he have this talent? Could it be boom? Just as everyone was engulfed in astonishment, divine light burst forth from Wang Teng's eyes as if he had broken through some kind of shackles 11th realm power. Indeed, at this moment, Wang Teng had astonishingly shattered the confines of the cosmos stage limit, reaching the 11th realm power. This kind of power was terrifying to say the least, and it was something that absolutely couldn't exist among cosmos stage martial warriors. Even Wang Teng's master could never have imagined that he could break through the cosmos stage limit. It was simply impossible, but the impossible had happened. Wang Teng's eyes shimmered with radiant divine light, and he felt his body able to move again. Joy lit up his eyes, and without a second thought, his gaze turned icy. A fierce determination flashed across his eyes as he plunged the dark shadow sword mercilessly into the heart of the young man of the Haishan royal clan. How dare you? Elder Hui had never anticipated such a turn of events. His eyes widened in fury, and he shouted, "Old thing, let's see if I dare to do it." Wang Teng's expression turned ferocious. With the dark shadow sword in hand, he thrust it fiercely without giving the other party a chance to react. Eternal stage rulers were terrifying indeed. Wang Teng had barely found a loophole. If he were to be controlled again, he wouldn't have any chance at all. Splat. The dark shadow sword instantly pierced into the chest of the young man from the Haishan royal clan. A spurt of blood shot out like a crimson blade. Alt? The young man of the Haishan royal clan widened his eyes, emitting a mournful scream, but it abruptly stopped. Like a fish thrown onto the shore, he gasped for breath. He hadn't died yet. Even with his heart pierced, he still clung to life. Such was the power of a cosmos stage martial warrior. Unless their entire body was destroyed, their spiritual form utterly shattered, they wouldn't immediately perish. But with his heart pierced, the young man of the Haishan royal clan was gravely wounded, his life slipping away rapidly. Without timely treatment, death was inevitable. You. Elder Hui's face burned with fury as his gaze bore into Wang Teng. He never imagined he would make such a mistake, allowing this lad to seize an opportunity and grasp Haishan Gan's life. Now, it wouldn't be so easy for him to make a move again. All Wang Teng needed was an instant to completely take Haishan Gan's life. This scene left everyone utterly stunned. Everything had happened so quickly that they could barely process it. Under the constraint of the eternal stage ruler, Wang Teng managed to find a gap and without hesitation plunged his sword into the hostage's heart. Decisive, ruthless. Wang Teng's style of action sent shivers down everyone's spine. If they were in Wang Teng's shoes, even universe stage martial warriors like Duke Yaheng and Bi Chunrao wouldn't dare to say that they could be as decisive and ruthless as Wang Teng. The fact that the young man could provoke the intervention of an eternal stage ruler indicated his significant status. If it were them in that fleeting moment, they might have succumbed to hesitation. But Wang Teng showed no hesitation whatsoever. It was impossible to achieve this without a strong mentality. Old dog, Wang Teng's breath was heavy, and blood vessels appeared in his eyes. He stared coldly at Elder Hui, a smirk playing on his lips. The smirk quickly spread across his face, mocking Elder Hui. "I'm still faster than you," Elder Hui's facial muscles twitched involuntarily, his gaze icy as he stared at Wang Teng, showing no emotion. "Help, help me!" The young man of the Haishan royal clan reached out desperately to Elder Hui, his voice hoarse and weak, pleading for help. He didn't want to die. Elder Hui's gaze flickered slightly, but his expression remained impassive. No one could tell what he was thinking. "Move the finger above my head. It's making me uncomfortable." Wang Teng looked at Elder Hui, gently twirling the dark shadow sword in his hand. Instantly, blood spurted from the chest of the young man. Many people couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their eyes upon witnessing this scene. Zuo Gu, Qi Yi, Guizhang Yan, and the other young prodigies looked at the smile on Wang Teng's face and the actions in his hands. A chill ran up their spines, piercing through their minds. Chapter 2368, Wang Teng's Madness. Elder Hui surrenders. 3. Cruel. This was truly a cruel individual. You, Elder Hui, couldn't help but speak out. In the next moment he knew he had lost to the lad before him. He couldn't bear to see Haishan Gan die. Sure enough, a hint of a smile played at the corner of Wang Teng's mouth. Elder Hui closed his eyes, waved his hand, and dissipated the finger above his head. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, "Release him, and I can guarantee that I won't take action against you again." The eternal stage warriors of the 5 major families looked at Wang Teng with complex expressions. They hadn't expected him to make Elder Hui capitulate. Others also turned their gaze towards Wang Teng. Not enough. Wang Teng sneered coldly. "You attacked me, almost causing my demise, and you think you can just brush it aside as if nothing happened? Living for so many years, you're too naive." People were already numb with shock. Even Elder Hui had relented, yet this guy wasn't satisfied and wanted to negotiate. What kind of person was this? "What do you want?" Elder Hui asked through gritted teeth, suppressing his anger. "First, compensate me for my mental anguish, physical pain, and the depletion of my force." Wang Teng calmly listed a slew of compensation fees. Everyone felt the corners of their lips trembling. Force depletion fee, physical pain fee. How could he even come up with that? 100 chaos coins. Elder Hui still kept his eyes closed, forcing himself not to look at Wang Teng. He was afraid he might lose control and try to kill him. 600 chaos coins. Wang Teng said directly, "You're asking too much." Elder Hui said, "If I say 600, it's 600? You can choose not to pay, but I can also kill him." Wang Teng spoke calmly. "Fine, I'll give it to you." Elder Hui waved his hand and a bag flew towards Wang Teng. "Seniors of the 5 major families, can you help me count the money?" Wang Teng didn't reach out for the bag, but looked at the eternal stage martial warriors from the 5 major families. The few of them were speechless, but they still took the bag and counted it. They threw it to Wang Teng and nodded. "No problem." Wang Teng accepted it and continued. "Secondly, apologize to me and sign a soul contract, promising not to attack me again." "Apologize to you." Elder Hui finally opened his eyes slightly and said, "You want an eternal stage ruler like me to apologize to you, kid? Aren't you going too far?" Others also found the request a bit excessive. How could an eternal stage ruler apologize to a cosmos stage warrior? Wang Teng seemed presumptuous. "My conditions stand. Whether you apologize or not is up to you," Wang Teng said calmly. "Thirdly, I advise you to quit while you're ahead." Elder Hui frowned upon hearing that Wang Teng had a third condition. "Thirdly, you tried to snatch my weapon earlier, which irritated me. Therefore you must compensate me with a weapon of equivalent grade." Wang Teng disregarded him and continued. Elder Hui's facial muscles twitched. This demand was outrageous. That was a semi-divine weapon. If he had it, he wouldn't have thought of snatching this kid's weapon. How was he supposed to compensate him? Others' expressions turned strange. They had heard Elder Hui's words earlier. The unremarkable weapon in Wang Teng's hand turned out to be a semi-divine weapon. Now, Wang Teng wanted Elder Hui to compensate him with a weapon of the same level. Wasn't this asking for too much? Fourthly, Wang Teng continued, "That's enough." Elder Hui's eyes narrowed, unable to contain his anger. "Rest assured, this is the last request. It's simple. You just need to leave the 5 burial stars and sign a treaty in the form of a soul contract, promising not to harm the 5 burial stars again," Wang Teng said calmly. Elder Hui took several deep breaths, feeling thoroughly vexed by Wang Teng's audacity. This lad was shameless, blatantly trying to extort him. Apologizing is impossible. "I don't have a semi-divine weapon either, but I can agree to the rest," Elder Hui said, trying to end the conversation. But he didn't press the matter further. He took a few moments to compose himself before speaking again. "You must apologize, or else my thoughts won't flow smoothly if my thoughts are obstructed and I am unable to." Wang Teng spoke as he turned the dark shadow sword in his hand once again. Blood gushed out of the Haishan royal clan youth's heart again. His eyes widened and his body twitched unconsciously. "It hurts so much. And about that semi-divine weapon, you're an eternal stage ruler, yet you don't even have what I have. How can you be so poor?" Wang Teng said with disdain. "Well, forget it. I won't make it difficult for you. If you don't have it, just give me any eternal level weapon." "You," Elder Hui was too angry to speak. Chapter 2369 Retreat. Crisis resolved, gratitude won. The atmosphere in the starry sky was incredibly eerie. Everyone watched Wang Teng and Elder Hui, their hearts pounding with anxiety for Wang Teng. This guy wasn't afraid of death at all. Apologize, an eternal level weapon. How could he dare to ask Elder Hui for these things? Wasn't he afraid of provoking Elder Hui and ending up in a hopeless situation? Yet Wang Teng stared fearlessly at Elder Hui, a cold smile playing on his lips, the sword in his hands still gently rotating. The man of the Haishan royal clan was on the verge of passing out from pain. Having a sword inserted into his heart, slowly stirring it around, must be an experience no one has ever endured. He harbored extreme hatred and fear towards Wang Teng at this moment. This bastard was too ruthless. All his initial arrogance had vanished now. All he wanted was to survive, and everything depended on Elder Hui. Only the other party could save him. If Elder didn't save him, he would die. So the young man of the Haishan royal clan resorted to a desperate move. He looked at Elder Hui with pitiful eyes, full of pleading and longing. "Elder Hui, you raised me up." If he could, he would have spoken up, but the excruciating pain in his heart prevented him from uttering a single word. Elder Hui's gaze softened, sighing helplessly. Haishan Gan was the prodigy they had pinned high hopes on. He couldn't just watch him die. In the next moment, he stopped, hesitating, waved his hand, and produced an eternal stage sword, tossing it to Wang Teng. "This sword is an eternal level weapon. Consider it compensation." It's also Elder Hui's voice, weathered and aged, paused for a moment before continuing. "My apology to you." In the starry sky, silence fell like a heavy blanket. Everyone stood frozen in disbelief. Elder Hui had actually apologized. A sense of absurdity welled up in everyone's hearts as they looked at Wang Teng and then at Elder Hui, Qi Yi, Zuogu, and the other young martial geniuses admired Wang Teng to the utmost. To make an eternal stage ruler like Elder Hui bow his head in apology was perhaps an unprecedented event in the universe. Facing the gaze of the crowd, Elder Hui felt he had lost all dignity. He could not bear to remain any longer and coldly declared, "You can release him now." "Fair enough," Wang Teng said, seeing Elder Hui's demeanor, understanding that further coercion would likely backfire. "Let's sign 2 spiritual contracts, and I'll release him immediately." "I don't have a spiritual contract with me. You guys go prepare it," Elder Hui said. Wang Teng also didn't possess any spiritual contracts capable of binding an eternal stage ruler. With his current knowledge of runes and mastery of the laws, he could create one himself. However, the materials required for crafting a spiritual contract were unique, and he couldn't produce one of the caliber necessary to bind an eternal stage ruler, so he looked to the several ancestors of the 5 major families. This was the territory of the 5 major families, so obtaining 2 spiritual contracts shouldn't be difficult. "We have 2 spiritual contracts here." One of the ancestors of the 5 major families immediately spoke up. Following Wang Teng's earlier request, one of the spiritual contracts was specifically for the 5 burial stars. They were grateful to Wang Teng and had no intention of being stingy with 2 spiritual contracts. With a wave of his hand, the ancestor sent 2 scrolls flying, hovering in front of Wang Teng and Elder Hui. "Please proceed," Wang Teng gestured. Elder Hui was in no mood to argue with Wang Teng anymore. He opened one of the scrolls and began inscribing upon it with his spiritual power. The 2 contracts quickly took shape, and then he imprinted his soul mark before passing it forward. After a quick inspection to ensure everything was in order, Wang Teng also left his soul mark. At their level, soul marks were more reliable than names. Once a spiritual contract was signed, there was no turning back, even for an immortal level venerable. Wang Teng looked at the youth he held, a faint smile on his lips. "Welcome to come trouble me again next time." Splat. Before the words had fully left his mouth, he drew out the dark shadow sword, and a stream of blood shot out. "Ah." The young man from the Haishan royal clan screamed again, writhing in pain, barely clinging to life, nearly at his last breath, weakened to the extreme. Elder Hui's facial muscles twitched. "Why scream? You can't even endure a little pain." "What a sorry sight," Wang Teng said, tossing the Haishan royal clan youth to Elder Hui with extreme disdain. Everyone. Wang Teng was too harsh, stabbing someone like that, and then taunting him. Elder Hui took the Haishan royal clan youth, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. He immediately administered a pill to him. The wound on the youth's chest quickly healed, but a wave of exhaustion hit him, and he finally passed out in bliss. "Huh." Wang Teng sniffed, surprised. "Supreme grade, Grandmaster level pill. You're really generous. Is this fellow your grandson? Oh dear, should I have asked for more compensation?" "Humph." Elder Hui snorted coldly, his gaze fixed firmly on Wang Teng, itching to tear him limb from limb and rip him to shreds. "Don't get too impulsive. We just signed a spiritual contract," Wang Teng said with a feigned look of fear, taking a few steps back and waving the spiritual contract in his hand hastily. "Kid, although I can't lay a finger on you anymore, there are ways to deal with you. This matter isn't over. Take care of yourself," Elder Hui said calmly, completely composed at this moment. Chapter 20370, Retreat. Crisis Resolved, Gratitude. 2. If he could, he really wanted to kill Wang Teng here. However, he had no choice but to give up. He could only leave a sentence and prepare to leave. "If need be, I fear no one among peers." "Come at me and I'll deal with you one by one," Wang Teng asserted, with extreme confidence, his tone casual. "As for certain old fogies who rely on their seniority to bully the young, the 7 stellar academies are not to be trifled with. Our president and those true God stage beings won't stand by and watch us, the students, being bullied outside." Elder Hui's eye twitched. He could naturally discern that the reference to old fogies who rely on seniority to bully the young was directed at him. This kid had nerves of steel. Even he, an eternal stage ruler, couldn't escape the scathing rebuke. He had never encountered someone like this before, and now he found himself facing such a person, one he couldn't handle. Moreover, the mention of the president of the stellar academies and the true god stage beings did make him wary. Such beings were beyond his league even as an eternal stage ruler. Kid, do you think a cosmos stage martial warrior like you can make a god stage martial artist take action? However, Elder Hui wasn't one to back down either, a sneer curling his lips as he thought Wang Teng was bluffing. With my talent and potential, do you think it's impossible? Wang Teng smiled faintly. It was a statement brimming with self-assurance, but Wang Teng had every right to say so. And it was true. The president and others held him in high regard. If they knew an eternal stage ruler had attacked him, they wouldn't let it slide. Elder Hui gave Wang Teng a suspicious glance, but in the end he said nothing, dissolving into the starry sky with the youth from the Haishun royal clan. Kid, the Haishun royal clan isn't so easy to offend. Even the stellar academies might not be able to protect you. Elder Hui's voice, aged and solemn, whispered into Wang Teng's ears from the void, indicating he wasn't going to let Wang Teng off so easily. Today's events were a lifelong humiliation for Elder Hui, as an eternal stage ruler being threatened by a cosmos stage warrior and having to yield. How could he tolerate it? Wang Teng's existence had become a stain in his life. This stain had to be wiped out. Wang Teng's heart tightened slightly. Elder Hui wasn't easily intimidated, even after Wang Teng brought up the president of the stellar academies and the true god stage beings. His resolve for retaliation remained firm, leaving Wang Teng feeling helpless. It seemed he would have to be even more cautious in the future. What a mess this was! He had never imagined invoking the ire of such formidable beings. Why did powerful individuals always seem to have a bone to pick with him? What have I done wrong? Can't I change? Wang Teng sighed inwardly. Roundball, as Elder Hui departed, the universe stage figures from the Black Skull Universe pirates dared not linger and immediately retreated into their spacecraft. Before long, the vessels of the Black Skull Universe pirates altered course and vanished into the depths of space, disappearing beyond the starry sky of the 5 burial stars. A conflict potent enough to devastate the 5 burial stars concluded in a remarkably unconventional manner. Bye. A collective sigh of relief escaped the onlookers, especially the warriors of the 5 major families. Their faces reflected the relief of surviving a catastrophe. Faced with the invasion of the Black Skull Universe pirates, even the 5 burial stars faced the threat of being overthrown. Moreover, behind the Black Skull Universe pirates loomed the immensely powerful Haishun royal clan. Even an eternal stage ruler emerged. If not for Wang Teng, the 5 eternal stage marquises from the 5 major families would have been utterly incapable of withstanding them. The devastation was averted in an instant. The onlookers couldn't help but gaze at the black-haired youth in the sky, who hadn't even bowed to an eternal stage ruler being. They were awed by his indomitable spirit. The massive and mystical shadow loomed behind him, with 5 swirling vortexes emanating brilliance. He appeared even more extraordinary and towering despite his body being covered in scars and soaked in blood. His extraordinary aura couldn't be concealed, radiating a formidable presence. What a remarkable prodigy he was. The universe stage figures present, including the eternal stage beings of the 5 major families, had never seen such a monstrous and heaven-defying martial warrior before. The black-haired youth before them truly left them astounded. At this moment, the eternal stage beings of the 5 major families exchanged glances, unable to suppress their relief. Then they turned to Wang Teng and spoke. Wang Teng, we owe our survival in this calamity to your assistance. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to you. With that, these eternal stage beings actually offered a solemn gesture of thanks to Wang Teng. The universe stage figures of various forces in the distance witnessed this scene, their faces displaying expressions of astonishment. The fact that the eternal stage beings of the 5 major families personally expressed gratitude to Wang Teng was indeed a considerable show of respect. However, upon reflection, they understood. If their respective forces were faced with such a catastrophic disaster and someone could save them, The eternal stage beings of their respective forces would likely also come forward to express gratitude. Compared to annihilation, such face-saving gestures were insignificant. Wang Teng snapped out of his reverie, and the shadow behind him slowly dissipated. Shaking his head, he said, "Seniors, there's no need for such formality. It was a matter of self-preservation for me, and if it weren't for me, they probably wouldn't have targeted the 5 burial stars. The reason he added the final condition, not allowing anyone from the Haishan royal clan to trouble the 5 burial stars, was to win the gratitude of the 5 burial clan. The 5 major families had proven to be of great use to him. If the 5 major families could fully align with him, some of his plans could be implemented ahead of schedule. Moreover, whether he added this condition or not, Elder Hui would have agreed to it. He just needed to say the word. Young friend, there's no need for more words. They came for our 5 burial stars from the beginning. We are well aware of your kindness, and you have obtained the 5 burial token, making you an honored guest of our families. There's no need for further polite words and eternal stage being said. Wang Teng felt satisfied. His efforts had not been in vain. The 5 major families were quite sensible. Hengzang Chuan, Yizang Bai, and the others flew over from a distance. Upon hearing the words of the senior ancestors, they looked at Wang Teng with complex expressions. Han Hengzang Chuan instinctively began, but immediately realized his mistake and corrected himself. Wang Teng, is it all right if we call you that? Cough, of course, there's no problem. Wang Teng is my real name. I entered the 5 burial stars under the identity of Han Zu out of necessity. I hope the family heads won't mind. Wang Teng cleared his throat and said, "You have obtained the 5 burial token and helped us through this difficult time. How could we blame you?" Hengzang Chuan and others smiled bitterly and shook their heads. At this point, further investigation into these matters was meaningless. After all, Wang Teng had concealed his identity, mainly due to the discord between them and the Academy Arbitration Association. Wang Teng's entry into the 5 burial stars under the identity of Han Zu was understandable. Moreover, the way he obtained the 5 burial token was entirely reasonable, leaving them no room for objection. "That's great," Wang Teng said with a smile. He also breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that these family heads would not accept his identity, which would have been troublesome. In fact, it was also thanks to the Haishan royal clan. If they hadn't appeared, he probably wouldn't have been able to make the 5 major families accept his identity so easily, even though they experienced a life-threatening crisis in the process. But misfortune and blessings often come hand in hand, and who can say it's all bad, young friend? Let's not talk about anything else for now. You seem to have suffered some serious injuries. Why don't you come back to the 5 burial stars with us to rest? Yizang Bai suggested. That's a good idea. Wang Teng nodded without hesitation or refusal. Chapter 2371, How Can People Who Have Seen a True Dragon Be Willing to Stay Beside a Serpent? 1. After a round of battles, Wang Teng was already exhausted, the opponents he faced far beyond his own realm. Having forcibly unleashed various physical abilities earlier undoubtedly depleted a significant amount of his physical and spiritual strength. Coupled with the pressure from Elder Hui, his body was cracking, many wounds were left unhealed. Even with his constitution, he needed a good rest. At this moment, Gizang Yan, Yizang Jinuo, and the others flew over. Brother Han, Brother Wang Teng. Yizang Jinuo looked at the somewhat unfamiliar face before her, seemingly searching for a hint of familiarity belonging to Han Zu. Upon close observation, she surprisingly found a trace of Han Zu's shadow on Wang Teng's face. Previously, when the two stood together, she had not noticed any anomalies. But now, knowing the relationship between Wang Teng and Han Zu, she inexplicably felt that there were still many similarities between the two. The eyes, nose, mouth, and so on, although all adjusted, still had some details that overlapped with the present Wang Teng, indicating that Han Zu's appearance was merely a modification based on Wang Teng's appearance. No wonder he was so handsome. Counselor Wang Teng was ridiculously handsome, even more so than Han Zu. With such thoughts, Yizang Shinnuo suddenly felt that the matter of Wang Teng being Hanju wasn't so difficult to accept after all. Miss Shinnuo Wang Teng nodded. He suddenly felt a bit awkward, looking at her gaze, feeling as if he were a scumbag deceiving someone's feelings, even though he hadn't done anything. Well, yes, he hadn't deceived anyone's feelings, just normal interaction, nothing deceitful. Wang Teng immediately dismissed his thoughts, finding 10,000 reasons in his heart. He wasn't a scumbag. The strange atmosphere between Yizang Jinuo and Wang Teng caught the attention of the family heads and the ancestors of the 5 major families. Especially their expressions, it seemed. They seemed to have discovered something astonishing. Everyone present was astute, able to discern that Yizang Jinuo's expression seemed slightly off. At that moment, they pondered many things, then exchanged glances one by one, their faces revealing profound smiles. Wang Teng had inherited the 5 major families' most powerful talent, and they were unsure how to handle it. But now, seeing the two's demeanor, they suddenly understood. They had a solution. Yizang Shinnuo and Wang Teng didn't notice the strange behavior of these old-timers on the side. Gizang Yan, Hengzang Mo, and others watched Wang Teng with equally complex gazes, yet they didn't detect anything unusual about their ancestors' expressions. Let's go. Let's head back first. One of the 5 major families' eternal stage ancestors suddenly chuckled, speaking up. Without any doubt, everyone immediately flew towards the 5th burial star. Wang Teng's gaze swept across the starry sky, gathering all the attribute bubbles without rushing to sort them out, preparing to return first before anything else. Many martial warriors in the starry sky followed suit, heading towards the 5 burial stars since the Black Skull Universe pirates had departed, and they saw no need to leave in haste. Many of these martial warriors were natives of the 5 burial stars, deeply rooted there and not easily moved. Some were already prepared to leave this place for good. After this incident, many believed the 5 burial stars was no longer safe. However, they needed time to handle family affairs, and leaving the 5 burial stars wasn't so simple. Everyone had different thoughts. Although the crisis on the 5 burial stars had been resolved, everyone's hearts were fluctuating. Their morale and prestige suffered a huge blow. The heads of the 5 major families and eternal stage ancestors naturally understood this point. Their expressions grew somewhat heavy, but they didn't say much. If someone wanted to leave, they wouldn't stop them, because they couldn't stop them anyway. Forcing these individuals to stay would only tarnish the reputation of the 5 burial stars, discouraging other factions from settling there in the future. Though the crisis had been resolved, restoring the former prosperity wouldn't be easy. The 5 burial stars were about to face its greatest difficulty in history. Hence, the 5 burial stars' people harbored extreme resentment towards the Black Skull Universe pirates. If not for the existence of the Black Skull Universe pirates, they would have pursued them relentlessly. If not for the Haishan royal clan, they would have fought the Black Skull Universe pirates to the death. Returning to the 5 burial stars, the eternal stage figures of the 5 major families learned that Wang Teng had previously resided in Yizang Jinuo's estate. Consequently, they did not arrange alternative accommodations for him and allowed him to continue staying there. This situation only deepened Wang Teng's embarrassment. He truly didn't know how to face Yizang Jinuo and the others. Now, Wang Teng, you are the benefactor of my 5 burial stars. Let bygones be bygones. There's no need to dwell on the past. Yizang Jinuo seemed to understand Wang Teng's thoughts. She led the way and spoke calmly without turning back. Beside her, Shozang Taiyun's eyes flickered. A woman's intuition told her that something was amiss between these two. Initially, both she and Yizang Jinuo were interested in Hanzu. However, some things happened later on, so she misunderstood Wang Teng. Their relationship wasn't as good as Yizang Jinuo's. Despite attempts to mend the situation later on, it hadn't made much of a difference. A sense of distance had already formed. Now, witnessing Wang Teng's display of immense power and talent, she couldn't help but marvel and feel a tinge of regret. If she had maintained a good relationship with him, perhaps they could have gotten closer now. Chapter 2372. How can people who have seen a true dragon be willing to stay beside a serpent? 2. The talent displayed by Wang Teng was exceedingly rare. If she didn't seize the opportunity today, she doubted she would ever encounter such a genius again. As prodigies of the 5 major families, both she and Yizang Jinnuo held themselves to high standards, rarely finding young talents worthy of their attention. Now that one had appeared, she couldn't bear to let him slip away. Moreover, the image of Wang Teng defeating a universe stage powerhouse and confronting an eternal stage ruler left a profound impression on her. She found it hard to forget this man. Once one has seen a true dragon, how could they willingly consort with a serpent? In that instant, Shozang Kaiyun's mind raced with various thoughts, unable to contain herself. She smiled and spoke. What Xinwo said is true. You needn't worry. We are not unreasonable people. The past is the past. Wang Teng was somewhat surprised by their response, but shook his head inwardly. He found himself less composed than the 2 women, which amused him. He smiled and said, "Since both of you say so, if I continue to dwell on this matter, I'll appear petty." "That's settled, then." Yizang Jinnuo smiled softly. Before long, the 3 returned to Yizang Jinnuo's estate. "Wang Teng, if you need anything, don't hesitate to contact us." "We'll get it for you," Yizang Jinnuo said solemnly. She observed the scars and blood stains on Wang Teng's body with concern. Those wounds were severe. They didn't know how Wang Teng managed to withstand the attacks of the universe stage and eternal stage rulers. "All right, I won't hesitate if I need anything." Wang Teng nodded, returning to the room he had occupied before, preparing to seclude himself. Watching Wang Teng's departing figure, Yizang Jinnuo suddenly felt a pang of pity. Facing such formidable adversaries, he must have been struggling all along. Only now was he showing signs of fatigue. "Stop looking. The door is closed." Shuzang Kaiyun suddenly waved her hand in front of her and said with a smile. Yizang Jinnuo averted her gaze, her expression returning to neutrality. She asked, "Aren't you going home, Sister Kaiyun?" "All right, you actually want to chase me away. Do you want to be alone with him?" Shuzang Kaiyun glared and said teasingly, "That's right." Yizang Jinnuo nodded. Shuzang Kaiyun was momentarily stunned. Looking at her incredulously, did she just admit to that? Was she being that straightforward? Was she not planning to hide anymore? Suddenly, Shuzang Kaiyun narrowed her eyes. Yizang Jinnuo met her gaze without backing down. The 2 stood at Wang Teng's door, crackling with silent tension, their gazes seemingly capable of sparking off an invisible duel. Inside the room, Wang Teng, weary but resolute, swept his spiritual power outward. Sensing the situation outside the door, he frowned, his expression turning somewhat peculiar. "What are those 2 women up to?" Fortunately, they departed soon. Wang Teng shook his head silently, lamenting the complexities of women, and ceased to pay attention. He used his spiritual power to create a protective barrier enveloping the entire room, preventing any disturbance. He was too exhausted to think about anything else. He needed to take some pills first. He retrieved a jade bottle from his space ring containing Grandmaster-level healing pills and poured them all into his mouth. Though not as potent as the supreme-rank Grandmaster-level healing pills Elder Hui gave to the Haishan royal clan, Wang Teng had them in abundance. If anyone saw him ingesting so many pills, they'd probably scold him for being extravagant. Did he think Grandmaster-level pills were candies? In an instant, over a dozen Grandmaster-level pills transformed into warm currents coursing through Wang Teng's body. He closed his eyes, rapidly absorbing and assimilating the medicinal properties of the pills to repair his bodily injuries. Half of his physical injuries stemmed from Elder Hui's oppression, while the other half resulted from his own eruption of power. Breaking through to the limit of the cosmos stage wasn't easy and inevitably caused damage to his body. This was a strategy that would leave both parties severely wounded. While Wang Teng's physique was already incredibly robust, the kind of power he unleashed exceeded the limits his body could bear, resulting in injuries. If it were an ordinary warrior's body, using such power would likely cause it to burst open on the spot, unleashing a rain of blood. Just the thought of such a scene made Wang Teng shudder, involuntarily filled with lingering fear. At this moment, feeling the injuries within his body, Wang Teng realized the extent of the damage that power had inflicted upon his physical form. Almost every inch of his muscles, meridians, membranes, and even his bones had been torn apart. There were even fine cracks appearing in his bones. Fortunately, Wang Teng possessed the Dark Talent's Black Bone talent, which endowed his bones with much greater strength than an ordinary person's. Coupled with the modifications and enhancements from the ancient god's body, his bones had not completely shattered. As the medicinal properties of the pills circulated through his body, the injuries within Wang Teng began to slowly heal. Even the cracks on his bones were gradually closing. The scars on his body were the simplest matter and were completely healed in the blink of an eye, leaving no trace of scars. 3 days passed quickly, and Wang Teng slowly opened his eyes, a gleam of light flickering within them. Sigh! He let out a faint sigh. I never expected my bones to almost shatter this time. The power of an eternal stage ruler is truly terrifying. After sighing, Wang Teng rubbed his chin and muttered to himself, "But it seems like the level of my black bone talent is a bit too low." His black bone talent had only reached the level of king bone, corresponding to a planetary stage martial warrior, without the effect of the ancient god's body. The king bone black bone would be of little use. I'll have to find a few dark apparitions of the spiritual bone race to fleece some wool from when I have the chance. Wang Teng's gaze flickered as he made a decision in his heart. However, these were minor issues. The real problem lay in the consumption of his origin of soul and origin of life. To resist Elder Hui's palm strike, Wang Teng utilized the reverse slash, a combat technique that required the manipulation of the power of time. Naturally, it would consume his origin of soul and origin of life, and the consumption was significant. Wang Teng immediately looked at his attributes board. Origin of life, 11-15,000, 15,000, origin of soul, 11-18,000, 15,000. Fick, Wang Teng cursed. His heart was bleeding. Previously, to confront the eternal stage origin beast within the 5 burials' ancestral land, he had already expended a considerable amount of his origin of soul and origin of life, leaving him with just over 130,000 points left. Upon closer calculation, his origin of life depleted by 17,000 points, while his origin of soul suffered an even greater loss, dwindling by a full 20,000 points. No wonder, even after consuming over a dozen healing pills, he still felt so drained. With such significant consumption of his origin of soul and origin of life, how could he not feel depleted? His complexion was pale at this moment, far from recovered, appearing as if his body had been hollowed out. Sigh, Wang Teng sighed. When will I be able to recover from this? Anyway, let's see what gains I've made this time. Hopefully, it'll bring me some comfort. Shaking his head, he immediately turned his attention to his gains. The attribute bubbles stored within his inner cosmos hadn't been absorbed yet. Rubbing his hands together, he hoped to boost his luck a little, especially since he had slain a universe stage martial warrior this time. There might be some significant gains waiting to be unearthed. Origin of life 25,000, origin of soul 29,000, cosmos realm spirit 45,000, constellation, fire force 5,000, world power 7,000. As each attribute bubble merged into Wang Teng's body, he felt a sudden surge of energy that sent shivers down his spine. Goodness! Wang Teng exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes lighting up with ecstatic joy. He hadn't even had a chance to look at the bubbles behind, but just the ones in front had already left him immersed in wonder. Only moments ago he was lamenting the depletion of his origin of life and origin of soul. Yet, miraculously, they appeared before him. Now, at that moment, 2 peculiar energies emerged abruptly within Wang Teng's body. After circulating once, they merged respectively into his physical and spiritual forms. Ah! Under the nurturing influence of these two peculiar energies, Wang Teng felt his body and soul trembling, nearly unable to suppress a moan. Amazing. Both his body and soul seemed to be undergoing a baptism and ascension. Wang Teng's complexion visibly regained a healthy flush, as if rejuvenated by the energies, Chapter 2373. Terrifying improvement, world power, heavenly finger. 1. Origin of life. 14,000, 15,000, origin of soul. 1470,000, 15,000. The baptism and ascension within his body quickly concluded, and Wang Teng let out a long sigh of relief, feeling a profound sense of contentment wash over his entire being. It was as if every cell in his body was rejoicing. This sensation was simply exhilarating. Afterward, he glanced at his attributes board and couldn't help but feel even more elated. Origin of life and origin of soul both improved greatly. Among them, the origin of life was still 10,000 points away from full recovery, and the origin of soul was only 3,000 points away. The slight gap was something Wang Teng could tolerate. Strange, I've killed universe stage existences before, but I've never seen them release origin of life or origin of soul attribute bubbles. Not only did they appear this time, but they also burst out in such abundance. Amidst his joy, Wang Teng found himself puzzled, unable to understand what was happening. Is there some difference? He furrowed his brows, his mind continuously comparing the details of this kill with his previous experiences. In the next moment, he suddenly paused. Small world, a flash of insight illuminated Wang Teng's eyes as if he had realized something. The only difference was that this time he had detonated the Fire Element Universe Stage Martial Warrior's small world. From the inside out, 3 kinds of divine flames erupted within the Fire Element Universe Stage Martial Warrior's small world. What did it resemble? Refinement. Without a doubt, it resembled a process of refinement. Thinking back now, that Fire Element Universe Stage Martial Warrior was truly foolish to think Wang Teng, being a Cosmos Stage Martial Warrior, could be trapped within his small world. It was pure folly. As a result, Wang Teng unleashed the 3 divine flames, effectively incinerating and refining the adversary's small world. A universe stage martial warrior's small world was the most crucial aspect of a universe stage's existence. The universe stage martial warrior's soul and even life were intricately connected to their small world. Wang Teng's refinement of the opponent's small world was tantamount to refining the adversary's origin of life and origin of soul. In that instant, Wang Teng felt as though he had found the reason. Everything suddenly made perfect sense. There were no flaws whatsoever. The origin of life and origin of soul dropped by a universe stage martial warrior were undoubtedly terrifying, which was why he provided Wang Teng with so many attribute points, compensating for his deficit. He had to admit that the Fire Element Universe Stage Martial Warrior was a good person. It was a worthy death. Without him, Wang Teng's rapid recovery of origin of life and origin of soul would have been impossible. Just moments ago, Wang Teng was troubled by this matter. Wang Teng suddenly rubbed his chin, feeling as though he had stumbled upon a breakthrough. Next time, if he encountered another universe stage martial warrior, could he provoke them first, so that they could lead him into their small world? In doing so, he could use the divine flames to refine the adversary's small world, ultimately obtaining their origin of life and origin of soul. Wasn't this how he should reap benefits? Damn, this plan was both rough and perfect. Wang Teng couldn't help but pat himself on the back mentally. However, he reconsidered and realized it might be best to avoid encountering universe stage enemies again. Dealing with a first-level universe stage martial warrior already pushed him to his limits. If it were a higher-level universe stage martial warrior, it would be even more difficult to handle. As for the high-tier Devil Emperor he encountered previously, as well as the Tree of Radiance on the Light Velvet planet, they posed significant constraints and were only resolved by him through sheer luck. There was too much reliance on chance and little reference value in those encounters. To be honest, the Fire Element Universe Stage martial warrior he independently slain was the only true universe stage existence he had faced. Wang Teng shook his head and decided to put the matter aside, returning his attention to the attribute bubbles. After the origin of soul and origin of life attributes, there came the spirit attribute. This wave of spirit attributes brought Wang Teng a substantial gain. The fire element universe stage martial warrior alone gave Wang Teng 45,000 attribute points. Immediately, Wang Teng felt his head swell, a sense of fullness enveloping him. His spiritual power surged instantly, already close to the peak of the cosmos stage. With the influx of these 45,000 attribute points, his spiritual power immediately reached its peak. Peak of the cosmos stage. Wang Teng finally reached it again. Spirit. 3,300,000. Cosmos realm. A refreshing sensation washed over his mind, clearing his thoughts. Everything seemed to be within his control. This sensation was extraordinary. Strands of mental energy spread out, interweaving in the air like a vast and intricate web, enveloping everything within it. Therefore, Wang Teng could perceive the outside world with great clarity. Wang Teng was overjoyed when he reached the peak of the cosmos stage once more. Not long ago, his master had helped him reach this limit, and now he had achieved it again. It was truly a cause for celebration. With Wang Teng's current spiritual power, he could defeat even a peak heaven stage martial warrior. Right? My 9 treasures pagoda. Wang Teng's eyes lit up as he remembered the 9 treasures pagoda, which had been of great help this time. If it weren't for the 9 treasures pagoda, suppressing the inner cosmos, he wouldn't have been able to withstand the spiritual impact of the eternal stage ruler. He would have collapsed on the spot, and the opponent might have saved their subsequent actions. With a thought, a golden small tower emerged from his inner cosmos, passing through his brow and shrinking from the size of his finger to the size of his palm, floating in the palm of his hand. Chapter 2374. Terrifying Improvement. World Power, Heavenly Finger. 2. Indeed, it's cracked. Wang Teng furrowed his brow, sighing inwardly. Withstanding the spiritual assault from Elder Hui's group had already pushed him to his limit. The 9 treasures pagoda had nearly shattered. Fortunately, with the enhancement of the eternal stage aura, it barely held up. It seems I need to refine the 9 treasures pagoda again, Wang Teng murmured to himself. Now that his spiritual power had reached the peak of the cosmos stage, it was time to refine it once more. He possessed the Buddha's Sutra, which could be cultivated to the universe stage. Although he was only at the cosmos stage now, he could continue to use it. However, once he reached the universe stage, he would need to find the remaining layers of the Buddha's Sutra to continue cultivation. Thinking of this, Wang Teng couldn't help but shake his head. The Buddha's Sutra was too mysterious. Many eternal stage divine spirit masters might not even find it. He had only obtained the first 3 layers of the Buddha's Sutra by chance. Thanks to the inheritance memories of the Devour Nihility beast, finding the rest of the Buddha's Sutra would be extremely difficult. Enough. Let's cross that bridge when we come to it. Wang Teng shook his head, putting aside further thoughts. He prepared to finish inventorying the attribute bubbles before starting to reforge the 9 treasures pagoda. Next was the constellation fire force, which needed no explanation. Wang Teng's constellation fire force had long reached the peak of the cosmos stage. Following that was the attribute of world power, which surprised him greatly. World power. Wang Teng couldn't help but stroke his chin. This seemed to be the first time he had obtained it, and he didn't know what use it held. As the attribute bubbles merged into his body, a strange power appeared within him and then entered his inner cosmos. Boom! Wang Teng's inner cosmos trembled slightly as if undergoing a subtle change, as if a hint of vitality had been added. This feeling was extremely peculiar. There was no presence of life within Wang Teng's inner cosmos, yet he felt a hint of it. It was extremely obscure, hidden in every corner of the inner cosmos within his body. The thread of vitality within his inner cosmos wasn't enough to give birth to life, to truly become a small world. However, it bestowed upon his inner cosmos a hint of the extraordinary, something that other cosmos stage martial warriors didn't possess. Wang Teng's eyes sparkled with insight. Suddenly he waved his hand, and a strange, invisible force instantly spread out, wrapping around his arm. Is this the world power that only universe-stage martial warriors can control? He mused to himself, feeling rather amazed. He was only at the cosmos stage, yet he seemed to have grasped the world power that only universe-stage martial warriors could wield. But considering the power of laws of origin he had mastered, which was something only universe-stage martial warriors could grasp, it didn't seem so surprising anymore. With the system's guidance, anything was possible. Furthermore, he even had the eternal matter. Compared to eternal matter, the world power was just a bit inferior in terms of hierarchy, nothing worth making a fuss over. Wang Teng closed his eyes and carefully pondered. Suddenly, insights emerged in his mind one after another. In his mind, the world power seemed to be decomposing like a thick rope made up of different strands. One by one, the strands were being broken down as if one force after another was being stripped away, allowing him to see their essence. So that's how it is. Wang Teng's expression changed slightly as he finally understood the composition of this world power. It was a higher-level power of laws of origin combined with force, domains, and even life force. No wonder it was so mysterious and mystical. This power was indeed extremely powerful. In battles between universe-stage martial warriors, they mostly used world power to grind down each other's attacks. The collision of this power could directly cause the collapse of the opponent's small world, which was extremely terrifying. Therefore, universe-stage martial warriors were so difficult to deal with. Compared to them, heaven-stage martial warriors were worlds apart. The difference was too great, let alone cosmos-stage martial warriors. Wang Teng's ability to kill a universe-stage martial warrior was truly monstrous and beyond belief. Now that I have the world power, I'll have another trump card when I encounter universe-stage existences in the future. Wang Teng thought to himself as he looked at the attributes board, World Power, 7,000, 10,000, first rank. With 7,000 points of attribute value, Wang Teng's mastery of the world power reached the first rank. Just like the power of laws of origin, eternal matter, and other powers, the power of the world was also divided according to levels. The higher the level of world power, the stronger one's abilities became. The level of world power largely depended on the mastery of the power of laws of origin. For example, the first-rank power of laws could at most master the first-rank world power. It could not be any higher. Even with second-rank power of laws of origin, it was possible to only master first-rank world power, just like Wang Teng now. Because of his current attainments, he couldn't meet the requirements to condense second-rank world power. In summary, understanding the world power required long periods of contemplation and experimentation. It wasn't a simple matter. Furthermore, the world power had no attribute distinctions. Any kind of power of laws of origin could be refined into the world power. The more diverse the attributes fused into the world power, the stronger it naturally became. This was definitely great news for Wang Teng. Chapter 2375, Terrifying Improvement, World Power, Heavenly Finger 3. After all, he had mastered the most complete power of laws. This was an advantage that other martial warriors couldn't compare to. Very good. Wang Teng couldn't help but smirk. Now that he could condense first-rank world power, it would significantly enhance his strength. After absorbing the attribute bubbles mentioned above, the remaining ones also flowed into Wang Teng's body one after another. Divine level Fire Talent 8,000, Fire Domain 9th rank actualization phase. 3,000, Origin of Flame 1200, Heng Zhang Physique 6th rank 6,500. Earth Domain 8th rank actualization phase 2,000 for Origin of Flame 1000. World Power 1500, Gizang Blade Skill Eternal Stage 850, Yunzang Physique 6th rank 7,000, Water Domain 8th rank actualization phase 3,000, Origin of Water 1200. World Power 1200, Yunzang Sword Skill Eternal Stage 8,000, Yizang Physique 6th rank 8,200, Wood Domain 8th rank actualization phase 3,000, Origin of Water 1200. World Power 1200, Yunzhang Sword Skill, Eternal Stage 8000, Yizhang Physique, 6th rank 8200, Wood Domain 8th rank Actualization Phase 3004, Origin of Metal 1500, World Power 1500, Yunzhang Sword Skill, Eternal Stage 8000. Wang Teng was momentarily stunned, somewhat surprised. Most of these attribute bubbles came from the 5 family heads of the 5 major families, and their levels were not low, providing significant help to Wang Teng. However, some also came from the remnants of the Fire Element Universe Stage Martial Warrior. 8,000 points of divine-level fire talent could elevate Wang Teng's divine-level fire talent to a considerable extent. Divine-level fire talent 33600, 50,000. This talent was gradually approaching perfection, and Wang Teng believed it wouldn't be long before it reached the immortal level. Now that Wang Teng possessed the 5-element divine physique, his talents in the 5 forces had reached a terrifying level. If combined with a divine-level fire talent, his overall talent might rival that of a true God stage being. The two were not mutually exclusive. They could even complement each other. It was only because Wang Teng was cheating that he could possess so many talents simultaneously. Even the ancient ancestor of the 5 major families didn't possess talents in other forces, even though he had the 5-element divine physique. In this regard, no one could compare to Wang Teng. Therefore, when Elder Hui saw Wang Teng possess such a multitude of talents, he was truly astonished. This was unreal. Then there was the fire domain, 3,000 points. The comprehension of the flame domain by that Fire Element Universe Stage Martial Warrior was truly remarkable, reaching the actualization phase, and it was at the 9th level. No wonder he possessed the power of a 3rd-level Universe Stage Martial Warrior despite being only at the 1st level. Enhancing the comprehension of a domain could indeed greatly enhance a Martial Warrior's strength. The actualization phase was the next stage beyond the ordinary domain. Warriors who comprehended the actualization phase were much stronger than those who only grasped the ordinary domain. Wang Teng's flame domain was still at the ordinary 9th level. Unexpectedly, this time it directly reached the 9th level actualization phase, instantly elevating his comprehension of the domain to a whole new level. In an instant, countless insights flooded Wang Teng's mind. In his mind, a vast sea of flames emerged. Each flame in the sea contained profound and unique insights, rapidly advancing Wang Teng's mastery of the flame domain. Fire domain, 3,000, 9,000, 9th rank actualization phase. There was a huge difference between the actualization phase and the ordinary domain. After comprehending the actualization phase, the comprehension of the ordinary domain no longer appeared on Wang Teng's attributes board at this moment. His actualization phase completely overthrew the ordinary domain. In the past, Wang Teng's comprehension of the actualization phase was far lower than that of the ordinary domain, so it couldn't overpower the others and had to be separated. But now, things were different. Wang Teng's comprehension of the actualization phase reached an extremely high level, completely overpowering the ordinary domain. Moreover, his comprehension of the ordinary domain had also reached the perfected stage. The opponent was a universe stage martial warrior, so their comprehension of the ordinary domain was naturally at the perfected stage. This allowed them to start comprehending the actualization phase. Therefore, when Wang Teng absorbed the opponent's comprehension of the actualization phase, he was able to elevate his understanding of the ordinary domain to the perfected stage. Wang Teng's lips curled into a smile, relishing the sensation. It felt incredible to achieve the perfected stage in a domain, something others struggled tirelessly to attain, yet he reached it directly at the cosmos stage. He couldn't fathom how much time this would save him. Indeed, such disparities were what widened the gaps between individuals. Now the prodigies of the stellar academies would find it even more impossible to contend with him. Even the most exceptional talents within the academy would likely be crushed by Wang Teng's prowess. With his current strength, he was confident that no one at his level could rival him. Leaving aside these domain insights when Wang Teng broke through the 10th realm power, he had already achieved an unparalleled status at the cosmos stage. In this realm, no one could match his might. Wang Teng's current goal was to surpass the talents of the previous generations, perhaps even the 7 judges of the Academy Arbitration Association. Of course, they were already at the eternal stage, and Wang Teng was definitely not their match yet. However, he had earned the right to chase after those 7 judges. Right now, he could already see their backs. Aside from the actualization phase domain, the Fire Element Universe Stage Martial Warrior also dropped a considerable amount of Origin of Flame attributes, totaling 1,200 points. Chapter 2376, Terrifying Improvement. World Power Heavenly Finger, 4. Origin of Flame, 10,500, 70,000, second rank. The attributes are useful to Wang Teng as well, indicating that the opponent's understanding of the origin has also reached the second rank. It was a pity that he was only on par with Wang Teng. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fallen into Wang Teng's hands. Next are the attribute bubbles of the 5 family heads. After absorbing these attribute bubbles, Wang Teng's body underwent some changes. The physiques of these 5 family heads have all reached the 6th rank, which undoubtedly surpasses the younger generation of warriors like Hengzang Mo and Gizang Yan. Yunzang Physique, 7,000, 60,000, 6th rank. Hengzang Physique, 6,500, 60,000, 6th rank. Yizang Physique, 8,000, 50,000, 6th rank. Yizang Physique, 8,500, 60,000, 6th rank. Although Wang Teng has already elevated his 5-element divine physique to the 6th rank, the individual physiques of the 5 families remained useful to him. As long as he elevates these physiques to a sufficiently high level, he can continue to propel the 5-element divine physique forward. Next comes the power of the domains. What surprised Wang Teng immensely was that the domains of the 5 family heads had all reached the actualization phase, as expected of universe stage martial warriors. The attribute bubbles they dropped were not something martial warriors below the heaven stage could compare to. Just recently, he enhanced the fire domain with the help of the Fire Element Universe Stage Martial Warrior. Now, Wang Teng's 5-element domains had all received significant enhancements. Bits of insights emerge in Wang Teng's mind, transforming into illusions once again. Some are vast seas of fire, some lush green forests, vast oceans, desolate lands stretching endlessly, and enormous planets composed of metal. These insights are so immense that it took Wang Teng a moment to fully absorb them. Do not underestimate this moment. In the past, Wang Teng absorbed insights in an instant, but this time it took much longer, which was quite rare. However, the gains were also immense. Wang Teng's comprehension of the 5-element domains had all reached the actualization phase, with the lowest being at the 8th rank, not to mention the higher ones which had reached the 9th rank. Metal domain, 3,500, over 9,000, 9th rank, actualization phase. Wood domain, 3,000, 40,000, 8,000, 8th actualization phase. Fire domain, 5,209, 9,000, 9th rank actualization phase. Earth domain, 2,500, 40,000, 8th rank actualization phase, especially the fire domain. On the foundation of the recent elevation, it surged by another 2,200 points, far surpassing the insights into other elements. Simultaneously, Wang Teng's ordinary domain insights had also reached the perfected 9th rank, requiring no further enhancement after absorbing the insights of the domains. Next came the more profound laws of origin. Similarly, the insights into the laws of origin of the 5 elements from the 5 family heads provide considerable assistance to Wang Teng, aiding him in enhancing his elemental attributes. At the same time, there were also the origin attribute bubbles dropped by the universe stage martial warriors from the Black Skull Universe Pirates. Their comprehension of the primordial laws exceeded the 2nd rank, hence being equally beneficial to Wang Teng. As for the attribute bubbles regarding talents and domains, they pale in comparison to the insights of the 5 main family heads. Thus, they held no significance for Wang Teng. Origin of metal, 9,500, 20,000, second rank. Origin of water, 860, 20,000, second rank. Origin of flame, 14,500, 20,000, second rank. Origin of earth, 7,500, 20,000, second rank. Origin of earth, 7,500, 20,000, second rank. However, the regrettable aspect was that the origin attributes dropped by these universe stage martial warriors were limited, barely differing from those dropped by the fire element universe stage martial warrior. Wang Teng speculated that perhaps they didn't have many opportunities to act. The universe stage martial warriors from the Black Skull universe pirates were only responsible for holding off the 5 family heads. Both sides didn't engage in a true battle, unlike the fire element universe stage martial warrior who engaged in a life and death struggle. In this light, the 5 family heads were indeed at the pinnacle of the universe stage. It seemed they still feared the existence of the Haishan royal clan, so they never intended to engage in a desperate battle with the fire element universe stage martial warrior from the start. Otherwise, with their strength, killing the fire element universe stage martial warrior wouldn't have been too difficult. Realizing this, Wang Teng suddenly felt upset. Damn, they were all cunning old foxes. Fortunately, Wang Teng could still benefit from them, which was somewhat comforting for him. Moreover, he also managed to outwit the 5 major families. After all, he has obtained the 5 burial token and their most powerful talent, the 5-element divine physique. The 5 major families couldn't do anything to him, but they still felt grateful to him. They were probably even more frustrated than him. In addition, these universe stage martial warriors also dropped a considerable amount of world power attribute values. The family heads, along with the universe stage martial warriors from the Black Skull universe pirates, collectively dropped 13,500 points of world power attribute values. This figure was quite impressive. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. World power, 1,550,000, 30,000, second rank. Just a moment ago, he mentioned that his world power was only at the first rank, and now it was directly elevated to the second rank. With this development, Wang Teng could condense the second rank world power alone. He carefully sensed it for a while and immediately confirmed that the vitality within his inner cosmos had become even denser. Without waiting to reach the universe stage, his inner cosmos could already begin nurturing life. Wang Teng's eyes flickered slightly as he contemplated this matter in his mind. Chapter 2377. Terrifying Improvement. World Power. Heavenly Finger. 5. Then came the unique battle techniques of the 5 major families, all of which were eternal stage techniques providing significant value for Wang Teng's advancement. Moreover, the battle techniques they dropped this time were directly eternal stage ones, not incomplete. These attribute bubbles not only included those dropped by the 5 family heads, but also those dropped by the eternal stage ancestors. Naturally, they possessed complete eternal stage combat techniques, unlike the cosmos stage and heaven stage techniques mastered by younger generations. He, Hengzang Mo, Gizang Yan, and the others didn't get the eternal stage cultivation methods, but I got them first. If they knew about this, I wonder if they'd be quite frustrated. Wang Teng chuckled inwardly. This was the joy of taking advantage of others. Even the prodigies of the 5 major families did not have as much knowledge as him. Yunzang Sword Skill, Eternal Stage, 2,500, 15,000. Specialized, Hengzang Fist, Eternal Stage, 8,000, 15,000. Specialized, Yunzang Sword Skill, Eternal Stage, 3,000, 15,000. Specialized, Yunzang Sword Skill, Eternal Stage, 3,800, 15,000. Specialized. Furthermore, Wang Teng's mastery of these 5 combat techniques had transcended from well-versed to specialized stage, which was a huge leap. I've completely taken advantage of the 5 major families. Wang Teng stroked his chin, silently contemplating. From talents to battle techniques, which one hadn't he capitalized on? There was none left. They were all in his hands. Unfortunately, he dared not take advantage of those eternal stage powerhouses. He could only wait for the future. He wouldn't dare touch them, but since they dropped them themselves, he could certainly take advantage of them. Elder Hui and the eternal stage ancestors of the 5 major families fought. Their attribute bubbles were of paramount importance. Wang Teng saved them for last. Haishan Emperor, palm 9500, Haishan Emperor finger 12,000, eternal matter 350, eternal conscious 1500, eternal matter 120, eternal matter 160, as each attribute bubble merged into Wang Teng's body. An uncontrollable curve formed at the corners of his mouth. "Old man, it's time I collected some interest." Wang Teng couldn't help but think about how he had been suppressed by Elder Hui before. Despite ultimately winning, it wasn't through overpowering strength which left him feeling frustrated. Now, by taking some advantage of Elder Hui's attributes, he could relieve some of that frustration. Elder Hui truly lived up to his status as an eternal stage ruler. Even without fully engaging, the attribute bubbles he dropped were quite remarkable. Firstly, there were 2 battle technique attributes. As the attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's consciousness, 2 beams of light appeared. One beam of light demonstrated a palm technique. As the palm technique was executed, a massive palm imprint manifested in the void, terrifyingly formidable, compared to the palm strike Elder Hui had previously unleashed. This one surpassed it in both power and magnitude. Haishan Emperor Palm. Wang Teng had obtained this battle technique from a young member of the Haishan royal clan previously, but he had only just reached the well-versed stage. Now, with the acquisition of more attribute values, he could continue to enhance it. Haishan Emperor Palm Eternal Stage, 2,115,000. Specialized various insights emerged as if Wang Teng had practiced for decades. His mastery of the Haishan Emperor Palm instantly advanced from the well-versed to the specialized stage. Additionally, there was another beam of light displaying a finger technique. There were no flashy movements, only a simple pointing of the finger, gathering endless power of laws of origin, condensing eternal matter upon it, forming a massive shadowy finger that extended from the void. It was precisely the finger technique Elder Hui previously employed. Wang Teng still vividly remembered the immense pressure the opponent's finger had exerted on him, nearly causing his body to collapse and him to die on the spot. Now, these related insights emerged in his mind, altering his perception slightly. This finger technique, Wang Teng's eyes revealed a hint of surprise and he hesitated. It seems to be more than just eternal stage. Soon the images in his mind dissipated, fully merging into his consciousness and revealing a memory. It's an incomplete battle technique, and even in its incomplete state, its power rivals that of divine-level techniques. Wang Teng was both shocked and delighted. No wonder that finger technique was so formidable. It was incredible. Just being incomplete, it could rival divine-level techniques. If it were complete, how powerful would it be? Wang Teng couldn't quite imagine, but undoubtedly it was a tremendous boon for him. It was like a pie falling from the sky, leaving him a little dizzy. To rival divine-level techniques meant it was practically divine, with even more potential to unearth. Elder Hui had indeed regarded him highly, gifting him such a powerful combat technique. Heavenly Finger, incomplete, unknown, true 30,000, well-versed, Heavenly Finger. Wang Teng pondered. It seems this finger technique is not exclusive to the Haishan Emperor finger. Otherwise, given their style, it would be called the Haishan finger. His speculation was correct. This technique was something Elder Hui had obtained from a mysterious place where he spent decades comprehending it before barely grasping the essence of this finger technique. He didn't even teach it to the young man of the Haishan royal clan. Never did Wang Teng expect to benefit from it now. Moreover, after obtaining the attribute bubbles dropped by Elder Hui, Wang Teng's mastery of the Heavenly Finger directly advanced from the foundation to the well-versed stage, leaping 2 levels at once. It was worth noting that this technique rivaled divine-level techniques, and reaching the well-versed stage wasn't as easy as it seemed. It required a lot of time to cultivate. Even for Elder Hui, his mastery only reached the small achievement stage. When I advance to the eternal stage, I must use this heavenly finger to crush Elder Hui. Wang Teng vowed, jotting down the grudge in his little notebook. Just because he couldn't defeat him now didn't mean he couldn't in the future. In addition, Elder Hui and the eternal stage ancestors of the 5 major families dropped quite a bit of eternal matter attributes, totaling an astonishing 1,050 points. Eternal matter, 5230 10,000, first rank. Wang Teng's eternal matter this time had surpassed 5,000 points, nearing the halfway mark of the first tier. If he could break through to the second tier, it would be truly extraordinary. Many newly promoted eternal stage marquises might not have reached this level. Without much thought, Wang Teng turned his attention to the last attribute bubble, eternal conscious. To be honest, this attribute bubble surprised Wang Teng quite a bit. He didn't expect Elder Hui to use the eternal conscious against him and even dropped it. For Wang Teng, the eternal conscious was undoubtedly a good thing. His unyielding lating battle conscious had reached the eternal stage, and now this eternal conscious could be used to enhance his battle conscious as they shared a common ground. Unyielding lating battle conscious, eternal stage 6,000 50,000, fourth rank, Wang Teng's lating battle conscious suddenly improved significantly. His conscious became stronger, giving him a sense of invincibility. The eternal conscious was very useful. Wang Teng relied on this kind of conscious several times to resist the pressure and dominance of strong opponents. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have the courage to confront them. Why couldn't low-level warriors face strong opponents head-on? It was because their conscious was not strong enough, causing them to lack confidence and hold their heads low. Unfortunately, cultivating conscious was extremely difficult and mysterious, and few people could elevate it far beyond their realm, generally. It relied on the accumulation of time and one's own realm as a foundation to cultivate corresponding conscious. Chapter 2378. Attention from the higher-ups in the virtual universe, the Interceptor. 1. While Wang Teng was recuperating in seclusion, the upheaval concerning the 5 burial stars eventually spread. The virtual network spanned the entire universe, leaving no corner untouched by its transmission. The siege of the 5 burial stars by the Black Skull Universe pirates was a significant event throughout the Phantom Drift territorial domain. Major forces in the Phantom Drift territorial domain were paying attention to the matter, dispatching strong individuals and geniuses to participate in the competition for the ancestral land of the 5 burial stars. Now that the turmoil had subsided, they naturally learned of the news firsthand. As the most prominent figure in this battle, Wang Teng began to attract attention from these forces, especially Duke Yaheng, Bi Chunro from Azure Sky Island, Jin Hongtai from Golden Peak City, and the others who were present. They had witnessed Wang Teng's extraordinary talents firsthand and held him in high regard. With the circulation of some video materials on the virtual network, individuals from various factions were astonished. Their regard for Wang Teng escalated several levels. They dared not treat him as an ordinary Cosmos stage warrior anymore. Simultaneously, videos of Wang Teng's battles spread across the virtual universe, causing a sensation. Counselor Wang Teng is incredibly powerful, terrifying. Is he really just a Cosmos stage warrior? This is too extraordinary. He can kill universe stage powerhouses. Killing universe stage powerhouses is nothing. Did you not see him withstand an eternal stage ruler's attack and even strike back? If it were us, we'd already be reduced to ashes. Is this the genius of the stellar academies? Unbelievable. How many talents does he possess? Can anyone count? I didn't expect Counselor Wang Teng to be a space talent holder. Such beings haven't appeared in years. And how did he obtain 3 types of divine flame? Isn't he afraid of being burned to death? Could it be that he also possesses a powerful fire talent, capable of resisting the scorching heat of divine flames? Do you realize that he withstood the aura of an eternal stage ruler? How strong is his conscious? How was this conscious tempered? How could a Cosmos stage warrior possibly forge their conscious to such a degree? Did you notice the phenomena he displayed aside from the true dragon? I don't recognize the other 2. It seems to be some kind of ancient race with such colossal stature. They can't be nameless. What are those 5 whirlpools? Are they also some kind of talent? I've never seen anything like it. I don't know. It's too terrifying. All 3 phenomena seem extremely terrifying. It's already remarkable for ordinary warriors to summon one, isn't it? I wonder how Wang Teng cultivated them. Monstrous, truly monstrous. On the Virtual Universe's network, people discuss and speculate about Wang Teng's talents and strength, enthralled by his extraordinary abilities. Such a prodigy was truly astonishing and rare, destined to attract widespread attention. Meanwhile, reports on Wang Teng's talents and potential had reached the headquarters of the Virtual Universe Corporation, causing quite a stir. Wang Teng's talents and potential are already enough to draw the attention of this cosmic giant, the Virtual Universe Corporation. Originally, the contractual matters concerning Wang Teng should have been finalized during the League of Talents. As a rising star on the star rankings, he was exceptional. Many senior executives of Virtual Universe Corporation believe he should be given the highest treatment. However, some are more conservative, suggesting a further observation period, especially to see how he performs after entering the stellar academies before making a decision. But no one expected Wang Teng to rise so quickly. In such a short time, he became a member of the Academy Arbitration Association, displaying even more formidable potential and talent. Now he could even confront universe stage powerhouses and force back an eternal stage ruler. All of this proved Wang Teng's potential was immense. The Virtual Universe. The headquarters of the Virtual Universe Corporation was named World Island, a colossal island suspended in the void with no visible end in sight. Upon World Island, towering peaks rise, their summits obscured from view. Among these peaks, one stood out, the World King Mountain, the heart of the Virtual Universe Corporation where all major meetings were convened. Now, within the Grand Hall atop World King Mountain, luminous projections shimmer. These are the company's top executives, immensely powerful individuals who control countless planetary sectors, each a dominant force in their own right. As they review the information from the Phantom Drift territorial domain, detailed reports about Wang Teng included, silence descended upon them all. The meeting lasted for a long time, with the participants deliberating over Wang Teng's contractual terms. It took a full half-hour before they finally dispersed. For beings with such long lives, half an hour was like the blink of an eye. Yet their decisions often required only a word, a thought. They rarely needed to contemplate for so long. Half an hour was an extraordinarily long time for them. In the void, a fleet swiftly advanced. Each vessel in the fleet bore a colossal black skull emblem, unmistakably the insignia of the Black Skull Universe pirates departing from 5 burial stars. Inside the main vessel, Elder Hui stands beside a massive medical recovery pod, gazing at the figure of Haishen Gan within, his expression dark and somber. Chapter 2379. Attention from the higher-ups in the Virtual Universe, the Interceptor. 2. Haishen Gan's injuries were severe. His heart was pierced, a wound fatal and not easily mended. Within the medical recovery pod, rare and precious spirit medicines were deployed, their worth far exceeding 300 chaos coins. Reflecting on the 600 chaos coins that the boy had knocked away from him, even this eternal stage ruler felt an acute pang of regret. Not only that, there was also an eternal level sword. He had snatched that battle sword from another eternal stage martial warrior. The sword had yet to be fenced, and now it was a bargain for the boy. He had never suffered such a loss before. Crack. Crack. He clenched his fist tightly, and his face contorted involuntarily into a grimace of fury. No one here could see his face, so there was no need for him to hide his emotions here. An invisible aura permeated the surroundings, lingering, threatening to erupt, if not for his concern over Haishen Gan's recovery. Suddenly, due to the force of his clenched fist, a sharp pain shot through his palm, causing him to furrow his brow. What power is this? Elder Hui stared at his palm, where a deep sword wound marked the flesh, Strange, tiny sword chi flowed within, preventing the wound from healing. Had he not controlled his blood flow with his force, the blood in his palm would have dried up long ago. Why does this feel somewhat like the power of time? Elder Hui froze, his eyes widening slightly as if realizing something unbelievable. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could that boy possibly wield the power of time? This is forbidden power. He quickly dismissed his speculation, refusing to believe that Wang Teng could wield the power of time. At Elder Hui's level, he could already touch the power of time, and he wasn't unfamiliar with it. Yet this was the first time he had encountered someone who could wield the power of time as a battle technique. Hence, he hesitated to confirm that the power within his palm was the power of time, even reluctant to believe it. Wang Teng's talent had already unsettled him greatly. If Wang Teng also possessed the power of time, he would truly be restless day and night. He never expected this trip to the 5 burial stars would lead to the emergence of such a phenomenon. What should have been a foolproof operation had not only failed to yield any gains, but also left Haishan Gan severely injured and unconscious. Moreover, he had stirred enmity with such a creature. It seemed like a losing proposition from every angle. No, he must be eliminated as soon as possible. Elder Hui silently resolved about to contact the family forces to besiege Wang Teng. Just then, Haishan Gan stirred, slowly opening his eyes, his face pale with a hint of fear as if still immersed in the fear of being dominated by Wang Teng. Elder Hui couldn't help but furrow his brows when he saw this scene. He sighed in his heart. The blow to Haishan Gan this time was too great. If his mindset couldn't be reversed and his confidence restored, this genius might be ruined. Buzz, the medical pod opened, and Haishan Gan slowly sat up. Finally, realizing where he was, he began to calm down. However, deep within his eyes, a strong resentment lingered, impossible to dissipate. "How do you feel?" Elder Hui asked, casually, masking his emotions. "Much better," Haishan Gan replied, still clutching his chest in pain. Despite that, he shook his head and thanked Elder Hui, saying, "Elder Hui, I owe you my gratitude for saving me this time." "No need for such sentiments." Elder Hui shook his head and said, "You must understand, you are the genius of our Haitian royal clan. No matter what, you must stay alive. Only by staying alive do you have the chance to surpass him." "Yes." Haishan Gan gritted his teeth, nodding heavily. There was a hint of unwillingness in his eyes, yet he hesitated. "But my talent. Forget about the 5-element divine physique. We will find a talent that far surpasses it," Elder Hui said reassuringly. "This universe is vast, and there are all kinds of talents. There must be one that can surpass that person." Though Haishan Gan knew Elder Hui was trying to console him, a glimmer of hope still flickered in his heart. Perhaps it truly existed. That person's talent was just too strong enough to make him feel somewhat hopeless. He could only cling to this hope. He must find a talent. Otherwise, he would have no chance of surpassing that person. Beep, beep, beep. As the two of them were talking, an ear-piercing alarm suddenly sounded on the spacecraft. Elder Hui furrowed his brows. Just when he was feeling irritated, who dared to disturb him like this? The panoramic simulation of the spacecraft activated, revealing a figure blocking their path ahead. The figure wore battle armor, appearing to be in his 30s, with a stoic expression, an unkempt beard, and partially gray hair and beard, giving him a weathered look. His armor was marked with various signs of wear and tear, appearing heavily damaged, yet he seemed reluctant to take it off, wearing it nonetheless. On his back he carried an inconspicuous grayish-white stick, its material indiscernible, but emanating a cold metallic sheen, indicating it was crafted from some highly unique metal. Chapter 2380. Attention from the higher-ups in the virtual universe, the Interceptor. 3. Something's not right. Elder Hui's expression changed abruptly as he saw the figure blocking their path. Elder Hui, Haishan Gan, also sensed something amiss and looked towards Elder Hui. "All warships attack." Elder Hui paid no attention to Haishan Gan and issued a cold command without hesitation. The figure blocking their path meant trouble. Moreover, Elder Hui was not one to show mercy. If the opponent was an unwelcome martial warrior, killing him was just a matter of course. There was no need for regrets. All dangers should be nipped in the bud, yet at this moment Elder Hui couldn't help but feel a hint of fear. The figure before him seemed inscrutable, and it was disconcerting. To err on the side of caution, he ordered all the warships to launch their attack. Boom, boom, boom. Almost instantaneously after the command was given, all the force cannons on the Black Skull Universe Pirates warships were fully charged and erupted in unison, aiming to strike down the figure blocking their path. Beams of light shot out from the force cannons, creating a spectacular scene in the starry sky, enveloping the intercepting figure. The resounding roar echoed in all directions, and the terrifying energy fluctuations swept through the void, creating rifts in space and showcasing the ferocity of the attack. The warships of the Black Skull Universe Pirates were all at least at the cosmos level, with several even reaching the universe level. The force cannons on board were capable of slaying any universe stage opponent, with so many force cannons launching their attacks simultaneously. Even an eternal stage opponent would be injured. This was the cunning aspect of Elder Hui's strategy. Unable to discern the true intentions of the interceptor, he ordered the warships to attack first. Even if they couldn't kill the opponent, they could at least inflict some damage, gaining the upper hand in the situation. Elder Hui was an eternal stage ruler, a pinnacle figure in the universe. Even if he couldn't fully discern the intentions of the person before him, he didn't believe that the figure could surpass him by much. It was likely just a matter of concealing one's true level through some means, unless the figure was a true god. But how could that be? The thought amused Elder Hui, and he shook his head at the notion. Were true gods so commonplace? As an eternal stage ruler, he was intimately familiar with everything in the universe. He could confidently say that encountering a god-stage martial warrior was absolutely impossible. Such beings were like elusive dragons, surpassing even eternal stage rulers in their mystery. Besides, he hadn't offended any true gods. So why would one come looking for trouble? It simply didn't make sense. Just then, the figure in the starry sky suddenly moved. Seeing this, Elder Hui's eyes widened in disbelief, his face mirroring his incredulity as if he had seen a ghost. The figure didn't employ any martial techniques. With a simple wave of the hand, a gentle breeze swept through the starry sky. All the beams of light formed by the force cannons froze in the sky, and in the next moment were scattered like dust by an unseen wind, dissolving into countless specks of light. There were no resounding noises, no grand display. A profound silence enveloped the starry sky as all the attacks dissipated, leaving an eerie sense of unreality. Elder Hui knew he couldn't achieve such a feat with a mere wave of his hand. Dissipating all attacks in an instant wasn't a skill possessed by eternal stage beings, a true god. Elder Hui's face turned pale, the words echoing in his mind. He felt dizzy and found it impossible to breathe. Suddenly, the figure in the starry sky raised its palm and gently pressed it down toward the Black Skull Universe Pirates. Boom! A massive palm imprint materialized from the void, blotting out the sky as it descended. The entire fleet of the Black Skull Universe Pirates trembled under its weight. "Let's go." Elder Hui didn't have time to dwell on why a true god would intercept them. Seeing the giant palm imprint, his mind was overwhelmed with shock. He immediately grabbed Haishan Gan, and the two vanished from the spacecraft in an instant. Simultaneously, as the massive palm imprint descended, the warriors of the Black Skull Universe Pirates scrambled out of their spacecraft. Those at the universe stage stared at the sky-engulfing palm imprint, their expressions filled with horror. They couldn't muster any resistance. All they could do was frantically mobilize their force, projecting their own little worlds in a desperate attempt to defend themselves, hoping to escape with their lives. Boom, boom, boom. In the end, the giant palm descended under everyone's shocked gazes. In an instant, everything exploded in the starry sky like gorgeous fireworks. Chapter 2381, If you dare to touch Little Uncle Master again, I'll destroy your Haishan royal clan. 1. Boom! The violent explosions reverberated through the void as the explosions of each battleship gave birth to boundless waves of primal force. Invisible ripples swept across the cosmos. Everything caught in the path of these waves burst instantly, reduced to cosmic dust. This sight was truly astonishing, yet few bore witness to it. The warriors of the Black Skull Universe pirates, including the Universe Stage Martial Warriors, met their demise in an instant. It happened too swiftly, leaving no time for reaction. The Universe Stage Martial Warriors could scarcely fathom that they would be struck down by a single palm imprint. At this moment, a fleet of the Black Skull Universe pirates was annihilated on this spot. Though not the entirety of the Black Skull Universe pirates, the destruction of a fleet boasting several Universe Stage Martial Warriors was enough to wound the Black Skull Universe pirates deeply, relegating them to the bottom tier among the three major star pirate factions in the Phantom Drift territorial domain. Simultaneously, tens of thousands of miles away in the starry expanse, Elder Hui clutched Haitian Gan in one hand, his figure materializing as he spewed forth a gout of blood. A god stage, Elder Hui's expression turned to utmost horror, his inner being trembling with dread. He had never expected that a god stage existence would actually come here to kill him. Why? Why would a god stage existence come to kill him? When did he offend a true god? A myriad of questions besieged his mind, leaving him utterly baffled. Despite Elder Hui's overt arrogance and domineering demeanor in the presence of Wang Teng, in reality he maintained a remarkably low profile, refraining from provoking entities more powerful than himself. Those who had reached the eternal stage ruler status cherished their lives dearly. The longer one cultivated, the more precious life became, because they were just one step away from the realm of true gods. Although this step was incredibly difficult to traverse, there existed a glimmer of possibility, one they naturally did not wish to forfeit. Crossing this threshold would elevate them to true deities in the universe, a status few could rival. Such desire was irresistible to anyone. After all, it was the god stage, the aspiration of every martial warrior. The arduous cultivation, the countless trials of life and death, were they not all undertaken to become the strongest, to break free from the shackles of destiny? Not only was Elder Hui dumbfounded, but Haishan Gan also stood stupefied. Though they couldn't discern the opponent's level, the ability to obliterate a powerful Black Skull Universe pirate's fleet with a single palm indicated an incomparably formidable strength. Moreover, even Elder Hui was shaken to the point of spitting blood. Such a reaction suggested that the opponent's level likely surpassed that of the Eternal Stage. What level could that be? Beyond the Eternal Stage, there was only God Stage. For a true god to intervene and slay them was utterly inconceivable. Did they offend any god stage existences? Elder Hui, Haitian Gan, quickly regained his senses and gulped. However, Elder Hui paid him no heed. His expression was gravely solemn as he prepared to escape into the distant void. The blow he had just received had left him gravely injured, and if the opponent caught up, his demise would be inevitable. Yet, before he could even make a move, his body stiffened in place, his gaze fixed firmly ahead. In the not-too-distant distance, the figure wielding the peculiar metallic staff had appeared without warning. At this moment, he stood lazily amidst the starry expanse, as if the preceding events were nothing out of the ordinary. His countenance remained remarkably serene as he gazed upon Elder Hui. "When did you arrive?" Elder Hui's heart pounded with disbelief as he stared at the figure. He had thought he still had a chance to escape, but seeing the figure emerge, especially with such an indifferent demeanor, he realized the folly of his naivety. In the eyes of the other, he must have seemed like a turtle trapped in a jar. No matter how he struggled, he could not escape the palm of the opponent's hand. His struggles appeared futile, even laughable at this moment. Elder Hui felt a sense of desolation and mockery. Never had he imagined that as an eternal stage ruler, he would one day face such a fate.
"Elder Hui,"
Haishan Gan's voice trembled at this moment. his gaze filled with dread as he stared at the figure in the distance. "Silence," Elder Hui couldn't help but growl softly. Haishan Gan's voice now seemed particularly noisy in his ears, aggravating his already troubled mind. Haishan Gan's face stiffened, finally closing his mouth tightly, refraining from speaking further. He felt utterly hopeless, realizing that even Elder Hui couldn't guarantee his safety in the face of such a powerful adversary, let alone himself. Never had he expected to escape the clutches of Wang Teng, only to face death at the hands of the God Stage martial warrior before him. He should consider himself fortunate. At least his killer was a true god. For a Cosmos Stage martial warrior, this might be considered a great honor. "Your Excellency, no, Senior, we do not know why you bear ill will towards us. We seem to have done nothing to offend you." Elder Hui wanted to make a final struggle, his expression tense. He gathered his resolve, cautiously addressing the figure in the distance. Just one finger left. The figure glanced at Elder Hui and spoke, "First, take my finger, then we can discuss other matters." Boom. As the words fell, he pointed into the void, causing a resounding boom. Terrifying black cracks in space appeared. They were followed by the convergence of endless mysterious forces, coalescing into a gigantic finger-shaped phantom in the void, pressing down toward Elder Hui and his companion. Chapter 2382, If You Dare to Touch. Little Uncle Master again. I'll destroy your Haishan royal clan. 2. What's this? Elder Hui widened his eyes, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. A white light flashed through his mind. One palm, one finger. All of this was strikingly similar to his previous encounter with Wang Teng. An incredible thought surfaced in his mind. This true god had come for Wang Teng. He couldn't help but entertain this notion. The resemblance was uncanny. Yet no matter how reluctant he was to believe it, Elder Hui couldn't shake the suspicion. Wang Teng was merely a Cosmos Stage martial warrior. Why would a God Stage martial warrior help him? Even if he were a direct disciple, it was rare for a true god to intervene personally. Which true god would deign to intervene on behalf of a Cosmos Stage martial warrior? It wasn't just Elder Hui, even Haishan Gan, upon seeing the giant finger phantom, couldn't help but think of Wang Teng. His mind struggled with disbelief as if caught in a raging storm. He couldn't connect Wang Teng to this God Stage existence no matter how hard he tried. If the other party had such a background, there would undoubtedly be protectors by his side. How could he have been pushed to such a degree by Elder Hui? However, the phantom of the huge finger above his head seemed to be reminding him that the other party wanted to take revenge on them in the same way. Boom. Despite the turmoil within Elder Hui and Haishan Gan, the colossal finger phantom continued its descent, shaking the entire starry expanse. Planets around them exploded one after another. Dimensional rifts appeared, turning the starry expanse into a scene of devastation. The terror of the scene surpassed even Elder Hui's previous display of the heavenly finger. What's more astonishing to Elder Hui was that this giant finger was not even a martial technique. It was simply a manifestation of power. In other words, the opponent intended to crush him with sheer force. Elder Hui's body froze in place. He felt completely immobilized, a terrifying aura pressing down on him, making his blood run cold. His heart was on the verge of stopping. His complexion turned deathly pale in an instant. Aura suppression. At this moment, that familiar sensation surged once again in his mind. Previously, he had attempted to crush Wang Teng with his aura, only to have it broken by Wang Teng without any effect. Now, the true god before him was using the same method to crush him, and he couldn't resist at all. Elder Hui roared inwardly, his face contorted with rage. He desperately mobilized his aura, trying to break free from the suffocating pressure, but to no avail. On the other side, Haishan Gan was also ensnared in this terrifying aura. His body frozen, unable to move even a finger. His mind was shrouded in fear and despair, experiencing the same sensations Wang Teng had felt before. However, this time, Haishan Gan's experience was undoubtedly more profound and terrifying than Wang Teng's. He could only watch helplessly as the finger descended, utterly powerless to resist. He wasn't Wang Teng. At this moment he seemed to realize the vast disparity between himself and Wang Teng. Wang Teng, facing Elder Hui's finger, still had the courage and strength to resist, but he at this moment couldn't even move, let alone summon the courage to struggle. The gap between them was immeasurable. He suddenly wondered if it were Wang Teng facing this true god's finger. Could he still resist? Would he still have the courage to resist? The giant finger phantom descended lower and lower, the oppressive force bearing down on Elder Hui and Haishan Gan, causing their bodies to be covered in bloodstains. Even Elder Hui, with his immortal-level venerable body, couldn't withstand this pressure. His body began to crack, blood flowing freely. No. Elder Hui's eyes were bloodshot, filled with intense unwillingness. At this moment, he seemed to understand the feeling of oppression he had inflicted upon Wang Teng. He couldn't help but let out a roar of fury. Boom! In a desperate bid for survival, he unleashed all his potential, even burning his essence, turning everything into an explosive attack. Then, as if to prove that he could still resist, he pointed his finger at the sky. Heavenly finger. This finger was his most powerful technique, one he had spent countless efforts and even decades to comprehend. Although he hadn't fully mastered the technique, the part he had grasped still reached the standard of a divine-level technique, eternal matter. The power of origin, at this moment, he held nothing back, channeling all his power into the finger, forming a formidable phantom. Boom! The starry expanse trembled, witnessing a profoundly unusual sight. Two fingers, one above and one below, pointed fiercely at each other. A glimmer of hope flickered in Haishan Gan's eyes. Was there still a chance? He didn't hope for Elder Hui's victory. He merely hoped that Elder Hui could take him and flee from the pursuit of this true god. The figure carrying the peculiar metallic staff noticed Elder Hui's gesture. His eyes flickered slightly, revealing a hint of curiosity. But that was all. Even as Elder Hui unleashed his full power, the figure showed no trace of concern, as if Elder Hui's attack posed no threat whatsoever. Boom! The next moment, the two massive fingers finally collided, like two immensely colossal meteorites crashing into each other. A terrifying roar erupted from the center. The astonishing force manifested into two crescent-shaped arcs, sweeping through and destroying all celestial bodies, reducing the area to utter ruin, echoing the aftermath of the destruction of the 5 burial stars. Elder Hui and Haishan Gan stared fixedly at the point of collision, seemingly anticipating a miracle. Unfortunately, but the miracle was not to be theirs. Boom! The phantom finger above ruthlessly pressed down, and Elder Hui's heavenly finger began to crumble inch by inch, riddled with cracks, disintegrating in an instant. How can this be? Elder Hui's face turned ashen. He had thought that even if he couldn't defeat the opponent with his most powerful strike, he could at least withstand it to some extent. But now, looking at the situation, it was clear that he was being crushed. The gap between an eternal stage ruler and a true god was terrifying beyond imagination. Haishan Gan's hopeful expression instantly shattered, leaving him feeling as though he had plummeted from heaven to hell, nearly driving him to madness. His eyes dimmed completely, engulfed in despair. Bang! In the next moment, Elder Hui's heavenly finger finally reached its limit, exploding with a resounding boom, transforming into countless force sweeping across the starry expanse. Amidst the residual force, the phantom finger above once again descended, closing the distance to Elder Hui and Haishan Gan to mere kilometers. A kilometer was but a fleeting moment. We are of the Haishan royal clan. Are you truly intending to wage war against us? Elder Hui, at the brink of life and death, disregarded everything else and revealed his identity, his voice now sharp and desperate, devoid of the indifference and calmness he had shown towards Wang Teng. The Haishan royal clan. The figure carrying the peculiar metallic staff murmured to himself, sneering, "My master said that until Little Uncle Master reaches the universe stage, if you dare to touch him again, the Haishan royal clan will be annihilated." Elder Hui felt as though he had heard the most absurd words imaginable. He was utterly bewildered. Little Uncle Master annihilate the Heishan royal clan? He recognized each of these words individually, but when they were put together in a sentence, why did he find it so difficult to comprehend? Who was the Little Uncle Master? Was it Wang Teng? A cosmos stage martial warrior was the Little Uncle Master of a true god. Was this a joke? And to say that they would annihilate the Heishan royal clan, did they even understand what kind of entity the Heishan royal clan was? No, the other party was a true god. How could they not know about the Heishan royal clan? And yet they spoke with such confidence. Could it be Elder Hui couldn't bear to contemplate further? The colossal phantom finger had already descended from above, pressing them both into the void rumble. Chapter 23:8-3, Condensing the Buddha Tower. Again, coming out of seclusion, the five major families' speculation. 1. After an unknown period had passed, the starry expanse returned to its solitude and stillness, everything returning to silence. If not for the fact that this void had become a wasteland, if not for the terrifying dimensional rifts that had yet to disappear, it was as if nothing had ever happened. The three individuals who had once existed here had vanished without a trace, unseen by anyone. Various celestial bodies shattered into meteorites. Remnants of exploded cosmic battleships floated aimlessly in the void, drifting without any discernible pattern. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. A spacecraft passed through this area, a mercenary group on a mission, the strongest of whom were merely cosmos stage martial warriors. They beheld the ruins and the still unhealed dimensional rifts, filled with unspeakable horror. "Let's get out of here. Something terrible must have happened here," someone said anxiously, swallowing hard. "It seems to be over already. Otherwise it wouldn't be so calm," another observed hesitantly. "Yeah, maybe. Let's go down and take a look. There might be some treasures with such a terrifying scene. The fighters involved must have been universe stage martial warriors. There must be treasures. Leader, what do you think? We seek fortune amidst danger. Since we've stumbled upon it, let's go down and take a look." The leader of the mercenary group spoke solemnly. As space mercenaries, these warriors were cautious of death, yet daring in the face of danger. Ultimately, they decided to explore the area. Before long, they stumbled upon wreckage from spacecraft and battleships. Even though much had been destroyed or lost in the dimensional rifts, among these remnants there might still be precious metals worth a substantial sum of universe coins. For this mercenary group, whose strongest members were only cosmos stage martial warriors, it was already a huge gain. Moreover, it was a completely unexpected windfall, unlike the risks involved in mercenary missions. Naturally, they were extremely excited and happy. "Do you guys see the black skull mark on this?" A mercenary found a relatively large piece of spacecraft wreckage, expressing doubt. "Let me take a look." In no time, many people gathered around. Wreckage with identifiable marks was a valuable find, as it could potentially provide clues about the identity of the unfortunate fleet. A black skull mark. The leader of the mercenary group flashed over to the mercenary holding the debris, his gaze suddenly narrowing. The Black Skull Universe Pirates. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of everyone present changed. Leader, are you saying it's the Black Skull Universe Pirates, one of the three major pirate groups?" The mercenary who found the wreckage stuttered, feeling as if the debris in his hand had turned into a hot potato that he wanted to throw away immediately. "Yes, there's no doubt about it. Besides the Black Skull Universe Pirates, no one else would dare to use this emblem," the leader said in a solemn tone. "But how could this be the Black Skull Universe Pirates?" The disbelief among the group was palpable. The fact that a fleet from the Black Skull Universe Pirates had met its end here was simply unthinkable. What happened? I remember just a few days ago, a fleet from the Black Skull Universe Pirates besieged the 5 burial stars, and later, no one knew where they went, a mercenary said suddenly. The others immediately caught on. Someone opened the star map, confirming the distance between the 5 burial stars and this location, and the timing matched perfectly. That fleet from the Black Skull Universe pirates seems to be the one. For a moment, everyone exchanged glances. Quick, get into the ships. We must leave here immediately, the leader of the mercenary group said, his face pale with horror. Leader, what about these wreckage pieces? They're worth a fortune, someone protested unwillingly. Money, money, money. Even at a time like this, all you care about is money. Hurry up. If the Black Skull Universe pirates find out we've come here, they won't spare us, the leader said angrily. The expressions of the group changed completely, as if they had just realized something terrifying. Without hesitation, they all entered their ships and left the area. In the following days, others came to this part of the stars. Naturally, like the mercenary group, they scavenged around, found some valuable items, and then also discovered the emblem of the Black Skull Universe pirates, scaring them into leaving immediately, with more people discovering it. Not everyone was wise about spreading the news of the Black Skull Universe pirates' fleet destruction. A huge commotion was caused. Another day passed, and an elderly man arrived at the scene. Emerging from the void, he seemed to blend with the surrounding emptiness. His gaze swept over, his profound eyes containing a sense of timelessness and insight that seemed to penetrate everything. A god stage? No, just a projection. An old voice that sounded like he was mumbling to himself came from his mouth. The next moment he waved his hand, and the entire starry sky began to ripple as if affected by waves spreading in all directions. Before long, a mass of flesh materialized from the void, floating before the old man. The flesh squirmed, revealing half a body. It was Haishan Gan. His lower half was gone, leaving only his upper body, including his heart, suspended in the air before the elderly man. Chapter 2384, Condensing the Buddha Tower. Again, coming out of seclusion. The five major families speculation, too. At this moment, his eyes were tightly closed, his face ashen pale, devoid of any signs of life. Not completely foolish, after all, but how did you manage to provoke a true god? The old man shook his head, looking at the mass of flesh and the half-body before him. With another wave of his hand, two enormous repair chambers appeared in the void. He placed the flesh and half-body into one of them. Then the old man and the repair chamber vanished simultaneously, leaving no trace behind. Unaware of what had happened to Elder Hui and Haishan Gan, Wang Teng had been in seclusion for about 10 days now. Inside the mansion in his room, Wang Teng sat cross-legged, his eyes slightly closed. There was no sound from the outside world, but within Wang Teng's body, his inner cosmos was tumultuous. Within the inner cosmos, a towering golden 9-story pagoda floated in the void, with thousands of heavy hammers revolving around it, relentlessly pounding on the pagoda. These heavy hammers could be divided into two completely different styles, emitting vastly different auras. One type of hammer bore mysterious crimson flame patterns, unleashing flames as they struck the 9-story pagoda, seeming to engulf it in flames. These were not ordinary flames, but 4 different types of divine flames, each distinct from the others. The emerald-glazed flame, the soul of 1,000 beasts' flame. Holy flame, dark flame, the 4 types of divine flames emitted an extremely terrifying flame power. Using such flames to refine the pagoda would undoubtedly make it indestructible. On the other type of hammer, purple patterns were engraved. When wielded, they unleashed strange and horrifying thunderbolts that struck down upon the pagoda, causing arcs of electricity to appear on its surface. That was the power of calamity lightning. Wang Teng's mastery of the heaven-earth calamity lightning had reached the 2nd level and was soon approaching the 3rd level, far more terrifying than when he condensed the 9-layer pagoda for the first time. At this moment, the power of calamity lightning wrapped around the pagoda, surging in and out of its body, tempering it. And with every strike of the 1,000 hammers, strands of origin of flame and origin of lightning emerged out of thin air, blending into the body of the pagoda, creating mysterious patterns on its surface. Boom, 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 amidst the hammering. Flames and lightning enveloped the 9-layer pagoda, making it increasingly mystical. radiating a dazzling golden light that illuminated Wang Teng's inner cosmos. The nine-treasure floating pagoda had been refined and reconstructed by Wang Teng, infused with his peak cosmos realm's spiritual power, making it more solid than ever before. An ancient and profound aura emanated from the top of the nine-layer pagoda, exuding a deep and majestic presence. Within the intricate patterns, various mysterious and awe-inspiring totems of ancient beings emerged, each one fierce and imposing, towering like giants as if ready to come to life. Suddenly, at a certain moment, the flames and lightning disappeared. The nine treasures pagoda had completely formed, emitting a dazzling and piercing golden light. But soon the golden light gradually converged, becoming extremely gentle. At the same time, Wang Teng's inner cosmos completely calmed down, and the towering pagoda, thousands of feet in size, instantly shrank, slowly sinking into the core of the black hole. Sigh. In the outside world, Wang Teng suddenly opened his eyes. A spark flashed in their depths as he let out a long exhale. Finally, it's done. A hint of paleness and fatigue appeared on his face, prompting a bitter smile. Each time he forged the nine treasures pagoda was akin to enduring immense torture. It wasn't physical torment, but rather a mental ordeal, a suffering so profound it threatened to drive one mad, if Wang Teng's willpower hadn't far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Facing such agony might have broken him long ago. This was why, up to now, no one had successfully mastered the Buddha's Sutra. Condensing the nine treasures pagoda was simply too arduous a task. It was beyond human capability. Moreover, Wang Teng's version of the nine treasures pagoda included many elements unavailable to others. Elements such as divine flames, heaven-earth calamity, lightning, power of origin, the fire god hammer, and the lightning god hammer were all beyond the reach of ordinary warriors. It was like forging a weapon with the finest materials, the best tools, and the most potent flames. The process was naturally extremely difficult, something the average person couldn't hope to achieve. Fortunately, the results of his forging were satisfying. The newly refined nine treasures pagoda was at least 10 times sturdier than before, capable of withstanding the spiritual assaults of a universe-stage divine spirit master with ease. Wang Teng was extremely pleased with the nine treasures pagoda he had forged. He nodded inwardly. With this pagoda, his spiritual form would receive the utmost protection. After all, it was very rare to encounter an eternal stage existence who did not respect his seniority and personally took action. Some cosmos stage warriors might go their entire lives without experiencing such a thing. To encounter it this time was like winning a lottery worth 1,000,000 chaos coins, multiplied countless times over. It could only be said that Elder Hui was shameless, completely disregarding the dignity befitting a strong individual. If it were any other eternal stage ruler, they wouldn't have stooped to personally engaging Wang Teng. Wang Teng couldn't help but wonder how extraordinary his performance must have been to compel an eternal stage ruler to take action personally. Chapter 2385, Condensing the Buddha Tower Again Coming Out of Seclusion. The Five Major Families Speculation. 3. It's Time to Go Out. I wonder how the 5 burial stars is doing. Wang Teng took a pill and his face turned red. He stood up and asked Roundball, "How many days have I been in seclusion?" 13 days, Roundball replied. It had been 13 days since Wang Teng entered seclusion. During this time, Roundball remained silent, afraid of disturbing Wang Teng's recovery and healing process. 13 days already. Wang Teng was a bit surprised. This seclusion period was longer than usual for him. He rarely secluded himself for such a long time. Look at how serious your injuries were this time. I almost thought you were going to die, Roundball said, somewhat annoyed. Calm down, calm down. Haven't you heard the saying? Good people die young, troublemakers last 1,000 years. Someone like me is destined to live longer than anyone else. Wang Teng chuckled. Roundball, what do you mean by that? It didn't know whether to admire Wang Teng's thick skin or his self-awareness, acknowledging that he was a troublemaker. You should take it easy in the future. When you encounter that kind of eternal stage existence, don't be so stubborn. If it's time to back down, just back down. There's no shame in that. Round Ball sighed, unable to hold back. When it's time to back down, I'll naturally back down. After all, I'm so afraid of death. But this time, surrendering wouldn't have solved the problem. The other party wanted to kill me from the start. Even if I surrendered, it wouldn't have mattered, Wang Teng said solemnly, shaking his head. The Haishan royal clan is considered one of the top races in the universe. I never expected them to be so shameless. Round Ball also acknowledged this fact, feeling angry. They're so petty, I might as well curse their descendants to have no assholes. Pfft. Wang Teng almost burst out laughing. Cursing their descendants to have no assholes was truly a harsh curse. It was remarkable that Round Ball could even come up with such a thing. Don't worry, I'll settle this score with them sooner or later, Wang Teng declared. Upon hearing this, Round Ball hesitated for a moment. It had wanted to say that they couldn't afford to provoke the Haishan royal clan, but seeing Wang Teng's determined expression, it realized that persuasion was futile and decided not to say more. Besides, it was genuinely infuriating. The other party had gone too far, even beyond Round Ball's tolerance. In fact, given Wang Teng's extraordinary prowess, he could confront the Haishan royal clan head-on in the future. Oh, by the way, something bizarre happened during your seclusion. Round Ball suddenly remembered and hurriedly spoke up. What happened? Wang Teng's expression returned to normal, curiosity piqued. A fleet of the Black Skull Universe pirates was destroyed. Someone found their ship's wreckage in space. Based on the distance, I suspect it's the fleet that left from 5 burial stars, Round Ball explained. What? Wang Teng couldn't help but be surprised, finding it hard to believe. Is it true? Of course it's true. Many people discovered the wreckage of that fleet with the unique emblem of the Black Skull Universe pirates. And, well, you should see for yourself. After watching, you'll know if it's true or not, Round Ball said, shaking its head, then waved its small hand. A holographic projection appeared, showing a vivid depiction of the starry sky right in front of Wang Teng. This scene, Wang Teng's pupils suddenly contracted as he observed the scene before him was even more terrifying than the wreckage caused by Elder Hui's intervention on the 5 burial stars. What on earth had happened in that part of space? Bizarre, isn't it? Round Ball chuckled. Could this be the work of beings beyond the eternal stage? Wang Teng was shaken, his voice tinged with suspicion. I think so, Round Ball nodded. If it's true, then Elder Hui is probably in trouble. This, Wang Teng was somewhat stunned. I don't think so. How can an eternal stage ruler die so easily? That's hard to say. The methods of true gods are beyond our imagination. Although eternal stage beings are said to be immortal, if a true god personally intervenes, they can still be obliterated, Round Ball remarked. Oh my, if he's dead, how am I supposed to take revenge? Wang Teng exclaimed suddenly. Isn't it good to have one less eternal stage ruler as your enemy? Round Ball was speechless. What's good about it? When someone else takes action, it's never as satisfying as seeking revenge yourself. Wang Teng shook his head. Enough with the tough talk. If Elder Hui appears in front of you again, you'll run faster than anyone else, Round Ball remarked sarcastically. Wang Teng, why are you exposing me? Can't you just shut up? But who could it be? Round Ball rubbed its chin, appearing quite curious. Wang Teng also scratched his chin. The two of them looked at each other, unable to figure it out, their heads filled with question marks. Forget it. Let's not dwell on it. Maybe it's someone else's enemy. Round Ball pondered for a while but couldn't think of anyone. It shook its head helplessly and added, also, there's another thing. It's good news.
You're famous now. I'm famous? What kind of fame?
Wang Teng was puzzled again. Now I reckon the entire Phantom Drift territorial domain knows your name. You could say you're famous now. Round Ball chuckled. The Virtual Universe Corporation has spread your deeds on the 5 burial stars. Many people know that you killed a universe stage powerhouse, then took on an eternal stage existence head-on, even forcing him to apologize and compensate. That's not a good thing at all. Wang Teng's expression turned serious as he shook his head. The more people know about my abilities, the more disadvantageous it is for me, Chapter 238-6, condensing the Buddha Tower, again, coming out of seclusion, the 5 major families' speculation. 4. Round Ball paused for a moment, its expression turning serious. I'm just a Cosmos stage warrior, yet they know I can kill universe stage martial warriors and even withstand a blow from an eternal stage existence. In the future, if anyone comes after me, they'll surely send even stronger warriors, Wang Teng explained. You don't have to worry too much. As long as you don't offend those strong enemies, powerful individuals won't target you, Round Ball reassured. Moreover, with your current strength and extraordinary talent, many people see great potential in you and want to befriend you. As a result, you'll have more friends than enemies, and the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. You make a fair point, but it's too troublesome. I prefer to keep a low profile, Wang Teng replied. Low profile? There's nobody more high profile than you. Round Ball rolled its eyes. Seriously, cough. Wang Teng couldn't help but cough. I'm only high profile because I'm forced to be. Round Ball rolled its eyes again and continued. In fact, every powerful prodigy has gone through this. Those who have reached the star rankings have all been heavily publicized, and their backgrounds have been thoroughly investigated. But their skills are always outstanding, and they eventually defeat all their enemies standing at the peak. Those who can achieve this are truly exceptional prodigies. Exceptional prodigy, Wang Teng muttered to himself, a gleam of determination flashing in his eyes. His lips curved into a slight smile. Well, considering the circumstances, I can only take it one step at a time. Seeing his expression, Round Ball knew he was moved. Nobody could resist the title of exceptional prodigy, especially Wang Teng, given his talent. Round Ball's words were true. Those who made it to the star rankings fought their way there. No one could hide and become stronger. Wang Teng didn't rush to go out. Still bearing the marks of his recent injuries, he headed to the bathroom to take a shower, washing away the blood and sweat. Soon he emerged feeling refreshed once again. He was a handsome young man with a pleasant fragrance. Let's go out. The people of the 5 burial stars must be getting impatient, Wang Teng chuckled, opening the door and stepping outside. As he entered the grand hall, Yizang Xinyu and Shozang Kaiyun swiftly approached, drawn by the news. Brother Wang Teng, you're finally out. How's your recovery? Yizang Jinwo inquired with immediate concern upon seeing Wang Teng. I've fully recovered. No need to worry, Wang Teng replied casually, a faint smile gracing his lips. That's good to hear. Yizang Jinwo glanced over Wang Teng, relieved but also astounded. The speed of his recovery was remarkable. The strength of Wang Teng's physical body was truly formidable. No wonder he could withstand a blow from an eternal stage ruler. Your health seems excellent, Shozang Kaiyun remarked, also noting Wang Teng's rapid recuperation. However, her thoughts swiftly took a mischievous turn, her eyes momentarily grazing Wang Teng's chest before she giggled. Yizang Xinnuo. Wang Teng. Why does her tone seem rather peculiar? Pff, Wang Teng. She's hinting she wants to sleep with you. Round Ball chuckled. Wang Teng. What a female rogue. Also, Round Ball was becoming increasingly brazen and spouted such lewd remarks without hesitation. Where did that pure intelligent life form go? Yizang Xinnuo shot Zhang Caiyun a disapproving glare, her face flushing slightly, hastily shifting the conversation. Wang Teng, the elders requested to speak with you when you wake up. That's expected. Wang Teng replied without surprise, a faint smile playing on his lips. He nodded, then inquired directly, where can I meet them? They'll come in person, Yizang Xinnuo informed him. I'll notify them now. With that, she opened her wristwatch in front of Wang Teng, contacting the elders of the 5 major families. Wang Teng nodded to himself. The conduct of Yizang Xinnuo made him exceedingly comfortable. She sought permission before acting, giving ample respect by informing the elders of the 5 major families only after securing his agreement. Although it was just a small detail, the more detailed, the more it impressed Wang Teng. Moreover, the 5 major families accorded him due respect, originally upon hearing that the eternal stage elders of the 5 major families wished to meet him. It would have been expected for him to visit them. However, they surprised him by choosing to come in person. Such an attitude took Wang Teng by surprise. "Wang Teng, it seems your plan has succeeded," Roundball remarked. Wang Teng's heart stirred with a faint smile. Indeed, from the current perspective, the plan had succeeded remarkably well. Once again, he expressed his gratitude to the Haishan royal clan, the eternal stage elders of the 5 major families, as well as several family heads, soon arrived together, appearing in Yizang Xinnuo's manor. "Counselor Wang Teng, it appears your recovery is quite satisfactory. We are relieved." A hint of surprise flickered in the elder's eyes upon seeing Wang Teng for the first time, followed by a warm smile. "Thank you for your concern. I am fully recovered," Wang Teng replied with a smile. "Your talent is indeed astonishing. The geniuses of our families pale in comparison." Another eternal stage elder marveled. Hengzang Mo Gizang Yan and the others came too. Hearing the elder's words, they glanced at Wang Teng, their expressions complex, yet devoid of any hint of resentment. They no longer harbored any thoughts of comparison upon seeing Wang Teng. This fellow was a prodigy. They couldn't compare themselves to a prodigy. "You flatter me too much," Wang Teng quickly responded with humility. During the conversation, the elders invited Wang Teng to take a seat, and the atmosphere was remarkably harmonious. There was no trace of the prior rejection towards Wang Teng. "Counselor Wang Teng, allow me to introduce you. These are the eternal stage elders of our 5 major families. This is," Hengzang Chuan glanced at Wang Teng with a complex expression and began the introductions. Wang Teng learned the names of these elders. Typically, a cosmos stage martial warrior like him did not qualify to know the names of eternal stage powerhouses. However, his status was exceptional, coupled with his indebtedness to the 5 major families, granting him the privilege of being informed. Moreover, these eternal stage elders of the 5 major families held Wang Teng in high regard, appreciating his talent and strength. They didn't mind sharing their names with Wang Teng. After the introductions, the discussion turned to more serious matters. "Counselor Wang Teng, are you aware of the news about the destruction of the Black Skull Universe Pirates fleet?" Hengzang Bo, an elder of the Hengzang family, inquired. As he posed the question, his gaze remained fixed on Wang Teng's face as if trying to discern something. Others also regarded him with strange expressions, their intentions completely inscrutable. "I've heard about it." Wang Teng nodded. "Is that all? Don't you have any thoughts on the matter?" Hengzang Bo asked with some surprise and suspicion. "Thoughts?" Wang Teng was puzzled. What thoughts could I possibly have? Hengzang Bo looked at Wang Teng's expression and found himself somewhat at a loss. He couldn't discern Wang Teng's true thoughts. "Well, if you insist on my thoughts, I do have some." Wang Teng rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "The Black Skull Universe pirates are not good people. They are too arrogant. Their destruction was inevitable. Therefore, one should strive to be modest and honest in life." Gasp! The audience couldn't help but inhale sharply at his words. Chapter 2387, Gifting Daughter and Treasure. 1. The gaze of the members of the 5 major families towards Wang Teng underwent a complete transformation at this moment. They seemed to grasp the meaning behind Wang Teng's words. To be modest, to be honest lest one invite catastrophic consequences. Elder Hui was too arrogant, offending those he shouldn't have, which ultimately led to dire consequences. That was an eternal stage rule, but even he was unable to protect the Black Skull Universe Pirates fleet. It demonstrated the strength of their adversaries. Although they didn't know whether Elder Hui ultimately perished, the scene indicated the intervention of a terrifyingly powerful individual. Even if he didn't die, he surely didn't escape unscathed. It served as a stark warning. Though the 5 families were not weak, they weren't significantly stronger than the Black Skull Universe pirates. Indeed, just one Elder Hui could bring about the destruction of the 5 major families. If such a being were to target them, they would surely face complete annihilation. Having just experienced a brush with death, the 5 major families now resembled a startled bird, exceedingly cautious, fearing to provoke any force beyond their reckoning once more. So, when Wang Teng uttered those words, they couldn't help but speculate. Moreover, Wang Teng's words were easily misconstrued, resembling a warning to them. This was horrifying. Behind Wang Teng there must be an unimaginable powerhouse, perhaps even a colossal and unparalleled force as a backing. Otherwise, how could he easily obliterate a fleet of the Black Skull Universe pirates? Seriously. Why didn't he reveal such a background earlier? If he had, they wouldn't have had any grievances with him. Having such an ally was undoubtedly far better than having such an enemy. Upon careful consideration, they could understand with the talent and aptitude of Wang Teng, if he were to grow smoothly, he would undoubtedly stand at the pinnacle in the future. Naturally, the forces behind him would want to nurture him properly, allowing him to grow amidst adversity rather than coddling him like a hothouse flower. Hence, they couldn't expose their existence easily. Heng Zheng Bo and the other elders seemed to notice a pivotal point. They exchanged a quick, untraceable glance and communicated silently. In essence, they must not offend Counselor Wang Teng. Soon, they reached a consensus. Heng Zheng Bo spoke again. "You're right. It's better to be modest. The 5 major families are very modest, absolutely avoiding trouble everywhere. This is the way to long-term development." Gizang Ling, the elder of the Gizang family, looked towards Hengzang Chuan and other family heads beside him, solemnly reminding them, "Keep an eye on the younger generation of our family. Don't let them cause trouble outside, nor make enemies with others. Make more friends. If any disobedient youngsters arise, bring them back, break their legs, and confine them to contemplate their actions." Yes. Hengzang Chuan and the others dared not defy their elders in the slightest, immediately nodding in agreement. When Hengzang Mo, Gizang Yan, and the others heard the Gizang family's elders' words, the muscles on their faces twitched. They felt that this was directed at them. As the pride of the 5 major families, they had always been accustomed to arrogance. They had never been told to be so submissive. However, now it seemed the elders wanted them to refrain from causing trouble and to always remain patient. This wasn't being modest. It was simply acting like suck-ups. The young and arrogant warriors present couldn't help but cast their gaze towards Wang Teng, their eyes tinged with resentment. But soon, they understood the intentions of their elders and were secretly shocked. Could it be that the fleet of the Black Skull Universe pirates was truly destroyed by the forces behind Counselor Wang Teng? Did you all hear that? Yizang Zhao, the elder of the Yizang family, glared at Hengzang Mo and the others, saying, "We heard." Hengzang Mo and the others immediately straightened their faces, quickly putting away their resentful expressions and nodding in response. Wang Teng, Round Ball, both of them suddenly felt that something was amiss, especially Wang Teng. He had just casually mentioned it. Yet why did it seem like the eternal stage elders of the 5 major families were attaching great importance to it? Could it be that they were frightened by the invasion of the Heishan royal clan? It was very possible. Wang Teng and Round Ball exchanged a glance, clearly thinking of the same thing, and nodded subtly. Since they were disciplining their descendants, Wang Teng couldn't intervene. At this moment, he could only watch with a smile. But this demeanor made Hengzang Mo, Gizang Yan, and others even more furious, infuriating. As the instigator, he was there gloating, exhibiting excessively malevolent character traits. Yizang Shinuo was also speechless. Wang Teng indeed had a twisted sense of humor, actually standing by and watching them being ridiculed. Counselor Wang Teng, as the overseer of the younger generation of warriors from our 5 burial stars, we entrust these little brats to you from now on. If they do anything wrong, you give them a good lesson. We won't say a word. If they die, it's their bad luck. Heng Bo cleared his throat and said, "No problem, no problem. It won't come to death, at most. Just a good scolding. I know my limits." Wang Teng's eyes lit up slightly. He hadn't expected the 5 major families to bring this up voluntarily, which suited his intentions perfectly. With these elders of the 5 families speaking up personally, it was like having a golden command token. The younger generation of warriors from the 5 burial stars wouldn't dare to say anything. His displayed strength had already made the younger generation of warriors from the 5 burial stars feel suffocated, and they dared not contend with him anymore. However, when spoken by the eternal stage elders of the 5 major families, their words carried an entirely different weight. Chapter 2388, Gifting Daughter and Treasure. 2. Upon hearing Heng Bo's words, Heng Mo and the others' expressions changed. They felt bitter in their hearts. What did it mean to consider death as their own misfortune? Were these the words of their elders? It was too heart-wrenching, and as for Wang Teng, did he really want to beat them up? This person was too dangerous. I was sent by the Academy Arbitration Association to visit the 5 burial stars, mainly to communicate with the younger generation of martial warriors here. There is no other intention, so everyone doesn't need to be too nervous. Wang Teng looked at Heng Mo and the others, smiling. "Do you think we'll believe you, Heng Mo and the others? Didn't trust a word of what Wang Teng said?" They scoffed inwardly, but on the surface they dared not show any signs of disbelief, all wearing an expression of, "We will cooperate well." After all, the elders were watching them intently. If they were to refute or show any sign of dissatisfaction, the elders would likely explode in anger, and they couldn't withstand their fury. Heng Bo and the others didn't mention the matter of the Black Skull Universe pirates again. In their view, that fleet was definitely destroyed by the powerhouse behind Wang Teng. There was no need to ask any more questions. Moreover, seeing Wang Teng's demeanor, they knew he didn't want to elaborate, so asking would be futile. After chatting for a while, Heng Bo gave an inexplicable look to Yizhang Zhao, which seemed somewhat lewd. The other elders, as well as Heng Chuan and the other 5 family heads, instantly fell silent, their faces somewhat embarrassed. Wang Teng couldn't help but feel suspicious. What were these people up to? Why were they looking at people in such a creepy way? Cough, cough. Yizhang Zhao coughed dryly, seeming a bit embarrassed as well. At her age, she was doing something like this for the first time. After hesitating for a moment, she finally spoke. "Counselor Wang Teng, I wonder if do you have a lady you like?" Wang Teng was suddenly stunned, his eyes staring directly at the kind old woman in front of him, seeming somewhat terrified. What was she up to? Although he was indeed very handsome, it wasn't to this extent. Yizhang Zhao was momentarily stunned by the look in Wang Teng's eyes, then seemed to react, her face stiffening with a hint of indignation. What was this rascal thinking? She was quite old already. How could she have such thoughts? Heng Bo and the others almost burst out laughing, their expressions peculiar as they glanced at Yizhang Zhao, then turned speechlessly to Wang Teng. Counselor Wang Teng dared to think any normal person wouldn't possibly consider such a thing. What kind of peculiar thought process did he have on the other side? Heng Chuan, Gizang Feng, Yizhang Bai, and several other family heads were utterly astonished. This lad dared to have thoughts about Elder Yizhang. It was truly audacious. Heng Mo, Guizhang Yan, and others were a bit baffled. They didn't know what was going on. They also didn't understand why Yizhang Zhao suddenly asked Wang Teng such a question. They all had excellent talent in cultivation, but they were all straightforward, simple-minded individuals, unable to turn their thoughts in a different direction. Yizhang Xinnuo, Shouzhang Taiyun, and even Guizhang Zhu and other women were instantly intrigued, their faces slightly blushing as they glanced at Wang Teng. Could it be that the elder counselor Wang Teng... Let me just ask you directly. What do you think of Yizhang Xinnuo and the others? Heng Bo didn't dare to let Wang Teng continue thinking, afraid that something more unexpected might happen. Yizang Xinuo and the others, Wang Teng immediately understood, of course. Even if the 5 major families were unreliable, they wouldn't stoop to such an absurd level. So this was the reason behind it. Wang Teng, the 5 major families want you as their son-in-law. Ha 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 ha! Round Ball laughed teasingly. It found it extremely amusing. It never expected the 5 major families to come up with such a ludicrous idea. Get lost. Wang Teng retorted unkindly, however. Round Ball completely grasped his line of thought. The 5 major families were probably doing this for his innate talent, the 5-element divine physique. They want to preserve the bloodline of the 5-element divine physique through a marriage proposal. They dared to consider such a plan. He couldn't help feeling a bit speechless. If the 5-element divine physique was so easily inherited, the founding ancestor of the 5 major families wouldn't have left his 5 eternal stage viscera in such a unique manner, providing a glimmer of hope for his descendants. The possibility of inheriting the 5-element divine physique through bloodline propagation was extremely slim, practically impossible. When Hengzang Mo, Gizang Yan, and others heard this, their expressions changed, and they wanted to say something. However, with a plain stare from the several eternal stage ancestors, the words stuck in their throats, and they turned red with embarrassment. Seeing the elders speak so frankly, Yizang Jinwo and others blushed even more, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Gizang Zhu, the youngest and most innocent, couldn't hide her surprise, her face revealing a hint of joy. Upon witnessing this scene, Gizang Yan's face darkened. When did this happen? Even his sister has fallen for him. At this moment, Gizang Yan's heart was filled with the urge to kill Wang Teng. Not only had the woman he admired been taken away, but now even his sister was about to be taken away. He felt like he had lost everything. A sense of desolation overwhelmed him. How tragic. Gizang Yan glared fiercely at Wang Teng, but when he considered the other's strength, he felt powerless and even a bit depressed, almost on the verge of tears. Yizang Xinnuo and Shozang Kaiyun noticed Gizang Zhu's expression, and their demeanor changed, realizing they had another rival in love. Chapter 2389, Gifting Daughter and Treasure, 3. Wang Teng indeed knows how to attract attention. Even they hadn't noticed when Guizang Zhu developed feelings for Wang Teng. It caught them off guard. Ha ha! Look at the expressions of Xinnuo and the others. They're feeling embarrassed. It seems they quite fancy you, Counselor Wang Teng. Yizang Zhao adjusted quickly, realizing it was a misunderstanding, and laughed it off. Ahem. Wang Teng couldn't help but glance at Yizang Xinnuo and the others, feeling a bit startled. Goodness, why are you all blushing and acting coy? Everyone was just playing along. There was no need to take it so seriously. He didn't believe for a moment that Yizang Xinnuo and the others had any feelings for him. These women were just admiring his handsome appearance. Disgusting. Counselor Wang Teng Hengzang Bo couldn't help but ask again when Wang Teng remained silent. Well, Wang Teng hesitated for a moment and said, Xinnuo and the other young ladies are all exceptionally outstanding women, but unfortunately, I already have a fiancé. How could I have any other thoughts? As a good man, he felt he should be honest. He already had a fiancé? Yizang Xinnuo and the others' expressions changed slightly. The rosy hue on their faces faded instantly, turning somewhat pale. They were caught off guard. On the other hand, Hengzang Mo and the others breathed a sigh of relief, suddenly finding Wang Teng much more agreeable. Thankfully, this guy wasn't a scoundrel. Now the elders couldn't just interfere in the younger generation's love lives recklessly. They were also quite surprised. They never expected their elders to meddle in the affairs of the younger generation like this. It was unprecedented. While many prominent families engage in alliances through marriage, the 5 major families never do so outside their circle. To ensure the preservation of their bloodline's power, they only intermarry among the 5 major families. This willingness of the elders to facilitate a relationship between Yizang Xinnuo and the others with Wang Teng was unprecedented. It seemed like Wang Teng's five-element divine physique was truly valued by the family elders, to the extent that they were willing to break the family's long-standing rules for him. Fortunately, Wang Teng already has a fiancée, or they would have been in trouble. They would have no chance at all. It was worth noting that Yizang Jinnuo and the others are the most outstanding talents among the younger generation of the five major families, unmatched by others. Similarly, Heng Zhang Mo and the others, as top talents of the five major families, naturally looked down upon ordinary girls from other families, even though Yizang Xinwo and the others may ignore them or even show some disdain because of Wang Teng's appearance. They believe that as soon as Wang Teng leaves, Yizang Xinwo and the others will soon come to their senses. As the elites of the five major families, their fate was to intermarry. Moreover, the better the talent of these elites, the more likely they would come together. The offspring born from such unions would have even stronger talents. As for the concerns about genetic defects from close relatives marrying, they were unfounded. For martial warriors, once they reach the planetary stage, genetic defects in offspring are rare. Survival of the fittest, genetics work in the same way, so the stronger the martial warrior, the more difficult it was to conceive offspring. However, as long as life was successfully conceived, the offspring were highly likely to inherit excellent talents. That was why many powerful martial warriors preferred to wait until they were sufficiently strong before having children. At this moment, when Heng Zhangbo, Yizang Ling, and the others heard this, they were slightly stunned and exchanged glances once again. The fact that Wang Teng had a fiancée was not widely known. It was his private matter, and few people pay attention to such trivial matters. Moreover, the Phantom Drift territorial domain was far from the Luguang territorial domain, where the Great Qian Empire was located, and there was a certain level of information blockade between each territorial domain. It was normal for the five major families not to know about Wang Teng's fiancée. The elders exchanged words again, and Yizang Zhao spoke up once more. Having a fiancé is nothing to worry about. For a strong individual, having a few admirers is normal. As long as you have mutual feelings, that's enough. We won't interfere in your young people's feelings. The expressions of Heng Zhangmo and the others stiffened instantly. Elders, are you trying to push Yizang Jinuo and the others into a pit of fire? As elders, how could you let the younger generation of our family become playthings for others? If this were to get out, wouldn't the five major families become a laughingstock throughout the Phantom Drift territorial domain? What kind of elders are you? Heng Zhangmo and the others wanted to vehemently condemn their elders, but they dared not. They could only stand behind them with bowed heads, feeling utterly helpless. Wang Teng was also speechless. What kind of situation was this? For the sake of the five-element divine physique, were these elders willing to sacrifice their dignity? Moreover, was he the type of person who would cheat on his woman? To underestimate him like this? Damn it. After a moment of slight astonishment, Yizang Jinnuo and the others didn't think much of it. They understood that many powerful individuals indeed had numerous admirers. In the universe, it was quite common. Of course, some ambitious female martial warriors would find it hard to accept. Not every woman was willing to share her man with others. Women in general were quite possessive, just like the subtle conflicts between Yizang Xinyuo and Shozang Kaiyun. Neither of them ever thought of sharing a man with the other. However, the likes of Wang Teng truly stirred their hearts. If they were to miss out, it would likely be a lifelong regret. They couldn't simply let go even if they wanted to. Chapter 2390, Gifting Daughter and Treasure, 4. At this moment, they suddenly became very curious about what kind of person Wang Teng's fiancée was. What kind of peerless beauty could lead this prodigy from the stellar academies into the grave of marriage? Wang Teng felt a bit awkward. He glanced at Heng Zhangbo and the others smiling at him, feeling somewhat powerless. The elders of the five major families were pressuring him. Knowing that his relationship with Yizang Jinnuo and the others was fairly good, they openly brought up this matter, thinking that he couldn't bear to directly refuse lest he hurt the hearts of Yizang Jinnuo and the others. Yet receiving beautiful women as gifts was indeed a good thing, so he didn't feel so resistant deep down. They were indeed a bunch of old foxes. They found his weakness. He was a soft-hearted person after all. Yizang Xinnuo seemed to sense Wang Teng's dilemma and spoke with a smile. Elders, Wang Teng is already a good friend to us. He has helped us a lot. Please don't tease him like this. Let us handle our affairs. Yizang Zhao smiled inwardly, feeling pleased with Yizang Xinnuo's tactfulness. She nodded and said, Of course we old folks are just being nosy. Wang Teng, please don't take offense. Please don't tease me, seniors. Wang Teng sighed with relief, shooting a grateful glance at Yizang Xinnuo. He shook his head wryly. Seeing his reaction, the others couldn't help but find it amusing. They didn't expect that this young genius, who even dared to confront eternal stage figures, would feel awkward about such matters. They felt like they had discovered Wang Teng's weakness and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Having a weakness was not a bad thing. Their approach was correct. They should let Yizang Xinnuo and the others continue to interact with him. Furthermore, as a token of gratitude for your assistance to our 5 burial stars, we've decided to open the treasure vault of the 5 burial stars and allow you to choose 3 treasures. Heng Zhangbo said, Let me choose 3 treasures. Wang Teng was taken aback, never expecting such a generous offer. Previously, he had agreed with the 5 major families that helping Heng Zhangmo and the others return safely from the 5 burial ancestral land would earn him half a 5 burial token and 100 chaos coins, all of which the family's elders had already fulfilled. Now they were offering him treasures as well. It seemed like the 5 major families thought their previous rewards weren't enough. It appeared that after the previous battle, the level of importance the families placed on him exceeded his expectations. Wang Teng, the 5 major families are generous, trying to win you over with beautiful women and treasures. Roundball remarked. I can't help it. I'm just too outstanding. Wang Teng shook his head, feeling deeply moved, thinking to himself, But of course I'll accept such good fortune. Roundball. How can I accept this? Wang Teng ignored it and looked at Heng Zhangbo and the other elders, feeling a bit embarrassed. I haven't really done much. As the 5 burial stars counselor, helping you is part of my duty. Counselor Wang Teng's humility is truly touching, but please don't refuse. This is our heartfelt gesture. Please come with us. Heng Zhangbo and the others stood up and said, Oh, you're too kind, really too kind. But since you all insist, there's a saying that one should never refuse the kindness of elders, so I'll graciously accept. Wang Teng also rose to his feet, smiling warmly. Hypocrite. Heng Zhangmo and the others grumbled silently. Even Yizang Xinnuo couldn't help but find it amusing. They didn't expect Wang Teng to act like this. On the other hand, the elders were delighted. Wang Teng's willingness to accept their gift indicated a desire for an amicable relationship with the 5 major families. It was an ideal outcome for them. I wonder what treasures the families possess, Roundball asked curiously. You'll see soon enough. Keep an eye out, and if you spot anything remarkable, be sure to let me know, Wang Teng replied eagerly, promptly enlisting Roundball's help. Sure thing, count on me, Roundball chuckled in response. Soon after, the group, accompanied by Wang Teng, flew towards the central area where the core buildings of the 5 major families were located. With their speed, they reached their destination swiftly. Passing through clusters of buildings, they arrived at a grand castle-like structure at the heart of it all and entered it directly. There were no guards within the castle, but as Wang Teng scanned the surroundings, he noticed several powerful energy clusters, indicating the presence of at least a few universe-stage martial warriors. His eyes flickered slightly, surprised by the 5 major families' resources. It seemed they hadn't deployed all their universe-stage martial warriors in the previous battle. Meanwhile, Heng Zhangbo and the others observed Wang Teng discreetly. Seeing him pause briefly at various points as he scanned the area, they couldn't help but marvel. Wang Teng was no ordinary individual. He could even discern the hiding places of universe-stage martial warriors. His ability to defeat a universe stage martial warrior wasn't a mere chance. With a sweeping gesture, Heng Zhangbo pushed open a massive, imposing door with a resounding boom, then gestured for Wang Teng to enter. Wang Teng nodded and followed them through the door. Inside, a dazzling array of treasures met his eyes, each radiating a brilliance that dazzled the senses. Chapter 2391. Gifting Daughter and Treasure 5. As they stood just outside the door, there was hardly a glimmer to be seen. Yet, upon stepping through the threshold, radiance immediately greeted their eyes. It signified the presence of runes etched within the treasure trove, capable of veiling both the treasure's essence and their light. He couldn't help but glance around at the walls. Sure enough, he spotted numerous runes inscribed upon them, each bearing the mark of concealment. Counselor Wang Teng is knowledgeable in runes as well? Heng Zhangbo asked curiously. A little, Wang Teng replied. Heng Zhangbo and his companions were somewhat surprised. From Wang Teng's profile, they knew him as a grand master of alchemy. They hadn't expected him to dabble in runes as well. Was this the world of geniuses? They wondered about his proficiency in runes. Seeing Wang Teng's reticence, they refrained from probing further. Knowing his exceptional nature sufficed, the rest was inconsequential. All the treasures of our 5 families are housed here. Counselor Wang Teng, feel free to make your selection. Just inform us once you've made your choices. Heng Zhangbo generously gestured towards the treasures within the vault. Any 3 items? Wang Teng's eyes gleamed with a hint of excitement. That's right. Heng Zhangmo stroked his white beard and nodded. Just 3 items among the myriad treasures of the 5 major families. It was a trifling matter, insufficient to trouble him, naturally. He was magnanimous. In that case, I won't hold back, Wang Teng replied, slightly excited. A cursory glance had revealed the wealth within. He needed to choose carefully. Anything less than the best would not do justice to the 5 major families' generosity. The vault was immense, stretching far beyond sight. Wang Teng ventured deeper, disregarding the treasures at the entrance. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished amidst the labyrinth of shelves. Heng Zhangbo and his companions watched his fading silhouette and chuckled. Counselor Wang Teng, despite his formidable background, is not immune to the allure of treasures. Hee, these treasures are all collected by our 5 families over the years. Even universe stage martial warriors or even eternal stage martial warriors would be tempted once they step in. Shozang Tuo laughed with immense pride. That's true. The other ancestors of the 5 major families also smiled, equally pleased with themselves. Heng Zhangchuan and the others gazed upon the treasures before them. Their eyes couldn't help but glaze over. Even they rarely had the opportunity to enter here. Wang Teng truly had luck on his side. Heng Zhangmo, Gizang Yan, and the younger generation of martial warriors had never set foot here before. Now they were utterly dazzled, consumed by envy and jealousy. Elders, is it truly worth it for us to do this? Heng Zhangchuan couldn't help but ask through voice transmission. Do not concern yourself with these petty gains. Counselor Wang Teng is undoubtedly worth our substantial investment. The destruction of the Black Skull Universe pirates was surely the work of powerful figures behind him. We cannot afford to provoke such individuals, and naturally, we must cultivate good relations. Wang Teng presents an opportunity, and his talent is formidable. The future holds promise for him. As the helmsman of the 5 major families, you must broaden your horizons. Heng Zhangbo and the others weren't as amiable as they usually were in front of Heng Zhangchuan and the other family heads. Their expressions were stern as they spoke calmly. Yes, Heng Zhangchuan and the others immediately responded with respect. The younger warriors like Heng Zhangmo felt a profound sense of helplessness. The elders truly valued Wang Teng, and their hopes of rising in status seemed dim. I wonder what kind of treasures he will choose. I am quite curious about his discerning eye, Yizang Zhao mused. Chapter 2392, Wang Teng's Choice, 3 Treasures. 1. The members of the 5 major families were deeply curious. The treasure trove held an abundance of treasures, many of which were hidden in the deepest recesses or the most inconspicuous corners. Without keen discernment, it was nearly impossible to unearth the most valuable treasures. This was precisely why several elders felt confident in allowing Wang Teng to make his selections freely. Finding the most valuable treasures within this vault was an arduous task. I heard that Counselor Wang Teng is also a skilled mining engineer, adept at mining, and as a universe explorer, his insights are quite remarkable. His eyesight must be keen. Hang Zhangbo chuckled. He casually said he was a universe explorer when he pretended to be Han Zu. I don't know if it's true, Hang Zhangchuan said. True or not, his eyesight and insights are undoubtedly real, otherwise how could he have discovered those valuable ores, Yizhangbai added. That's true, Hang Zhangchuan nodded, so it's intriguing to wonder what kind of treasures he will find. Gizang Ling mused as he gazed toward the depths of the vault. Let's wait and see, Yizang Zhao said with a smile. With a sweeping gesture, Heng Zhangbo conjured a projection, revealing the figure of Wang Teng within, as the elders of the 5 major families discussed. Heng Zhangmo, Gizang Yan, and others couldn't help but engage in conversation. Wang Teng was too dazzling. Every action of his drew the attention of these young prodigies, sparking discussions, even among the women, including Yizang Jinuo, Shouzang Kaiyun, and Gizang Zhu. There was a silent rivalry, with smiles on the surface masking vigilance underneath. Deep within the vault, Wang Teng activated his real eye as he scanned his surroundings and strolled deeper into the vault. Murmurs escaped his lips. This one's good, that one's not bad either, and this, damn, the 5 families are truly wealthy. Everything here is top-notch. I wish I could take it all. Wang Teng was genuinely overwhelmed. A glint of eagerness shimmered in his eyes. His fingers moved slightly, but he exerted his formidable willpower and finally restrained his greed. Entering the treasure vault and being limited to only 3 items was truly a test of his character. Wang Teng, there are so many good things here, Round Ball exclaimed. Its scanning abilities weren't much inferior to Wang Teng's. Coupled with its vast knowledge storage, it could almost instantly discern the value of these treasures. If circumstances allowed, it would be just like Wang Teng, eager to haul away every treasure from this place. The 2 of them were like 2 big mice in a granary right after a bountiful harvest. How could they resist? However, Wang Teng ultimately refrained from taking action. His relationship with the 5 major families had stepped onto the right track, entering a honeymoon phase. How could he possibly engage in the act of plundering others' treasure vaults? Wang Teng cleared his throat, his expression turning serious as he surveyed his surroundings. The treasures here included various precious ores, cores of different attribute star beasts, star bones, as well as various rare spiritual objects and a variety of diverse weapons. They were all above the heaven stage, with no single item below the cosmos stage. Cosmos stage treasures were items that were useful to cosmos stage warriors, a general term. For a martial warrior, these treasures were invaluable. Even universe stage martial warriors would find it challenging to make selections if they entered. But for Wang Teng, it wasn't too difficult. Skipping over the dazzling array of treasures, he caught sight of a particularly bright glow emanating from a certain location within the vault. Within that radiance, intricate and mysterious runes danced, their complexity astonishing even to Wang Teng, and these glows were not just 1 or 2. There were at least 7 or 8 of them scattered throughout. Deeply hidden, with a slight flicker in his gaze, Wang Teng moved towards the closest glow, soon arriving in front of a small mountain made of various ores. This ore mountain was at least 10 meters high, yet it didn't amount to much within the entire vault, not even as tall as some of the shelves nearby. However, as Wang Teng stood before this ore mountain, his expression was tinged with surprise. Heng Zhangbo and the others were slightly surprised when they saw Wang Teng standing there. They let out a soft exclamation. What's wrong? Heng Zhangchuan and the others were puzzled. The elder's expression seemed off. Is that crimson gold? It's quite a valuable metal ore, Yizang Bai remarked, casting a cautious glance at Heng Zhang Bo. But crimson gold shouldn't be considered the best among the many treasures. Why would he choose crimson gold? Gizang Feng pondered, stroking his chin. Could it be that he's discovered something? Heng Zhang Bo's gaze flickered slightly as he muttered to himself. Expressions of astonishment appeared on the faces of several elders as they gazed at Wang Teng through the projection. Seeing the elders' surprised expressions, Heng Zhang Chuan and the other 5 family heads became suspicious and fell silent, directing their attention to the projection. Crimson gold, Round Ball spoke in Wang Teng's mind. The value of this stuff isn't the highest in the treasure vault. A faint smile played at the corners of Wang Teng's mouth. Crimson gold was a rare fire attribute, or capable of forging weapons of fire attribute at the universe level. It was indeed a decent ore. However, what Wang Teng had his eye on wasn't the crimson gold. At that moment, a surge of force erupted from within Wang Teng's body, though he made no visible movement. The pile of crimson gold before him suddenly flew up, revealing a not too big, not too small ore beneath it. Chapter 2393, Wang Teng's Choice, 3 Treasures, 2. Suddenly, a dazzling crimson gold light burst forth, overshadowing the radiance of the surrounding treasures. What is this? Round Ball suddenly widened its eyes. Wang Teng squinted slightly, adjusting to the intensely bright light. Then his smile grew wider and wider. Wang Teng, come closer and take a look, Round Ball urged. Wang Teng took a few steps forward, crouched down, and ran his hand over the surface of the crimson gold ore before him. His heart finally confirmed what he had suspected all along. Inside the ore, strange patterns were converging into the shape of a giant dragon, vivid and lifelike as if it were about to burst out of the ore. Particularly striking were the dragon's eyes, which contained a pair of dragon pupils as if they were gazing at Wang Teng, emitting a mesmerizing aura. Dragon blood crimson gold, Round Ball, suddenly recognized the origin of this ore and exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, indeed, it is dragon blood crimson gold, Wang Teng chuckled secretly. I didn't expect to find such a treasure in the 5 major families' vault. Wow, this is incredible. Round Ball took a deep breath, excitement evident in its voice. How did you find it? Crimson gold is the source of dragon blood crimson gold if it happens to integrate with the blood of a true dragon through some fortuitous encounter after millions of years or even longer of evolution and nurturing. It might eventually have a chance to become dragon blood crimson gold. So when I saw this pile of crimson gold, I guessed that dragon blood crimson gold might be present within it. Moreover, I have a special dragon blood physique and can sense a slight corresponding dragon blood fluctuation, which naturally confirmed my suspicion, Wang Teng explained, nonchalantly. In reality, he had simply used the real eye to directly see the dazzling crimson gold light beneath the pile of real eye, prompting him to investigate further. I see. Round Ball nodded thoughtfully, finding Wang Teng's explanation plausible. How I discovered it isn't important. What matters is that we can take this with us, Wang Teng declared. Indeed, such a rare treasure must be taken. It's unreasonable not to select it. If you want to use it to forge weapons, it has to be at least eternal stage, Round Ball remarked. As a Grandmaster blacksmith, it understood the utility of the dragon blood crimson gold. Don't forget, I already possess the phoenix blood crimson gold. Wang Teng reminded softly. Round Ball blinked, suddenly realizing. Its eyes sparkled with excitement as it exclaimed, Yes, you already have the phoenix blood crimson gold now. With the dragon blood crimson gold, if these 2 materials are combined... Wow, I dare not even think about it. Wang Teng, you must entrust these 2 materials to me for forging, you must. It became extremely excited, almost wanting to snatch the dragon blood crimson gold away. With the phoenix blood crimson gold in hand, the value of the dragon blood crimson gold would increase exponentially. Conversely, with the dragon blood crimson gold, the value of the phoenix blood crimson gold would also rise, If both materials were used together for forging weapons, it would produce a miraculous reaction. This wasn't just hearsay, but had been experimented with by blacksmiths before, leaving records. Although not many had witnessed it, it was a genuine phenomenon that no blacksmith doubted. "Forget about it. I'm keeping this for myself," Wang Teng retorted. Round Ball dared to dream the phoenix blood crimson gold and the dragon blood crimson gold were both materials he rarely encountered. Now that he had unexpectedly acquired both, how could he possibly let them go? "No, you, me," Round Ball became flustered, scratching its head, almost wanting to fight Wang Teng. "What level of blacksmithing proficiency have you reached?" Wang Teng inquired. "I'm about to reach the peak of the Grand Master level," Round Ball replied proudly, its face beaming with pride. Then, with a sly grin, it added, "So you should let me forge these two materials. Otherwise, it would be a waste if they were mishandled." I've long reached the pinnacle of the Grand Master level. I could even advance to the semi-saint level soon," Wang Teng scoffed, blatantly lying. In reality, his blacksmithing proficiency was only at the mid-tier Grand Master level, but advancing wasn't difficult. It was just a matter of time. Impossible. Round Ball widened its eyes in disbelief. "With my talent, do you think it's impossible?" Wang Teng asked casually, his expression relaxed and nonchalant, as if discussing something as simple as eating or drinking water. Round Ball was suddenly speechless, unable to refute. Just thinking about Wang Teng's proficiency in alchemy was enough to understand. With Wang Teng's monstrous talent, it was indeed possible for his blacksmithing proficiency to reach the pinnacle of the Grand Master level. Originally, Round Ball's blacksmithing proficiency was much higher than Wang Teng's, but now the latter had caught up, which was quite a blow. Round Ball was depressed. It expressed a desire not to speak to Wang Teng anymore. "I plan to use these two materials as my forging materials for advancing to the saint level. Then you can assist me when the time comes," Wang Teng stated. "Really?" Round Ball's eyes lit up immediately, unable to contain its excitement anymore. "I always keep my word," Wang Teng assured. "All right, it's a deal," Round Ball agreed hastily, afraid that Wang Teng might change his mind. Wang Teng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, he had convinced Round Ball. If Round Ball knew that his blacksmithing proficiency was not as good as its own, it would surely keep nagging. Chapter 20394, Wang Teng's Choice, 3 Treasures, 3. Then he continued to search for the other 2 treasures, while the piece of dragon blood scarlet gold remained unfurled behind him, floating with the help of his spiritual power as he moved along. I never thought he would find the dragon blood crimson gold. Heng Zhangbo watched the scene on the screen, his mouth twitching involuntarily. He felt a tinge of regret. He didn't expect the first treasure Wang Teng would find would be such a precious item. There were hardly any pieces of it in the entire treasury. They had originally planned to keep it for forging their own weapons, but they had never found the corresponding auxiliary materials and had to leave it behind, and now Wang Teng had chosen it. They had been so generous from the start, assuring Wang Teng that he could pick anything he wanted without any issues. Just thinking about it was frustrating. Yizhang Zhao, Gizhang Ling, and others exchanged glances, feeling a bit distressed. Counselor Wang Teng knew how to pick. He had chosen such valuable items in one go. Wang Teng is truly worthy of being a mining engineer. He is able to find a piece of dragon blood crimson gold among a pile of crimson gold, Yizhang Xinyuo exclaimed. His expertise as a mining engineer must be very high, Shozang Kaiyun added, nodding in agreement. A mining engineer is better at finding various ores, but it's hard to say with other treasures, Gizang Yan remarked when he heard the 2 women praising Wang Teng so much. The 2 ladies glanced at him, ignoring his words. This made Gizang Yan extremely frustrated. On the other side, Wang Teng arrived at the location of the second dazzling light cluster and came to a stop. It was a massive shelf filled with various treasures. Some were stored in jade boxes, their contents concealed, and the surface inscribed with runes that blocked various fluctuations. making it difficult to discern their nature. However, Wang Teng was undeterred. His body floated gently upward until he was level with the top of the shelf. There he found a palm-sized jade box covered in dust, looking very inconspicuous. A gleam flashed in Wang Teng's eyes as he gently flicked his finger, causing the jade box to open with a soft creak, revealing a dark red pill inside. A strange aroma tinged with a hint of sweetness wafted out from the pill. A divine-level pill? Hengzang Chuan, Yizang Bai, and the other family heads exclaimed in astonishment. When Hengzang Bo and the others saw this scene, the muscles on their faces twitched again. How on earth did he manage this? He found the most precious treasures in the treasury twice. While the value of this pill might not compare to dragon blood crimson gold, it was still an extremely rare item in the treasury. This was a divine-level pill. There was a divine-level pill in the 5 major families' vault. Wang Teng was quite surprised. After examining it closely, he recognized it. This is the soul-severing Saint Soul pill. What is the soul-severing Saint Soul pill? Roundball asked curiously. It didn't have as much knowledge about pills as Wang Teng did. It's a kind of pill used to unleash one's potential in a life-or-death situation, Wang Teng explained, shaking his head. If faced with a life-threatening crisis, this pill can unleash 3 times the strength of an eternal stage martial warrior. 3 times. Roundball was shocked. That was eternal stage martial warriors. If they could unleash 3 times their strength, it was simply terrifying. Truly worthy of being a divine-level pill. However, this kind of pill is extremely dangerous. After taking it, even an eternal stage warrior must be prepared for death, Wang Teng warned. Even eternal stage martial warriors can die. Roundball was suddenly stunned. Yes, unleashing 3 times the strength comes with a price. The cost is burning one's origin and eternal matter. Wang Teng said in a deep voice. Ah, Roundball gasped, shaking its head. Wang Teng, we don't need this pill. It's deadly. Of course not. What use is there for a pill with such significant drawbacks? Wang Teng closed the jade box and turned away from the place, heading towards the next location. There were many Dan prescriptions in the Secondary Career Alliance that could significantly enhance strength without such severe side effects. With Wang Teng's expertise in alchemy, it wouldn't be difficult to refine them in the future. So he had no reason to choose such a flawed pill. He doesn't want it. Hengzang Bo and the others were a little surprised. Elder Wang Teng previously obtained a 7-star sage pill from within the ore and later sold it to the Secondary Career Alliance, Hengzang Chuan said. And since he is a Grand Master alchemist himself, it's clear that his enthusiasm for pills isn't too high. That's true. Since he's a Grand Master alchemist, he must have seen the drawbacks of that pill. No wonder he didn't choose it, Yizang Zhao said. Counselor Wang Teng is truly surprising. His choices are clear-cut and decisive. Gizong Ling praised. The other elders nodded in agreement. If before they valued Wang Teng's potential, now they were increasingly convinced of his character. The reason they shelved the soul-severing Saint Soul pill was that they didn't want to use it. After all, once such a pill was used, it meant the demise of an eternal stage martial warrior. Compared to the pill, the lives of eternal stage warriors were undoubtedly more important. Wang Teng's decision not to choose the pill showed that he wasn't an extremist. It did not mean that he would definitely use it if he chose. But choosing or not choosing represented an attitude, and choosing it would significantly increase the likelihood of use. Wang Teng arrived at the 3rd location. Chapter 2395, Wang Teng's Choice, 3 Treasures. 4. That one is Hengzang Bo, and several elders of the 5 major families were stunned, their eyes showing signs of surprise. This 3rd location was also a shelf, but it wasn't on the highest shelf. Instead, it was on the 3rd level reachable by Wang Teng's height. It was a piece of animal hide scroll with nothing on it, just lying there on the shelf without any protective measures. This piece of animal hide scroll was even more inconspicuous than the jade box containing the soul-severing Saint Soul pill. After all, no one would regard a seemingly useless piece of animal hide scroll highly, But Wang Teng, through his real eyes, saw something peculiar. The number of runes on this piece of animal hide scroll exceeded all the runes contained in the treasures of this treasury, and they were more mysterious. Even with Wang Teng's proficiency in runes, he couldn't decipher what they were. Weird. Wang Teng stopped, his brow furrowing slightly. Is that just a piece of animal hide scroll? Is there anything special about it? Roundball asked. I don't know, Wang Teng replied. You don't know? Roundball was somewhat surprised, exclaiming. You can't tell, maybe? Wang Teng nodded. Then are you going to choose it? Roundball frowned. You only have 3 chances, and you've already taken one with the dragon blood crimson gold. You should choose carefully. Wang Teng didn't say anything. Turning around to walk towards the next location, even Heng Bo and the others weren't surprised. Even they couldn't discern the secrets of this animal hide scroll, let alone Wang Teng. His decision not to choose, it was normal. Soon, Wang Teng arrived at the 4th location. Heng Bo and the other elders didn't know what to say anymore. This guy could pinpoint the exact location of treasures with precision. This was the 3rd time. If it happened once or twice, one could attribute it to luck, a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. But to consistently find treasures 3 times in a row wasn't just luck. It was a display of strength and insight beyond comparison. Moreover, from a certain perspective, even that piece of animal hide scroll wasn't ordinary. To be able to find something that even they could not discern made it a treasure in its own right. So, strictly speaking, Wang Teng had already found treasures with extreme accuracy 4 times. The 4th treasure was a star bone, housed within a huge transparent canopy, resembling an arm bone, with intricate earth-yellow patterns that looked particularly peculiar. That's the star bone of a Titan-level star beast, Roundball exclaimed in awe. An earth-element star bone, and a Titan-level one at that, is indeed rare. Wang Teng nodded in agreement. Do you want to choose it? Roundball asked. Let's take a closer look. Wang Teng didn't rush his decision this time and continued to the next location. However, the next 2 treasures didn't quite satisfy Wang Teng either. One was a 100,000-year-old water element spiritual plant, a lush grass imbued with rich water force. The other was also a 100,000-year-old spiritual plant, but of the fire element. It was a peculiar flower outside the treasury. They would both be highly coveted alchemy materials, likely to incite contention among Grand Master alchemists. But Wang Teng wasn't particularly interested in them. He's not taking the star bone or the 100,000-year-old spiritual plants. Heng Bo and the others were very surprised. According to their expectations, Wang Teng, a Cosmos Stage martial warrior, would be extremely excited to see such top-tier treasures. Any one of them would be a significant gain for him. But now, looking at Wang Teng's demeanor, aside from his initial surprise upon encountering the dragon blood crimson gold, none of the subsequent treasures seemed to evoke even a hint of joy. Instead, he seemed to show a trace of disdain. This left the Eternal Stage elders somewhat speechless. It seemed they had underestimated the tastes of Counselor Wang Teng. At this moment, they seemed to finally understand. At the outset, seeing Wang Teng enter the treasury with such excitement, they thought he had been awestruck by the treasures, unable to resist their allure. But now it seemed not to be the case. In retrospect, they realized that his initial expression might have been purely due to his love of wealth. A person obsessed with wealth would show such an expression upon encountering any treasure, regardless of its rank. Now they found themselves somewhat at a loss for words. Counselor Wang Teng is truly an interesting character. Yizang Zhao shook her head. Yes, I rarely see such a young man nowadays. I wonder which force nurtured him. Heng Bo remarked with emotion. He's about to reach the location of the last treasure. If he doesn't choose that one either, he probably won't find any of the other treasures appealing. Bizang Ling said with a bitter smile. It's embarrassing to admit, but our prestigious treasury couldn't provide 3 satisfactory treasures for a Cosmos Stage martial warrior. Well, Shuzang Tuo, Yizang Zhao, and the others fell silent, feeling somewhat speechless. Unbeknownst to them, their mindset had completely shifted from the initial distress to a state of unease. Yes, it was unease. They were genuinely worried that Wang Teng might not find 3 satisfactory treasures. Such an outcome would truly be embarrassing for the 5 families. The expressions of Heng Zhangchuan and the other family leaders became subtle, their gaze fixed on the scene within the light screen, their thoughts unknown. Heng Zhangmo and the others seemed to have noticed the abnormality as well. They fell silent and looked at the light screen quietly. Here comes the last one. Wang Teng arrived at the final location, feeling somewhat disappointed. If the last treasure failed to move him, he would have no choice but to select the starbone. After all, the value of the starbone was undoubtedly the highest. It was a jade box. Upon opening it, a star core appeared before Wang Teng, causing him to pause for a moment. Wow, it's the star core of a Titan-level star beast, Round Ball exclaimed in shock. It's a star core. Wang Teng's eyes lit up as if he had realized something. He carefully sensed it and immediately detected a special fluctuation within the star core. A faint curve appeared at the corner of his mouth as he thought to himself, "There's still a remnant beast soul within this star core, perfect for refining the shadow puppetry seal." The shadow puppetry seal was a special restriction for making puppets that Wang Teng obtained from the poison erosion world. Among the required materials was this star core, and it needed to contain a beast soul. A star core without a beast soul was useless. The shadow puppetry seal could create puppets of various levels, but the higher the level, the higher the required material grade. For example, if Wang Teng wanted to create an eternal stage shadow puppet, he would need an eternal stage body along with this Titan-level star core. Under normal circumstances, he would not have access to a Titan-level star core. Even if he participated in auctions, it would require a large amount of chaos coins to possibly buy one. With his current wealth, he probably couldn't afford it. A Titan-level star core represented a terrifying Titan-level star beast, a rarity that was destined to be extremely scarce. Only eternal stage powerhouses had a chance to kill such beings. Someone like him, a Cosmos stage martial warrior, couldn't even touch that level. But now he saw a Titan-level star core within the treasury, and it contained a beast soul. This was simply a treasure sent to him by the heavens, something he couldn't afford to miss. This is it. Wang Teng no longer hesitated. He walked towards the exit of the treasury, and the jade box containing the Titan-level star core followed behind him. At the same time, the previously overlooked piece of animal skin also flew out of the treasury and floated behind Wang Teng. In the end, he chose that piece of animal skin. Chapter 2396, Explosion, the mysterious and terrifying beast skin, one at the entrance of the treasure vault. The members of the 5 major families waited for Wang Teng to emerge. Before long, a figure emerged from the towering heap of treasures, with 3 items floating behind him. A piece of ore, a jade box, a scroll made of beast skin. The elders of the 5 families exchanged glances, a hint of surprise flashing in their eyes. They were all astonished by Wang Teng's final choice. Choosing the dragon blood crimson gold and the star core was quite expected, but that piece of beast skin scroll truly caught them off guard. "Wang Teng, are you sure about choosing this beast skin scroll?" Heng Zhangbo asked. "Yes," nodded Wang Teng, feigning curiosity as he asked, "Do any of you know what this is?" "We do not. I stumbled upon this beast skin scroll in a perilous place, and to this day its nature eludes me," Gizang Ling said hesitantly. Heng Zhangbo studied Wang Teng's expression carefully before saying, "We cannot guarantee if this beast skin scroll holds any value. You should consider carefully. It matters not, obtaining these 2 treasures already counts as good fortune. Even if this beast skin scroll proves worthless, I have not lost out." Wang Teng smiled. The corners of Heng Zhangbo's mouth twitched. Why did these words sound so uncomfortable? It had to be admitted that the dragon blood crimson gold and the precious star core were indeed extremely rare treasures. Even they felt a pang of pain. However, upon hearing Wang Teng's words, their doubts were dispelled. Perhaps Wang Teng was just curious about that piece of beast skin scroll. Since that's the case, we won't say much more. Heng Zhangbo nodded, leading the way out of the treasure vault. Wang Teng also breathed a sigh of relief, stashing the 3 treasures into his space ring. Only when these 3 treasures were safely secured did he truly relax. After all, what if the 5 major families had a change of heart? All 3 items were of immense value, coveted even by eternal stage warriors. There was no guarantee that the 5 major families wouldn't reconsider. Just by observing the expressions of Heng Zhangchuan and the other family heads, it was clear they were feeling the pinch. But once these treasures entered Wang Teng's pocket, there was no reason to take them out again. Their distress was their own concern. He couldn't be bothered with that much. Moreover, these treasures were highly beneficial to him. Encountering them was simply fate, destined to be his. Ha ha ha. Thinking of this, Wang Teng couldn't help but laugh in his mind. Roundball was speechless. Look at how pleased this guy was, completely losing himself in triumph. But it was understandable. Not to mention the value of the unnamed beast skin scroll, just the worth of the other 2 treasures alone was likely to exceed 10,000 chaos coins. The 5 major families certainly made a hefty sacrifice this time. After Wang Teng and the others exited the treasure trove with a resounding boom, the great doors automatically closed, sealing once more. No one knew when they would open again. Wang Teng didn't look back. He was afraid he couldn't resist the temptation. He left the core area of the 5 families with a lingering sense of reluctance, eager to return and study the beast skin scroll. Counselor Wang Teng, there are still many matters concerning the 5 burial stars that require our attention. We won't disturb you any longer. If you're interested, you can have Jinuo and the others accompany you to explore. It's a good opportunity to get to know the younger generation of warriors on the 5 burial stars. Aside from our 5 families, there are many other talented youngsters from different families on the 5 burial stars. Heng Zhangbo said after escorting Wang Teng and the others to the door. All right, I won't trouble you any further. Wang Teng nodded. Heng Zhangbo and the others smiled and nodded, taking a step forward and disappearing on the spot. Heng Zhangchuan and the family heads also bid farewell and left. They now felt a pang in their hearts whenever they saw Wang Teng. Not only had he tricked them into giving him a 5 burial token and 100 chaos coins, but now he had also acquired 3 treasures. Those treasures made even them green with envy, yet they had to be handed over to an outsider who could endure such a thing. Heng Zhangmo and his friends left as well. They truly feared that Wang Teng would find an excuse to beat them up. Now that he had the words of the elders, he could beat them up without any reason. Silence. Wang Teng felt speechless as he watched the figures flee. Am I really that terrifying? He touched his nose, then turned to ask Yizang Xinwo and the others beside him. Ignore them. They act all high and mighty usually, but when they encounter someone stronger, they cower like this, Shozang Taiyun said disdainfully. Yizang Xinwo covered her mouth and chuckled, finding it rather amusing. It was rare to see Hengzang Mo, Gizang Yan, and others so afraid of a peer. Brother Wang Teng, let's accompany you and explore around. There are many interesting places on the 5 burial stars that you haven't seen yet. Gizang Ju interjected. Maybe next time. I still have some matters to attend to, Wang Teng hesitated. Oh, all right then, but if you ever go out again, you must remember to call me. Gizang Ju pouted disappointedly, but still nodded obediently. Wang Teng naturally agreed. Enduring the favors of a beauty was the hardest. Not only Gizang Ju, but Yizang Jinuo and Shozang Kaiyun also wore expressions of resentment, making his scalp tingle. He dared not even turn to look at them. I'll go back to my room first. Wang Teng slipped away instantly after leaving these words behind. Damn, you're heartless. Roundball was stunned. Yizang Jinuo and the others didn't expect Wang Teng to just slip away like that. They stood there in a daze for 3 seconds before snapping out of it. He ran away just like that? Shozang Kaiyun asked incredulously. Chapter 2397, Explosion. The Mysterious and Terrifying Beast Skin. To Yizang, Jinuo nodded silently. I didn't expect him to be such a coward. Shozan Kaiyun rolled her eyes with irritation, saying resignedly, "You two are too scary, that's why you scared Wang Teng away." Gizang Zhu said, "Little Zhu Zhu, do you even know what you're saying?" Shozan Kaiyun squinted her beautiful eyes, looking at Gizang Zhu with a dangerous glint. Yizang Xinnuo also glanced over. Her gaze calm, but it made Gizang Zhu's scalp tingle. "Hey, sisters, I was just kidding." Gizang Zhu immediately put on an innocent look, staring innocently with her big eyes as she smiled awkwardly at the two women. "Kidding? Do you think we believe you?" Shozan Kaiyun gritted her teeth. "You little brat, you haven't even grown up yet, and you're already competing with me for a man today. I'll have to teach you a lesson." With lightning speed, she extended her claws and grabbed toward Gizang Zhu's delicate body. Yizang Jinnuo didn't hesitate either. She didn't say much and attacked directly. "Help! Someone help!" Gizang Zhu wanted to run, but she was no match for the two women. She was directly pinned down and given a good lesson. She kept screaming miserably. Unfortunately, no one heard and no one saw this ambiguous scene. Inside the estate, Wang Teng returned to his room, exhaling slightly. He felt a bit of a headache, truly unsure of how to handle the situation. He could only act like a turtle and retreat into his shell. He was quite puzzled. He didn't understand how things had escalated to this point when he hadn't done anything wrong. "Wang Teng, you're such a scumbag," Roundball said. "Nonsense, how am I a scumbag?" Wang Teng retorted. "You only flirt and never take responsibility. If that's not being a scumbag, then what is?" Roundball teased. "Get lost. I didn't flirt," Wang Teng denied firmly. "Anyway, what do you plan to do?" Roundball stopped teasing him and asked curiously, "Sai, what else can I do? Just take it one step at a time. When I told them about my fiancé, I was rejecting them, but as you saw, the 5 major families will not give up easily." Wang Teng sighed. "How could they give up easily?" "You possess their family's strongest talent, the 5-element divine physique," Roundball exclaimed. "It's all Elder Hui's fault. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have exposed my 5-element divine physique," Wang Teng said. "True," Roundball agreed. "But it seems like the people of the 5 major families think it was the force behind you that wiped out the Black Skull Universe Pirates fleet. It didn't understand at first, but when it thought about it, it immediately thought of this possibility. It seemed like the members of the 5 major families had imagined something. No wonder their expressions were so strange. They thought it was the force behind me," Wang Teng said with a wry smile. "That's good in a way. They'll be even more wary of you. I dare say, if it weren't for the destruction of the Black Skull Universe Pirates fleet, they wouldn't have given you these 3 treasures," Roundball mused, stroking its chin. "You make a valid point. It seems like I've gained 3 treasures for free," Wang Teng wanted to laugh. "Nothing ventured? Nothing gained, honestly. When I see you now, I can't help but think of a magical creature," Roundball suddenly said mysteriously. "What magical creature?" Wang Teng frowned, sensing something odd in the way Roundball spoke. "A pig breed, ha ha ha." Roundball burst into laughter. "What the hell?" Wang Teng's face darkened, a vein throbbing on his forehead. "What do you mean, pig? You are the pig?" Wang Teng was fuming with anger. Roundball couldn't stop laughing, irritating Wang Teng to the point where he wanted to punch it. Don't, I won't laugh, I promise." Roundball quickly stifled his laughter, his figure appearing beside Wang Teng. "Aren't you going to study that beast skin scroll? Take it out, and let's study it together." Wang Teng shot him a fierce glare, then took a deep breath, pushing aside his frustration. He retrieved the beast skin scroll and examined it in the palm of his hand. Roundball floated over, leaning in to examine it closely. Their heads came together, their eyes fixed on the beast skin scroll before them. Unfortunately, no matter how they looked at it, it was just an ordinary piece of beast skin, seemingly peeled from some creature without any special treatment. It appeared ancient and weathered as if it had been aged over time. Wang Teng activated his real eye, and the intricate and mysterious patterns appeared before his eyes once again, covering the entire beast's skin. He focused, recalling his observations in the treasure trove. He had only briefly glanced at the patterns on the beast's skin, because he couldn't quite understand them. But now he wanted to decipher what they truly were. "Wang Teng, what's on there?" Roundball frowned, asking. Wang Teng didn't speak. Instead, he took out paper and a pen. The patterns resembled ancient runes, so he instinctively began to replicate them. The pen danced across the paper, mimicking the patterns on the beast's skin. Roundball's interest was piqued, and it leaned in to take a closer look. The first pattern emerged on the paper without any anomalies, quickly taking shape. With Wang Teng's proficiency in runes, the imitation was quite accurate, capturing 2 or 3 aspects of the true essence. Chapter 2398, Explosion, the mysterious and terrifying beast skin. 3. The second pattern remained perfectly normal. It wasn't until the third pattern, which was only halfway engraved, that the paper suddenly burst into flames with a sharp crackle, catching both Wang Teng and Roundball off guard. "What's happening?" Roundball exclaimed in surprise. Frowning, Wang Teng looked at the burning paper before him, his gaze flickering slightly with contemplation. The patterns just now seemed somewhat similar to ancient fire runes. Now that you mention it, they do seem to bear some resemblance," Roundball remarked, astonished. "But there are still significant differences, especially in the finer details." "Right?" Wang Teng nodded thoughtfully. "Let's continue. I suggest you use a different kind of paper," Roundball suddenly suggested. "Different paper?" Wang Teng paused, his eyes gleaming with insight. "Yes, we should. The ordinary paper clearly couldn't withstand the peculiar power emanating from these patterns. They needed a stronger and more stable paper." His gaze swept through his space ring and landed on the carcass of a heaven stage behemoth, a star beast he had killed and stored for provisions. For now it would serve as the paper with his spiritual power. Wang Teng conjured forth a phoenix golden feather blade, swiftly slicing off a large piece of the beast's hide. The armor of a heaven stage star beast was incredibly tough, but with the sharpness of his phoenix golden feather blade, cutting through it was no challenge. "Let's use this." Wang Teng laid out the piece of hide and began to engrave it with the rune pen. This time, Wang Teng smoothly outlined the first 3 patterns. A flash of red light surged through, and he immediately sensed the convergence of the constellation force, making the heaven stage beast hide before him seem somehow different. "It works." Roundball and Wang Teng exchanged a glance, their faces lit up with excitement. "Quick, continue engraving." Wang Teng nodded and proceeded to engrave the next patterns. The 4th, the 5th, the 6th, one pattern after another emerged under his hands, landing on the heaven stage beast hide. Just as he had guessed, the hide of a heaven stage star beast was able to withstand the peculiar power of these patterns. In the blink of an eye, Wang Teng had engraved 11 patterns, and now he was engraving the 12th. As he worked on the 12th pattern, Wang Teng's eyebrows raised slightly, sensing something different. It was a strange feeling, indescribable yet subtly unsettling. Oh no. In the next moment, Wang Teng's expression changed. He immediately used his spiritual power to send the hide flying into the sky. Suddenly, a dazzling red light burst in the sky above the estate. Boom! A deafening roar echoed through the sky, alarming many nearby martial warriors. "What's happening?" Yizang Shinnuo, Shozang Kaiyun, and others were inside the estate when they heard the commotion. They rushed out, their faces grave as they looked up at the sky. Cough, cough. Wang Teng flew out from the estate, clearing his throat awkwardly. "Don't panic. I was just conducting an experiment, and it accidentally caused a small explosion." "A small explosion?" Yizang Shinnuo and the others were speechless. Did he just call that a small explosion? That explosion just now was equivalent to a strike from a peak-level cosmos stage martial warrior. "Accident," Accident. It's all an accident. Wang Teng felt even more guilty seeing the reactions of the crowd and hurriedly explained. Yizheng Xinnuo and the others shook their heads, seeing that it was just a false alarm. They couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. They had almost thought that someone was invading the 5 burial stars again. Disperse. Shozan Kaiyun glanced at the onlookers and waved her hand, signaling them to leave. Wang Teng finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, this was a mess he had caused, and he felt somewhat embarrassed. Others looked at Wang Teng with suspicion, not knowing what he had done to cause such a powerful explosion. However, they didn't say anything, and gradually dispersed. "Well, I'll go back for now," Wang Teng said somewhat awkwardly, looking at Yizhang Xinnuo and the others. "Brother, Wang Teng, take care of yourself." Yizhang Xinnuo wanted to say more, but in the end, she only offered a cautious reminder. Okay, Wang Teng quickly assured her, suddenly remembering something. "Oh, by the way, if there's another explosion later, you don't need to worry too much. It's probably just another small accident on my end." Yizhang Xinnuo and the others looked at him in shock. Another one? What on earth was this guy up to? Is that okay? If not, I can go somewhere more remote." Wang Teng hesitated. "No need. Just stay here. It's just a few small explosions. This is our family's territory, and no one dares to say anything," Yizhang Xinnuo said calmly. Impressive. Wang Teng gave her a thumbs up, shamelessly flattering her. Then he didn't say much more and returned to his room, intending to continue engraving the patterns on the beast hide. He couldn't believe that as a rune grandmaster, he couldn't handle a piece of hide. I didn't expect it to cause an explosion. Round Ball appeared, looking at the hide in front of it, speechless. Wang Teng stared at the hide with a serious expression. The patterns on this hide are very special and interconnected. It seems I can't engrave them one by one. I need to figure out this connection, otherwise it will still explode. Thank you so much for listening. That's the end of this episode. I'll see you all in the next one. Until then, take care and happy listening.